Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the March 10th, 2020 meeting to order, 9:02 a.m. Are there any moments of silence, dedications? Now, we'll go ahead and, I would like to dedicate today's moment of silence to the families that have lost here in California to the COVID-19 virus. Okay, Russ Crane, would you lead us in the pledge of allegiance, please?
Ready? Flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Later on.
Are there any extra items appearing on the agenda today? Sorry about that. Consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Yes, there is.
So, Mr. Chair, we do have an extra item today because it came in early enough to reprint the agendas yesterday morning. If you do see it on your agenda, it is item 4.1.
Here we go. Just have it online. Extra item 4.1, consideration of extra agenda items and consideration of reason ratifying the declaration of a local health emergency related to the 2019 coronavirus as proclaimed by the Lake County Public Health Officer. It is. All right, so we'll bring it up to the board. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Carol.
so first you should determine if it meets the criteria for an extra, and if it does, I would recommend your board take it up around the time Dr. Pace gives you the update on the coronavirus, which is at 9:10.
Go bring it back to the board for discussion.
I move to consider this extra item due to the emergent need to move on this.
Second.
That'll cover it?
As long as your board determines it's come up after the posting, which indeed it has, and because of its emergent need, has to be taken up before the next agenda, which sounds as if that's what you said.
Absolutely, yes.
In less words, but yes.
I do have a question. I know there's been a motion second.
Go ahead, Rob.
And I'm trying to find a delicate way to say this and be respectful, but I don't see there's a need, emergency need to take it up before the next available agenda. The fact that the media has created mass hysteria does not create a legitimate emergency, in my opinion. So we'll vote on it, but I'm not seeing it, so.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your opinion. There is a motion and a second at this point. The board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
One no. All right. Moving right along, we'll go ahead and take up the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are usually non-controversial and can usually be moved through by simple motion. Are there any items that need to be pulled from the board from the consent agenda? Currently, we do have a request. Carol, would you like to pull those, or you want me to just pull those?
Yes, sir. So.
Item
Fi-
Go ahead.
Are you ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
The department is requesting to pull item 5.2. It will come back to the board soon. There were some minor revisions needed. The same with item 5.4. That department is requesting to pull it. It will come back with a future agenda.
Okay.
5.4 will come back at a future agenda?
Yes. That's the bit focus item? Yes.
Okay.
Are there any other items from the board?
And Supervisor Sabatier indicated he may want to pull 5.12.
Yes, 5.12 I'd like to pull for further discussion.
Today, correct?
Yes. I don't want to slow down the process, just want to discuss it.
All right. Are there any items from the consent agenda that the public would like to pull? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve items 5.1, 5.3, 5.5 through 5.11, and 5.13 through 5.15 from the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you very much. So we'll do that one with the supervisor. Would you like to take your item up at this point, Bruno?
Sure, I wanted.
5.12?
Thank you very much. I wanted to pull 5.12 to discuss the contract with Bid for Assets for a total not to exceed $262,500. It is a 5-year contract. I know that we haven't necessarily placed any concrete numbers as far as how many in the future we want to do for auctions, but we did say that we want to increase it. Last meeting, or at least on February 25th, we allocated some more positions to be able to reach some of those higher numbers that we'd like to get to. But when I divide $262,500 by 5 years and then divide that by the total cost per property, which is $175, it equates to 300 properties per year. When I also look at the Exhibit A of the contract, it says that they will do 100 to 500 properties per auction. And I know that there's been talks about doing one big auction, which may exceed 500. And also when we look at the total amount of money being put behind this, that 300 properties per year does not reach our estimated goal that we've been talking about reaching. So I would love to see this contract be for the rest of the fiscal year, and then looking at from July 1st, 2020, all the way to 2025, at looking at reviewing that amount and making it meet what our goals are. That way, at least we can reach that goal and not have to redo the contract every time we exceed it. Because let's try to create the trail that we want to walk on, rather than year by year try to figure out how we're going to navigate through this. So I just see it as being a potential hindrance to reaching our goal. So that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Supervisor Brown?
I got a question about the contract too. Does it include, well, let me back up a little bit. You said, what is your goal? I guess I should.
So right now,
Yeah.
it's a maximum of 300 properties per auction. I know,
With what? What's the goal to have done with those properties?
put on a tax auction.
Okay, so
And
your
we
goal is
talk-
to have 300 sold.
No, and we talked about moving that up towards, I talked about 1,000. I know
Yeah.
that we've talked about 600 before. And if we can only afford to put 300, because that's what our contract allows, I would rather, and we don't even pay this money. This money is not put up front.
No,
That's
no, I
money-
get that. I'm getting to the goal part of it. No, I don't care about the money part of it. I'm wanting that to work out, and I think it will. But the goal part of it, I think there are goals maybe not completely different, but I want to hear what it is, because we haven't actually had this discussion. What is the goal? It's a 500 to be sold?
And
1,000 to be sold?
I would like to reach a maximum of 1,000 and a minimum of 600.
Sold.
Yes.
Okay. See, and I was looking at properties to come into compliance, hoping that they wouldn't be sold, that the people would pay their taxes. That's ultimately what our goal should be, is to get these folks just to get their taxes caught up. And so, does that company get paid for doing that as well, or do they just do the auction?
No, they just do the auction.
Okay, so if we have 300 sold and 300 come into compliance, that's 600 that we've got off the roll. And that should be a goal, I think, that we should have, because the numbers that we've been hearing, mostly from the city of Clear Lake, they're not completely accurate as to what those numbers are in terms of properties that actually have to be sold. There's a lot of factors involved with it. I talked to Patrick the other day about it, and the numbers are actually quite different. Maybe we should get a report on that at some point. But I think what I would like to do is come up with a goal. I'm not debating, what we should do. I think that we should just figure out what our goal is and try to get those that number of properties off of the delinquent tax roll and back in either sold or get people to pay their taxes. So I think that should be what the goal ultimately is, so. Rather than say 1,000, because if you're gonna do 1,000 to sale, that means you're gonna have staff working on 3,000 lots, and there's no way. We gotta have a reasonable goal at least.
And I'm gonna argue back that that's not the case, because we said we would do 300 this year, and we only have 218, because we started with 300, and then what was paid off is what's left over. So
Okay.
we would start with 500, we would start with 1,000, and then whatever is left over is what we would have for sale. The idea is that you don't have to force yourself to do 1,000. If you say 1,000, but at least it opens the door to reach that in case that we get to that point. Because on the natural.
Okay, so you're saying exactly the same thing then. You're saying 1,000 and getting them off of the delinquent tax roll, and not 1,000 sold. Because if you're gonna do 1,000 sold, if you're gonna have an auction held that has 1,000 lots on it, you're gonna start with 2,000 or 3,000.
And again, that's not the case. We would start with, right now, we're setting it up for 300, but we don't offer 300 because we start off with 300, and if nobody pays it off, then we're gonna auction off 300.
Right.
But if you start with 1,000 and some people pay it off, or nobody pays it off, then at least you can still meet that goal that's within your contract. Right now, this contract prohibits us from growing and managing this better than we have in the past. And I would like to see this contract be expanded to allow us to
Yeah.
manage it better.
And I don't care what the number is, I'm okay, I just wanna have a manageable goal, and understand that the goal is not to sell people's property. The goal is to get it off of the delinquent tax roll. If we get it off by some other method, whether it be people pay their taxes off, somebody sells the property, and then out of escrow, that property gets paid up, or it gets sold, whatever, I just wanna know what the goal is and not a sale goal, because you're not gonna meet that sale goal. If you say, we want 500 lots sold, and you start out with 500, you're still not gonna meet that goal, because you're not gonna have 500 sold. You'll have 300 or 200 or 250, whatever it is. So that's what we need to set the goal as to how many properties we want taken off of the delinquent tax roll, not how many lots should be sold.
And we agree on that. It's not about a specific avenue on how to reach the goal. Some of the avenues will need to be through a tax sale in order to get those
Correct.
properties taken care of. Some of it is but this is part of the teeth to make people weary of not paying their taxes. Right now, they can throw the dice, and they're more likely not gonna have their properties be put up for tax
Yeah.
auction because of at the rate that we're going.
Yeah.
So if we say that we're going to increase the rate and their potential is increased, then those teeth start growing, and now we can start to better manage to get people to be in compliance, or if they really don't want to be in compliance, then we're gonna have to go through with the tax sale.
No, and that's, you're absolutely right, that's what we need to do, but we need to set that as the goal, not as sale of property as a goal. Because the way it sounds with the goal you have, just pick a number, whatever it is, 500. And you get down to this point where we go, well, we started out with 500, but we got 200 people to pay out. So you mean we only have 300? You promised me you were gonna have 500 for sale. That's what we're saying, and that's not accurate. That's not reasonable to go, now hurry up and run out and scramble and grab another 200 lots so we can meet our goal of 500 that we're gonna sell. It's just, you can't do that. That's not the way to operate this thing.
And that's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking to make it eligible for more, so that we can, if we are able to.
Okay,
put more.
and let's set it reasonable, whatever is reasonable, and I don't know what that number is, so.
Just clarification point, when we started your conversation here, Bruno, this contract allows from 100 to 500, correct?
No, that, in Exhibit A, it says that they will do no more than 500 at a time, but a minimum of 100 at a time is what I believe Exhibit A states.
Right, and this agreement was based on this sale right now. Once we really determine it, a realistic parcel count that we could offer, then we would, we've already talked to the vendor to amend this contract if it was necessary. So this basically, right now, is for this auction, and we would revisit it, at a little bit later date when we had a more realistic goal in place.
Okay. And I agree just with Supervisor Brown. What we're looking to do for is compliance. I know when I first came on the board and went through my first tax sale here with yourself, Barbara, on the board, Jeff Smith made a great point of getting the letters out there that we will get some compliance. Once they receive the letter and you start to have the communication, that people will start to move forward. So I do agree with Bruno. Also, though, if we can increase it to 500, so we're getting closer to the 300, hopefully we get 250 compliance letters, and then we're only selling 250. But, being realistic is one of the things we need to do. So kind of hear both sides, but glad we're having the tax sale this year, and we continue those on. That was one of the things I know for myself as a supervisor, in making sure that we had it, and I know there has been some, folks that have stated we haven't done tax sales in a long time, but if you go back and look at it, I think over the past decade, there's been pretty consistent sales that have happened from the office, except for, I think, a couple of years, I think 8 and 9 maybe, and then during the disaster years, I definitely don't think there was tax sales on that. So it hasn't been missed completely, though, but we appreciate you moving forward and trying to get this thing completed with some more numbers and being consistent every year with it, so,
Thank you.
yes. Go ahead, Supervisor.
And I usually don't do this, but I am going to state a point of frustration. I keep hearing that the numbers are wrong, but nobody brings us numbers. I feel like I've worked hard to get some numbers, and all I hear, not all I hear, but what I hear from a lot of different people is the numbers are wrong. I need numbers to show me that they're wrong. We need numbers to know exactly where we stand, but nobody's providing these numbers other
Patrick has
than
them.
they're not correct.
Patrick has them.
And we need to get to the basic data, which we have, but nobody else is doing the work to try and collect that data. So I'm
No,
just.
there is. There's a lot of effort gone into it. It just, right across the hallway to Patrick. He has
But
everything.
that information is not being turned into numbers to contradict what has been put out there.
Yeah, it
And
has.
the numbers.
It actually has. I spoke with him. I listened to what the figures were.
And those numbers change because we just got an updated of data, which means people have paid off certain things, and so that changes the numbers. So it's always a dynamic
It's
number
fluid.
that we're always gonna look like. It's a fluid number. But we need a direct, we need to be informed directly, not on a private basis to ask for numbers. If we're gonna say publicly, which it's been done many a time, that those numbers aren't correct, but we're not going publicly on what those numbers are, I
Well,
think we should.
Okay, and in all fairness, I'm not gonna throw Patrick under the bus. He could talk to you just as
And
easily as
I've
I
talked a
spoke
lot
with
with
him.
Patrick.
The numbers that he gave me last week are gonna be different than numbers he would give today because of that fluidity. But they're not, you can't give numbers, you can't hear numbers saying, we have this many, 12,000 people that haven't paid their taxes in the county. The next day, it's gonna be totally different because some of those people have paid and there's gonna be more that haven't. So it is gonna be, they're not accurate not intentionally misleading or inaccurate, but they are. It's not 12,000. So, just not.
Any more comment from the board?
My only comment is I like the idea that we need to be working on trying to get properties into compliance. And I guess my only question would be it be easier to do 2 tax sales with lower numbers or 1 tax sale with a larger amount of properties up? Or
At this point, I'd say one large sale, but depending on staff levels, we could look at that, to have 2 sales, but usually it's 1 sale.
1 sale? Because I know we were looking at maybe doing another one before this calendar year was up. I know we had talked about that, but
Very accurate.
Not calendar.
Not cal-
Yeah, calendar.
calendar year,
Calendar
not
numbers.
fiscal calendar year.
And, I'll bring up again, obviously, we've talked about, I know, I will bring it up every time we talk about contracting, maybe contracting this out completely if we could ever get there. I know it is a challenge. I've heard your answer before. Knowing Lake County is a little different in what we have going on. But I will still say, because every time we come back, we are working obviously on staffing issues. We're having those conversations now. But sometimes independent contractor opportunities, if we could just continue to look at those, I would encourage you to do that if we could.
If the one becomes available, absolutely, we could look at that.
Any more discussion from the board? All right, any public input on this item?
Bobby Dutcher, Kelseyville. It's kind of frustrating for us in the real estate industry is, having this discussion, you want to sell thousands of lots, you can have auctions and things, and then no one reaches out to the Association of Realtors and asks the professionals that do this for a living, what do you guys think about this? So, it is kind of like trying to sell 1,000 of them in one auction, you would oversaturate it, that'd be just too many, there's only so many people that are gonna bid on these, so that would be pretty hard to do. I think, doing multiple auctions, like 2 a year, and having maybe 300 to 500 sold each time would probably be more practical than trying to have people bid on like 1,000 of them at once. But it is And I believe bid for assets contract does say that they get paid whether it's sold, redeemed, or withdrawn. I believe that was on the first page of the, on the agenda. So it is a pretty effective thing. Once someone's lot is gonna be sold, they get motivated, and I've tried to bid on some of these before. You go down there, you give them the proof of funds, you register, you pay the fees, then the day before the sale, the guy pays the taxes off, and the thing gets withdrawn off the auction, then they don't get the bid on it. So, it is a really effective way to motivate people to pay their taxes and catch them up. So probably, when I bid on them all the time, probably half will be redeemed. But you have to push them to that point where if they don't redeem them, in a couple weeks, it'll be sold and they're gonna lose it. Then they'll finally break down and pay their taxes. And the other frustrating thing on some of it is the minimum bid. So I had one, and the county's already sending these letters out. So here's one I got on Tuesday.
Give it to Joanna.
It's out of a lot in Clear Lake that I was selling, so I prepared it for sale, I cleared it all. A previous owner had already done a septic evaluation on it. I really did want to sell it, so I thought I priced it to sell. So it sold it after a 37-day marketing effort, which is just about right. I got a full price cash offer on it. It's a lot next door that is just completely covered with brush. The last picture, you can see it's solid green. And then the one picture from the MLS photo on the left-hand side, that's the neighbor's lot. It would cost thousands of dollars to try to clear that lot and never build anything on it. So I think the value of that thing is $2,000 or $3,000, at the best. So the minimum bid is $10,000. So here, you're gonna put this piece of property on the auction, there's no chance it's gonna sell. But there's no fixed costs involved, I guess, for bid for assets to put it on there, but it'll just go on the
Bobby,
auction, no one will buy it, and it will
If
go.
I can interrupt you, I get your point, but this is about the contract itself with bid for assets, not just the properties that we're listing. So I get your point about the minimum bid, but I don't think it's related to
Well,
the
yeah,
item itself.
it is getting a little off the point, but it's just the process when bid for assets is taking these properties and you're giving them a list. I guess the county gives them, we wanna sell these 300 properties. It'd be nice if you had some input that you have 300 like quality properties instead of putting properties on that have no chance of selling or being redeemed. So,
Thank you, Bobby.
but, yeah.
I did want to respond to the one thing that he
Go
said. I didn't go to the Board of Realtors when we had this discussion, but I did go to several realtors in Clear Lake to ask them what their opinion was. And they agreed with me that flooding the market with a bunch of cheap lots was not going to do good for the sale of properties down there, so. I should have gone to the Board of Realtors, but I went directly to the realtors themselves down there to ask them, so. Yeah.
But when you ask him, you come up with a list, I mean, who comes up with a
No,
list?
your
of,
first question was that we didn't talk to the Board of Realtors to find out what the impact would be of flooding the market with 1,000 lots. That's what you said.
Well, yeah, and the
I did do
individual
that, but
lots
not
that
to the
will
Board
be
of Realtors.
sold, I mean, who
Yeah.
comes up with the list of the ones that you want to sell this time? I mean,
Well,
would have been
in
good.
that case, it was the city of Clear Lake. They have a list that's a priority for them. Yeah, so, in that particular discussion, and so they have
Thank you, Bob.
good reason for that too. So.
Good morning, Russ Kramer, City of Clear Lake. Supervisor Brown, 12,000, whether that's 12 or 10 or 8, it's too many. And I agree, it's a fluid number. And your comment about sales versus redemption, I'd love to see them all redeemed.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. But we need to start with the possibility, the threat, if you will, of sale to get these folks to pay their taxes.
That's a motivator, yep.
To motivate it, so, and we need to be at, whether it's 2 sales of 500 in order not to flood the market, or whether it's 1 sale of 1,000, I'm gonna leave that up to, I would tend to agree that maybe 500 would be a better figure. This contract is for 5 years. It's for 5 years, and it's budgeted, according to the memorandum here, at 300 sales per year. That doesn't get us there. It doesn't get us there. We're looking for that 1,000, whether they end up being redeemed or eventually sold. And as far as the starting, you have to, by statute, you have to list them for whatever offer them for a minimum bid of whatever is owed upon them the first time through. You can come back after 90 days and reduce that price depending on what the market actually is. So you have that option, but you have to start. You have to start with that price. And it's not all lots, of course. It's, there's homes on some of them, there's lots, there's commercial, there's residential, there's everything. You have the authority over this contract. It's only funding 300 a year. That's not right. I would suggest that you go, as was suggested by Supervisor Sabatier, run this contract through the end of the fiscal year. And I would also suggest that you look at that. I understand that there's at least one other vendor out there doing this kind of thing. I think that you really are required to be able to look at all of the potential vendors out there and maybe do an RFP. I realize that Bid for Assets has been doing this for many years, but that doesn't mean that they're the only one out there or that we should be going with them. Perhaps they aren't the lowest cost provider, or perhaps the other company has got a better track record. You need to look at that. You need to look at that. But this contract, the way it's written to me, and given the budget that is being asked for, limits your ability to sell properties or to hopefully get them to be redeemed before sale. So while I don't support delaying this May sale, it's got to go on. I do think that you should look at some other of the other vendor and do an RFP to see if there is a better option out there, rather than sign a contract right now for 5 years with this one vendor.
Thank you, Russ.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Tina.
So is it possible, without delaying the sale that we have in progress right now, to be able to sign a contract that's just for the sale that we're working on now, so we can go back and look at the contract to maybe boost the number of properties without putting any sort of delay in? Or do we have to sign this contract to be able to do the sale that we have going right now?
At this point, it's probably too late in the process, but like I said earlier, this contract can be amended, and we were looking to do that anyway, once we established the actual parcel count that was realistic to offer. So that was a plan to come back.
Anita?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Let me just say that a contract can always be amended, but parties have to agree to that. And if you're talking about a company that wants to do X amount of sales in a given year, they may not want to agree to do more. And what you'll then be left with, just so that you're aware, is a 5-year contract at this number. So you can't predict that with a certainty. I don't care who you're dealing with.
Supervisor Brown?
Well, and it just seems logical to me that if we start with this, we approve this, and we get a baseline like you're trying to establish, and we go to them and say, would you guys like to make more money by increasing the number of lots? Why would they say no? I think that's a strong possibility. And in the unlikely event that they did say no, they're not the only contractors out there, and maybe we could have another vendor come in to sell the other properties. So it's not the end of the world to just go ahead with this contract as it is right now. And then I'm betting that the vendor's going to be willing to amend it, not for free, they will want to do it, but we're willing to pay them for the number of lots that they provide service to. So I don't see it as a problem.
Okay. Supervisor Brown. Any more public input on this item? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
So, there is a termination clause in here. That's what I wanted to make sure to look up before I made a final decision. And it does not say that we have to pay out anything in any termination. However, I will ask that we bring this back for discussion about what is, and a bit of a point of frustration that we still don't know what our goal is, but we need to have a sit down and figure out what is truly our goal, what are we aiming for, because this is not something that we should not know what our goal is. And from that discussion, figure out if an amendment is possible. If not, we can do a 15-day termination of this contract after the fact of the auction being held, and then put out an RFP for somebody that may or may not want to help us reach that goal. But that is we have to do better than 300. 300 is not what our discussions have been about.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, yes, you're right, there is a termination provision, the last sentence of which reads, should either party terminate this agreement as provided herein, county shall pay consultant for all satisfactory services rendered by consultant prior to the effective date of termination in an amount not to exceed the maximum dollar amount indicated in section 2 herein, which is the 262. Now, I'm not suggesting that the full amount would be due, I'm just pointing out to you that there may be some amounts due. It's not just flip the switch.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Brown?
Move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code, Section 38.2, as is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services, and approve agreement between County of Lake and Bid for Assets Incorporated for the amount, or for the period of 3/10/20 through 3/10/25 for tax default public auction services, and authorize the chair to sign.
Is there a second?
I'd like to amend that motion and bring back to the board for review of contract after the tax auction.
We could do that without it being in the motion, can't we, Anita?
Yeah.
An offer to bring it back at any time. Is there a second to the motion? Okay.
Okay, that's that, we'd have no contract.
No. There's other motions that can be made. I'm still offering the amended one just so that it's in the public minutes that we will be bringing this back. I know we can bring it back anytime, but sometimes we can hang on to it and not bring it back. I want to put it in writing that we will be bringing this back post at the end of June 2nd auction so that we can bring it back for discussion.
Okay, so let me try this again then. Well, can we add a C element to that, Anita?
In the form of,
Another motion, a separate motion that.
you can do a
memorialized.
separate motion. I just, again, you're agreeing to a 5-year term. So the idea that you're going to come back, you're saying today, well, we'll come back and maybe make up less. You're still today agreeing to a 5-year term, and you're subject to every provision in the contract when you do so. So,
Putting it on at a later date is a formality, and it's symbolic. It's something that we need to do, but it can't be part of this contract. This contract is with them, not with, and what you're asking for is a motion to have staff perform a function, not the contractor.
It would approve the contract and add that.
Right, and so that's
addition
where
at
we
the
could put in a C element, because right now it's A and B, and then that could be the C part in a separate motion.
you can give direction to staff by motion or consensus here to bring it back for further review of the contract in depth to determine if your board wishes to proffer any amendments.
My first I'm gonna make my first motion again, and then we can make another motion following that on C about bringing it back, or giving staff direction if you'd like, rather than consensus. So my first motion, I'll offer it again.
And I will second that motion, and thank you for
Sure.
meeting
Okay,
me in the middle.
There is a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion passes.
And then
Subsequent.
Bruno would like a motion, maybe just a date.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Let me just pick a date that I think would be appropriate. And I move to bring back a discussion of this contract to see about the possibility of expanding the number of properties on, let's say, June 23rd.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Of 2025?
Of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, just kidding.
2021.
2020.
2020.
Okay.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All right, thank you very much. Okay, any public input? Is there any public input today? I don't have anything up here, so. All right, bring it back to the board. Go ahead and we'll move right along to our 906 item, which is consideration of a continuation of a local health emergency in order prohibiting the endangerment of the community through the unsafe removal, transportation, and disposal of fire debris for the Mendocino Complex fire.
Yeah.
Good morning. Gary Pace, Public Health Officer, Jazzjit, who's EH Director, and we're asking for an extension of the emergency proclamation around the cleanup of these 20-some properties left over from the previous fire. We have had communication with it's Cal OES, right? Cal OES, and they did come out because there was some discussion about, because it's been so dry, that potentially the creeks were low enough that they could go out and begin the cleanup now. We were trying to encourage them to move things along here before other delays would come into place. They came out and actually evaluated the creek, and they decided that it wasn't ready yet. It was still problematic in terms of some of the environmental considerations. And so they were basically saying that they're still committed to working on this and just waiting till springtime comes, until the risk of rain is over, because they're afraid of going out there and then getting their equipment stuck or something like that out there. So they're basically agreeing that they're going to go ahead and complete the cleanup and just waiting until the risk of rain is over. And so we're just requesting that the extension of the emergency proclamation until that point.
Okay. Any discussion on the board? Go ahead, Supervisor.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss a meeting arrangement for a phone call with Cal OES, did I?
No, I've been trying to set that up. They were in Puerto Rico. They keep kicking the can down the
Okay, I
road.
just
So
wanted to
they're,
make sure.
yeah, no, you haven't missed anything.
And it is a bit of an irony that they're supposed to clean this up because we have a local health emergency, but they don't want to go there because of the environmental damage that could happen while one is still occurring. It's just kind of ridiculous, but hopefully we'll get there sooner than later.
We've actually come a long way from the helicopters, though, so I appreciate that. At least we're getting close.
Any other discussion from the board? Comments? Any public input on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve a continuation of a local health emergency in order prohibiting the endangerment of the community through the unsafe removal, transportation, and disposal of fire debris for the Mendocino Complex fire.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Noes? Motion passes. All right. Gentlemen,
Thank you very
stay-
much.
At least, Mr. Pace, we can stay right there, Dr. Pace.
Bingo.
Jessica, thank you. Moving right along to our 6.3, our 9:10 a.m. item, consideration of update on the coronavirus. And are we going to add a B to this, item 4.1? That's how we're going to do it, I guess. So go ahead, Supervisor. I mean, Dr. Pace.
Good morning again, Gary Pace, Public Health Officer. So what I'd like to do is give a quick update on the coronavirus and what we're doing locally, and then talk about the emergency proclamation. So basically, again, acknowledging Supervisor Brown's earlier comments, you know, what we're trying to do here is walk a fine line between not creating panic and not unnecessarily alarming people, yet at the same time walking this path of prudent preparedness and doing the things that we can do beforehand that could make a difference down the road depending on how these things go. We don't really know how they're going to go, but we can watch other parts of the world and other parts of the country and try to make reasonable preparations so that if things do flame up, that we have some, we've taken the proper steps to whatever we can do to get ready for it. So currently, there's over 300,000 cases globally, 3,600 deaths, and there's 133 cases in California, 2 deaths in California, and there's, one county, Santa Clara County, has 43 cases down there. And so that's what we're starting to see, is some of these areas in the Bay Area that are blossoming. I may have misspoke. I said 300,000. I think it's 100,000 globally. So, but yeah, I thought that was, yeah, that wasn't right. Sorry. But so what we're seeing in like in China and in Italy, there's been a very strong response to limiting movement, confining people in certain areas, preventing visitors from coming in and going out. And in China now, we're starting to see the numbers drop down. So there seems to be some sense that these are precautions that are paying off. In Italy right now, the whole of Italy has basically been cordoned off in certain ways, and so they're markedly limiting movement, closing schools, doing all these kind of things to try to prevent the spread. Part of the way that we think about this in public health is when something like this is going, we don't really have much in the way of treatment to stop the virus. We don't have vaccines, so what we need to try to do is contain it, so when people get sick, we stop them from, we basically isolate them so that it doesn't get spread into the population. We are now past containment, so that it's out in the population in certain areas, and then you start doing what we call mitigation, community mitigation steps, which is what you're seeing now in certain of these areas where they're, down in the Bay Area, they're starting to recommend no large gatherings, especially for older folks or medically vulnerable people, because that way, in the large areas is when this spreads more. There's starting to be discussion about limiting visits into nursing homes and doing things like this. So this is the acknowledgement that it's out in the community and we're trying to prevent the spread, especially amongst the high-risk people. So in the local area, we're still considered low risk here. We have been monitoring some travelers and things like that, but there have been no cases, no known cases at this point. There's no evidence of community spread at this point. I think there's people that travel down to the Bay Area quite a bit, and people from the Bay Area that come up here. And so I think there's likely been people passing through the county that have been carrying the virus. We don't know. We haven't done much testing. There's only been a few tests done, and they've all been negative. That's going to change here quickly because the availability of the testing has opened up quite a bit. I just want to talk a little bit about the efforts that we're taking through the health department and through, basically all the departments are taking very reasonable steps to try to prepare for what may be coming, and hopefully it doesn't, and then we can just back off and there's no particular downside of it. But we've been talking to both the hospitals. They both are definitely moving forward with preparations and doing all the right stuff. They're all in communication with their corporate chains who have experts that are working on this over their whole area. We've been talking to the outpatient clinic providers. I'm going to go meet with a couple of the nursing facilities today. We've been talking to the schools, and several people have contacted us that have large gatherings planned in the near future, and so we're basically in conversation. The point here is, again, I think Supervisor Brown's point is really good. It's not to cause unnecessary anxiety, but it's to get people thinking ahead a little bit about what may be coming and to set up the proper whatever preparations can be done to try to minimize the impact here. And I think especially the healthcare facilities have been very proactive and very responsible in moving forward with this. So that's probably the quick overview. I think it's definitely changing quickly down in the Bay Area. So, and with this cruise ship coming in, and there's this big cruise ship that just landed in Oakland yesterday, 3,000 passengers on it that are, some of the sick people are moving out into the local hospitals. Part of the deal is that when a local area gets overwhelmed, they open up and ask for help from the larger regional area. And so the region was asking around for help, trying to get beds and things in the for some of these patients. And initially, we were in some of those conversations, but the hospitals, I think rightly, it was a learning curve for me. They basically said, we're critical access hospitals. We really are not in a position to be taking people from the outside and bringing them in. And so we've kind of been pushing back and trying not to take those people in here, but just so that we can try to stay prepared for any kind of local needs. So today, we're asking for I'm wanting to declare a health emergency in the county. Most of the local counties have already done this. The state is the governor declared an emergency. Most of the Bay Area counties have declared emergencies. Mendocino County did last week. I don't believe Napa has yet, but they're interested in it and probably moving forward with it. The main reason to do this is to improve, so open the door to access to supplies for the healthcare facilities, to open the door for making it easier to ask for help from the region in case we need to transport patients and things like that. And also because of funding that can come down from the state or from the feds, that it opens the door for some of that, just like in the fire situation. So we're requesting that, and yeah, I think that's probably the start. I guess also we had a conversation with some of the county department heads the other day, and Carol, should I talk about this, or do you want to do it? And we're basically taking preparations on a county level in terms of setting up sanitizers and masks at the front doors of several of the buildings, trying to work on workplace recommendations that would accommodate people and encourage people to stay home if they're sick, as opposed to coming in and contaminating their fellow workers. There's also, I think there's a discussion about telecommuting, telework. So a lot of the Bay Area counties and other places are really working on how to allow people to still do their job, but to not come in and gather, and so they can stay at home and do some of that. So, there's actually very good forward thinking. We're looking at all the recommendations from the state and from the CDC and from the other areas about how to help support the smooth functioning of our businesses and of our county, even if things escalate and we need to take more drastic actions of having people stay home and things like that. So I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Obviously, we have the other item to talk about as far as the emergency proclamation. So
I see. Okay,
I think what we'll do is we'll do kind of A, the update, which you've given us, and then we can move into B for the actual motion that needs to be taken up on the next discussion for the proclamation. So what I want to do is bring it back, obviously, to the board for some discussion just on the update that we just went over. If there's any questions about implementing any procedures or anything that we're doing for the workforce or anything like that, and then open it up to the public on those questions, and then we'll bring it back and talk about the health emergency proclamation, if that's okay. I think that's a good sequence.
Yes, as far as the work procedures, that is a different agenda item. That was added as
He
an
threw it in there.
addendum.
He
So
threw it in there.
we can certainly do that shortly,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right.
Thank you for the update.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just to reiterate again, this is just being preemptive. There are, at this point, 35 states, I think, are doing this. There are quite a few local here. There are 58 counties. Do you know how many counties are doing this at this point in California?
I'm not sure. I think,
After today, there'll probably be quite a few since.
yeah, I think things are moving pretty fast now, especially with this cruise ship. And most of the Bay Area counties, they're getting pretty overwhelmed. And the healthcare, the public health departments and everything. And so I'm pretty sure all of them have declared, and it's kind of moving out from there. That's more the epicenter right now. And so, which is definitely influences us in the way we think about things.
But I do just want to say thank you to you, Dr. Pace, Denise Palmer, you here. I know that you guys have been on all the calls, and I know there's a long, tedious calls. I know there are calls Friday night, Monday, every day, just staying in touch with those and getting the information in real time. So I do want to thank you very much for being preemptive on those types of things. And like I said, I know there was an emergency call 8:30 Friday night, and I know our team was on that, listening and just getting the updates. So I just want to say thank you for being proactive and really being concerned about what's going to be happening as this thing moves forward in our community, so. Supervisor Savate.
I'm trying to look through, because we're getting a daily email on COVID-19, and I believe on one of them I saw that there's 28 counties or something like that that have done a declaration.
That's probably right, yeah.
So I couldn't find the specific number,
Yeah, I
but
can-
that's in my head for some reason.
And there was a call this morning from 8 to 9, I know.
Right.
That you guys were on
Yeah.
before the meeting. So Denise, thank you very much, and all the rest of the staff. So, all right, if there's no more discussion, is there any public input just on the update at this point?
Olga Martin Steele, and I'm here representing the Lake County Silver Foundation, which is a foundation that supports seniors. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I have a few questions about what we're actually going to be doing to reach out to people who may have been out of the county or out of the country, to get them to come forward to at least be evaluated for testing when we have the tests available. That's one question. The second question has to do with how we're going to communicate whatever our recommendations are on a go-forward basis. Will it be through press releases? Will there be some information coming out of the health department, the health officer's office, as to what people can do? I know it's everywhere, but believe it or not, seniors, as I always say, don't always have computers. They don't always get the paper. So what are we doing on that score, and how can we help? Because we're certainly here to help. Good. And I have a card, and I'll follow up with that. But at some point, if we could talk about how we're going to do that outreach. The thing is, we don't know who's been in and out, but an outreach, asking people to come forward to at least be evaluated, I think could allay a lot of concerns. Thank you. One last thing, don't forget our Spanish-speaking community on whatever we do. Somebody needs to translate this stuff for them. We can help there too. Thank you.
If you had an answer for that, Dr. Pacer.
Great. Yeah, thank you for those questions. So the first question about travelers, what's happening now is people that are coming in from high-risk countries, so that's China, South Korea, Iran, Italy, maybe one more, are getting, the ones that are able to come in are getting recommendations at the airport to contact their health providers if they're symptomatic. We've been following some of the travelers that have come in that get picked up at the border for whatever reason. Some came in on one of the cruise ships, and so they get identified, and we reach out to them and have been monitoring them. They've basically been on home isolation. They keep in contact with us. All those folks now are off isolation, and they've been fine. So I think but kind of the question you're asking is really significant, because as we're in containment, which is what we're in this county now, but they're no longer down in the Bay Area, we want to hear about those people. We would talk to them. So but they're pretty much going to have to reach out to us and ask any questions. The recommendations currently are, if you've traveled and you're not symptomatic, it's probably okay to be out in public and just sort of self-monitoring, watching what's going on, unless you've been to China or one of the really high-risk areas. So basically, the thinking at this point is, if you've traveled, to just pay attention. If you get sick, to contact somebody. The other piece of this that you didn't really ask, but it's good to just reiterate, is if you're sick and the symptoms are fever, cough, shortness of breath usually, although not all the time, but those are the general, which is a pretty nonspecific symptom picture. the main thing, the best thing to do is to stay out of the public. Stay home, don't go to work, don't go to school.
But first, go buy 1,000 rolls of toilet paper, because apparently that's,
You don't have stock in toilet paper. And then you can contact your healthcare provider, but if you're not very sick, they're not really going to do anything, and they're probably going to tell you to stay home. If you're getting to where you're getting real short of breath, then you need to get seen because you may need to go into the hospital. If you're doing that, if you go out in public with those kind of symptoms, we strongly encourage you to wear a mask. And then there's all the, advice that I'm sure everybody's seen, enough to bury you, which is washing your hands and cough into your arms and all that stuff. So your second question was about the communication. We've been trying to do press releases pretty much weekly. We had a public forum last week, and we were thinking about doing another one in about 3 weeks, but things are changing so fast, we're probably going to need to do something sooner. And I've been kind of on the radio a lot now. I'm an introvert. I've been extremely in the public here, which is kind of surprising for me, but it's kind of what's been needed. And communication is really what we're doing now. We're trying to get out and talk to whoever has concerns. So we reached out to some of the casino folks the other day to see if they want to talk about it, because that's a place where there's a particularly vulnerable population oftentimes in there, and there's a lot of folks coming up from the Bay Area. So we would just want, so if you're working with a senior organization, that's why I gave you my card, please invite me, and we'll try to have somebody come over and talk to you, because especially the seniors are the ones that are the most vulnerable, and we've reached out to some of the senior centers, and we're trying to get talking to people so that they can just make sure they're thinking about it right, to try to help them walk this line between over concern and over caution versus not taking enough precaution. And then the last thing is about the Spanish language. I believe just last week we kind of acknowledged that, and we're starting to do the press releases, to translate the press releases into Spanish, and so that should be happening now. If it's not, we're interested in that, so we're working on it. So thanks.
Okay. Any more public input on this item with the update?
My name is Luisa Costa, and I'm concerned about health insurance. I think included on the information you're going to release, people who are coming in from another country who do not have health insurance is going to be a big issue. Some people may not be able to afford going to medical, but I think if we provide them some sort of information stating that they might be covered, they might have less fear going to the hospital. I know that's a case in our Latino community. Thank you.
Thank you. That's supposedly the state has said that nobody will be denied care for the coronavirus if they don't have insurance, so that the
well, if you
care
go to the
will be
emergency
covered.
room, you're not denied care for anything.
Right, right.
Okay.
Good morning, Chris Allmind. Question at the county level, as far as food services and the food services industry, restaurants, Meals on Wheels, are we addressing that at all? Maybe with public inspections? Just making sure people are doing what they need to do, make sure dishwashers are set at the right temperatures. Is there any outreach from the county level that we can do more inspections?
Good question.
Well,
Yeah.
I can't answer. I think that may be a little off.
Denise?
Go ahead, Denise. Yeah, you buzz. I'm going to try and answer that.
They're already doing it.
Hi, yes, Denise Pomeroy, Health Director. Yes, our environmental health team who regulates restaurants and food facilities are reaching out to them, reminding them of the regulations about hand washing and temperatures and healthy people. If anybody shows up with symptoms, they're not to be able to work, they're to be sent home. So we are working that area as well. And if we receive any complaints, we are going out and inspecting those facilities that someone's filed a complaint. So.
Thank you, Denise.
Just to follow up too, from the doctor point of view on that, is that the thinking is that's not really how it's spread. It's not to say it's not a good idea to think about it, but it's spread by droplets from coughing and sneezing, and so it's conceivable you could get something on there and touch it and have it go up through your nose, but if you're eating it, it probably, that's not thought to be how it's spread particularly, although we don't know a lot about this virus at this point.
Okay. Any more public input? All right, go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I just wanted to say, I appreciate you saying you're reaching out to the senior centers. I think that's kind of our hub for most seniors, not all seniors, but definitely for most seniors. It's a good way to get information out. They can get information out to the ones that they know. I just think it's a great place to be able to get that information out. So thank you for saying you're reaching out to them.
Okay. All right, let's move on to item 4.1, the local health emergency consideration of extra item. So consideration of a resolution ratifying the declaration of a local health emergency related to 2019 coronavirus as proclaimed by the Lake County Public Health Officer. Go ahead.
So basically, like I was saying before, this is to try to, we would like to declare this health emergency. It's, at this point, it's not to say that we are in an emergent red flag situation here right now, but it's to sort of set the foundation for bringing in supplies, requesting supplies at the higher level, and getting staffing to come in from the higher level if needed, also to help transport patients out and to bring in funding. So I think the reason why it's now is things are changing so quickly that it's very possible, you know, we don't know when it's going to happen, if it's going to happen at all. So it could be that we slide through this with minimal ripple, although watching what's going on down in the Bay Area makes me concerned that that's not going to be that way, but we don't know, we really don't know. And if things start moving quickly, you know, if we get just a couple cases in the county, it's going to impact the hospitals pretty significantly. And so basically this is to put this in place so that if we need help, we can kind of pivot quickly and reach out to the folks above us to get the kind of support we need. So that's the rationale for why now and why we wanted to kind of slide it into the agenda today.
Supervisor Brown?
Well, like the others that have stated up here, I appreciate what you're doing here. You know, in meeting with you and talking to you in senior presentations, you're very reasonable, not an alarmist or anything like that, and this is your job. I feel like my role is a little bit different because I feel like I have to ask the questions because otherwise we're just blindly, you know, monkey see, monkey do policy throughout all the other counties through the states. And I just sit there and scratch my head that I can't believe that we're in a time where society feels that they need the government to hold their hand and tell them to wash their hands. I mean, I can't even believe that we have to tell grown-ass adults that they got to wash their hands. So it's embarrassing that we've gotten to this point, but here we are. And I think, you know, we should focus on the areas that are the highest risk, which, you know, you acknowledge the casinos, the businesses that are there, but other businesses like that, the retirement homes, rest homes, that type of thing, assisted living type facilities. The jail, you know, you have a captive audience there pretty much, and, you know, we hope nothing comes through there. The schools, and we have the schools actually giving rewards for perfect attendance, encouraging people to come to school, you know, instead of saying, hey, if you're sick, you should stay home, because the public schools are just a petri dish anyway. That's all it really is. And so there are things that we can do, but I have a hard time believing that if we don't do this symbolic, you know, form of hysteria by creating this resolution or this proclamation, that we're not going to get the help that we're talking about that this proclamation will give us. Supplies, help, funding, we're not going to get any of that if we don't do this. I don't see how that can work. They've already declared an emergency in the state of California, which, by the way, there's been, like you say, 2 deaths. Only been 27 deaths in the whole United States, but there's been 18,000 deaths of the regular flu already this year. So I'm not seeing where, you know, we need to participate and add to the mass hysteria that is the viruses that come around incidentally every 4 years during an election year. And so, you know, I don't trust the system. That's why I question the system. And so far, they've not done, or nothing's happened to us here in Lake County or even in California, in the United States, that indicates any of it every 4 years has been justified. And I hope it doesn't happen. I hope we don't have this mass, and I don't want to, you know, well, you don't care. Well, I do care. In fact, if I could get it just as easy as anybody else, and I would still feel the same way. We don't need to scare the entire world, scare our entire adult, our elderly population, scare the Hispanic population, and do it just because we up here, who are supposed to be leaders, are more followers by, you know, following the rest of the sheep over the cliff. So those are the concerns that I have about, you know, creating an unintended consequence that we're already seeing nationwide. You know, stock market, the stores, people are hoarding stuff. You know, it just boggles my mind that this is going on. I just can't even believe that grown people are acting this way. But again, I don't mean to shoot the messenger. I appreciate what you're doing. I just think that I have a role here too, and that's to question it and not support every single policy that comes down just because everybody else is doing it.
Dr. Pace. Thank you very much, Supervisor Brown.
Of course, yeah. Other than that, I'm good with it.
Okay, Supervisor Shabbat.
Two things. One, I appreciate the back and forth that we had with also Denise Pomeroy with the questions that I had about our preparedness. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and hopefully by the time that there is a vaccination, it'll be closer to when things come here. If you just look around, the spread is real, and the ill preparedness because of the fact that we don't have a vaccination for this is the worry that we have. For this area, I know I worry because we are on average 10 years older than the average county in the state of California, and looking how this has an impact similar to other viruses on our elderly population. This is not a virus that is aiming for our elderly population. It just happens to be that elderly populations are just more susceptible to being caught up in these types of things. So I appreciate the answers, and some of the answers were that this will help us be better prepared for when it is here versus not. And I think that we need to aim for being better prepared, even if it's for preemptive reasons, because people travel, people move around, and it's a matter of when, not a matter of if this will come here. And I would prefer that we be as better prepared to get there. I think we're putting out the information that needs to be put out. We have no cases that we are aware of at this moment in time, or no cases at all here in this county. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people who may have already had contact with others outside of the county, and we need to be prepared for that. I don't think it's a bad thing for us to say that we want to be prepared. The other thing is, I know it's been brought up for translations in Spanish. Spanish is not the only language that is spoken outside of English here in this county. I just want to make sure that we have access for other types of translations. I don't think we need to make sure we have literature that is translated, but at least the ability to access other translations, and I believe we do, since that is already the case in many of our departments who deal with the general public. And again, the general public does not only speak English or Spanish out in our community. So I just wanted to make sure that that was there. I'm pretty sure that is there, but I think it's good to put that out publicly, just for the fact that we don't want to alienate those that speak any language outside of English or Spanish. But I am in favor of this. It's not, again, to stir any panic. That's just the way people behave. People panic people do things that are very strange in this day and age with social media. People from Tide Pods to dancing in front of their car that's rolling on its own. I am not
our future leaders.
I am not going to try to explain our behavior, but we as a county and as a public health entity should be prepared for what is obviously happening in the world. I don't think Italy is taking action because of hysteria. I think that is having a huge impact on them to make these decisions, and I doubt they are making these decisions lightly. And so I think that we should do the same and make sure that we are not taking decisions lightly, and I don't think we are. I think we're trying to make sure that we are prepared, and the fact that it helps our healthcare facilities as well as our county be better prepared, I think there's no choice in the matter, so.
Supervisor Scott?
I just want to say I appreciate how proactive you've been with this virus and all the community outreach that you have done. That is incredibly important. We need to make sure we're talking with the community, making sure, because a lot of times when you do talk to them, you let them know that, not to panic, that this is very simple things that we can do to protect ourselves, and we need to be better prepared and to make sure that we can bring in any supplies or dollars that can come down. And one thing I think that did come out of the fact that you are having your community outreach is the school districts have suspended their attendance challenge that they had last week. So they were not pushing for the children to come to school sick or not. They suspended that for another time. So I appreciate that.
But they don't do that for the regular flu.
They did before. It's not something they do every 4 years, but I think it was 2009. This came through before.
No, I mean suspending the encouraging people to come to school even if they're sick. They do that all year round, so.
Yeah. From my point of view, being proactive is the way to go about this, and I hope it doesn't come here either, but the way things are going right now, it doesn't look like anybody's gonna be able to not be affected by this virus. Can't guarantee that, there's no crystal ball, but being proactive is the best way to do it, so appreciate you bringing the resolution. But once again, with this approval and other things, this is just being proactive. There are, which you stated, no cases at this point here in Lake County. We are low risk, but the best thing we can do to protect ourselves is just be proactive in our households, in our businesses, in schools, everything else. So thank you very much. All right. Any more discussion from the board? Any discussion from the public on this item? Any public input? No? All right, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll offer the resolution.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Price. Item 6.4, a 915A item, consideration of A, temporary policy for telework, and B, temporary additional leave provisions for employees due to COVID-19.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to offer the option of taking this up later. I see a lot of people in the audience that may be waiting for other items. I don't know if people are here for this item, but staff could certainly wait if there are not. I hate to make the public wait a long time.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Are there people here for this? Okay.
Denise.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously,
Terry
yeah.
Pace, they're
But I'm
both
talking
here.
about,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I meant public, okay. Just curious, because
Public
I
people?
know, we have a few appeals that should
Yeah, we
probably
sure
take a
do.
while. And we're gonna,
Denise and Dr. Pace, if I texted you later, might you be able to come back?
yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
that's what I was thinking, that we could have staff come back later at times.
Sure.
It's good to ask, though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, moving on with that, we'll bring it up later on in the item here, or on the agenda. We'll go ahead and move to item 6.5, public hearing appeal to the Board of Supervisors, AB 1905, for a major use permit, 18-39 Smith Hospital appeal. I do have, what time is it, John? Are you good, or do you need a break or anything?
Maybe after that.
If I take one, will you take one?
You know what, yeah, can we take a 5-minute break right before we get started here, read it off?
We were just gonna blame it on her, that's all.
Yeah, no, I was making sure, being considerate. Okay, we're gonna bring back the meeting back to order here at 10:26 a.m. Back to order. It was a long 5 minutes, but we moved through it. We'll go ahead and, just before we went on break, I I read out the item 6.5. What I would like to do is move on to a really quick item, if we could take care of this. Item 6.6 before we go into the appeal hearing. And it should take 1 or 2 minutes, should be very quickly. So, all right, excellent.
So, Mr.
Supervisor
Chair,
Carroll.
you need to call the Deborah Figueroa, who's the Resident Advisory Board member up to sit with your board, and then perhaps Director Marketan could just speak from the podium rather
Okay,
than having
excellent.
everybody move.
And item 6.6 is sitting as the Lake County Housing Commission, approve administrative
Oh,
plan
good. We got a
for
chair.
2020, authorize the chair to sign from HUD 5077CR Annual Civil Rights Certification
Thank you.
and Board Resolution to submit the HUD prior to April 17th, 2020 deadline. And welcome. Good to see you. Thank you. And you're
Good
not on the
morning.
edge.
Crystal Marketan, Director for Social Services and for Executive Director for Lake County Housing Commission.
And I'm Kelly Page. I'm the Program Manager for the Housing Commission under Social Services.
So this morning, we're here to ask the board to approve administrative plan for 2020. We do have a short PowerPoint, which I would leave up to you as to whether or not you want to see that, or you would just like to hear from the Program Manager, Kelly Page.
I can speed through the changes if you'd rather do it that way.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Board fine with that? Okay, excellent. Supervisor Sabatier? All right. Just double check it. We're in the middle of it. All right, go ahead.
Okay, just a brief overview of the administrative plan for the Lake County Housing Commission. This administrative plan is really our binder of policies and procedures for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And I'm just going to go over a few of the updates from last year to this year. A lot of these are HUD mandated policies, so not a lot of room for wiggle, but I can definitely let you know what the changes are. The first one, there was an update to a HUD information notice, originally 2012-10, that has been superseded by notice 2018-24. And we updated the website links to go to those letters. Next is an update to the HUD website and the HUD web address for their guidebooks, handbooks, and other resources that speak to the program. The next change is some verbiage that was added regarding prohibition of sexual harassment. They clarified that a little bit. The next change is a clarification of verbiage regarding discrimination complaints and the response that the Housing Authority will take. And the next change is an update to a HUD notice regarding verification of Social Security numbers. And that notice used to be 2012-10. It's now superseded by 2018-24. The next change is an update to the list of media outlets that we will use to notify the public when the Housing Choice Voucher waiting list is due to be open. The next change is an addition of distributions from an ABLE account to the list of additional exclusions from annual income. And if you have one, you'll know it. The next change is another update to a HUD information letter. Notice 2017-12 has been superseded by 2018-18. Another change is an addition of what's called the income validation tool to help to discover unreported income. The next change is an addition of the HUD information notice numbers that refer to rental units that may not be used as comparables. The next change is adding a section for zero housing assistance payment families who wish to move and how the Housing Authority will handle those folks. The next change is an addition of types of evidence the PHA, which is the Public Housing Authority, will accept to demonstrate a lease violation. The next change is an addition of items to the list of evidence of owner program abuse. And the very last change is addition of a section regarding small area fair market rents. And That does not apply to our PHA, and we state that in our plan, and that's it. Short and sweet.
Any questions from the commission?
Nope.
Okay, we have just the request for approval of the plan with the outline changes, and then we do have our civil rights certificate that's in need of signature. And those are our two requests today.
Any public input on this item? Okay, seeing none, go ahead and bring it back for action.
Pleading as the Lake County Housing Commission approve administration plan for 2020, authorize the chair to sign HUD form 50077CR and submit to HUD prior to April 17, 2020 deadline.
Second.
All right. All in favor, motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right,
Thank you.
passes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you. The gavel, all powerful.
You have to spray the handle now that it's been shared.
Okay, moving back to item 6.5 or 9:30 a.m. appeal to the Board of Supervisors, AB 1905 for major use permit, use permit -18-39 Smith versus Hosfeld appeal. We'll start today's hearing. Could we have the folks, anybody who may be testifying today, please stand and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Excellent. If I could ask this morning too, before we get started here, maybe from both sides here, estimated time, do you have an estimated time on your presentation or?
I can give you that and perhaps a framework to deal with this in an efficient manner. Without getting into the substance of the appeal or any argumentation, I've noted that we have a number of members of the general public who have diligently waited to speak to this issue. I also note the absence of Supervisor Crandall from the board this morning, and this project is in his district, and I think his input on this decision would be pertinent and relevant, and out of respect to him, I would note his absence here. I've also note the immediate availability of Mr. Michael Smith in the audience, who is I believe, the spouse of the putative applicant, Ms. Vivian Smith. He is available today. And I've received new information as of March 6th that is detailed and described in the Exhibit A attached to my submission of the board this morning. That information was supplied to the board yesterday afternoon. That new information concerns certified tax records that were only delivered to my office on March 6th. My recommendation in this matter, my first recommendation would be that if the board were to receive public testimony from those witnesses who are in the audience who wish to speak to this matter, the board might consider deciding to refer this particular application to the live scan process that applicants for these permits are required to undergo. That would shorten the hearing considerably today. If Mr. Smith were recommended to be live scanned, we could continue today's hearing if that recommendation were eventually reached. I suspect if we don't reach that, we'll be here at least an hour as a time estimate.
Okay, thank you. Anita?
I would just say that you've yet to hear from the department and how they may feel about the submission, or how your board may feel about the absence of Supervisor Crandall or the last-minute submission. And certainly your board can entertain requests from council, much less than recommendations from council. Since last I checked, I'm the one who advises your board. But
Thank you, Anita.
having said that, I think you should hear from Mr. De Leon as to whether and how he feels about this, and then your board can determine. I'd also remind you that your board can begin proceedings and continue them at your discretion, depending upon how you want to manage your calendar today and the time you have. So there are many ways for your board to move forward, and it is within your purview to decide how.
All right, Scott, go ahead.
Good morning. Scott DeLeon, Interim Community Development Director. I'm going to start with a correction, actually. On the executive summary of the memorandum to your board for today's item, in the first sentence of the second paragraph, it says the use permit applicant, Vivian Smith, and owner, Michael Smith, applied for an A type 3B commercial cannabis application. And I'd like to clarify that and say that Ms. Smith was the applicant for the project. Mr. Smith, Michael Smith, was listed as the owner on the application package, but the applicant, through the entire application document that we have, was Mrs. Smith. So having said that, this project was recommended for approval by our staff based on the passing background check of Ms. Smith. No live scan background check was performed on Mr. Smith, and because she was listed as the applicant, he was listed as the property owner. And that basically is one of the items that Mr. Ross has raised. And should your board feel that Mr. Smith should be included in the live scan background check as he's requested, then we'll definitely need to continue, and if that's your direction, then we're going to need to move forward with that. Should you decide that Mr. Smith shouldn't be included in the live scan, then that will be one of the items of their appeal that, with your decision, will basically go away, and we'll need to move on to the next. But if you're going to require that, we're going to need more time, and I don't have an issue with taking testimony and answering any questions you may have, but we'll need more time to ultimately deal with that.
Okay.
Finally, your board may wish to receive evidence into that issue. It's a little bit more than your board just determining who's subject to live scan. You've got the zoning ordinance and the process of the department, the argument of the appellant, et cetera. So at some point, your board may continue it just because you require more information from one or more parties. That's also an option for you.
Okay. All right, we'll bring back to the board to deliberate and discuss. Supervisor Brown.
So the live scan issue is one, I don't see it as an issue because they're not the applicant. And this was one of the things that I brought up when we were going through this long discussion about developing this ordinance, that there's going to be a lot of ways to get around that background. That's why I don't even know why we have it to begin with, because it really doesn't mean anything. But in this case, they've complied with the written wishes of the board, whether it be the intention or not. They seem to have complied with that, and the applicant did the background check. The other thing about continuing it, normally we do, and we do that out of respect for the board member whose district it's in. But having heard nothing from Eddie, I don't get any indication from him. When I'm out of town or when I have to leave and there's something that's in my district, I've asked, as most of us have up here, that we continue it, but he didn't ask for it to be continued. So I don't, again, I get back to I am doing it. I'm, just disregarding the operation that's being applied for. This is an appeal for a business operation that's legal to do in the county. To continue it and to keep them from operating legally as the board has instructed them to be allowed to do, I don't think it's fair to the applicant. Either we hear the appeal and we give it a thumbs up or thumbs down now, or, you know, I mean, I don't know why we would continue it. Again, if Eddie asked for it, I would absolutely, without question, do it. But he is not, and he knew it was on the agenda, so I think he has confidence in our ability to hear the appeal and make a ruling on that, so.
All right, Supervisor Brown. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I just want to echo those same sentiments. I think that we all received the agenda, we all are aware of what's going on, and if there was a need to postpone this, that he would have let us know, and I do know that if we allow it to postpone, that we would continue again to receive last-minute paperwork in order to postpone more of these appeals. We're going to get more of these appeals, and I understand that sometimes information can only be received and obtained at the last minute, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of this type of situation where it goes from, it just feels like we're going from a use permit appeal to now a individual that's being attacked with the information. I think we just need to make sure that we are strong in the way that we are doing our process for the use permit, for the activity that we're doing, rather than going after individuals, so.
All right, so we're going
I
to go ahead.
do want to add, though, that I don't want to imply that the appeal's not valid. I mean, we have a lot of appeals that are coming, and there's justification for appeals, and the fact, however the board's reacted or voted on other appeals in the past for any applicant is not relevant to what this one is. This is a whole new
Case
appeal,
by
so.
case,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it is, and I think, you know, I think the board should move forward with this in respect for the applicant and the appellant, just to get it done.
All right,
So.
we have a consensus, we're going to go ahead and move forward with the hearing today. And whether or not we finish it, we will figure that out as we get testimony, we move through it. What we're potentially going to do is probably take a lunch break today, so we will see. We'll work until 12 o'clock, and then we'll go from there. So we will go ahead and start with community development.
So, good morning. Again, Scott DeLeon, Interim Community Development Director. The planner on this project, Eric Porter, has created a short PowerPoint presentation to go through the appeal and the points of the appeal, and so I'll turn that over to Eric to go through that presentation.
Mr. Chair, could I ask one more
yes,
question?
go
Just
ahead,
for
Supervisor Brown.
clarification, I just thought of this. Anita, this is a question for you. If Eddie, just because he's not here, doesn't mean that he can't participate in this if he reviews the video, and if he has other questions, then we can bring it back, but other than that, he can participate, correct? Yes. Yeah. As far as the vote goes.
Just clarification on that. So
If
as
we-
far as the vote goes, if we
If
don't
we take it under
finalize
submission,
today,
yeah.
we take it into
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. Floor is yours, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, audience. This is an appeal on a major use permit, UP 18-39, and an initial study, 18-52. Applicant is Vivian Smith. The location is 10544 Bachelor Valley Road, Upper Lake. There's a vicinity map. Property is 33 acres in size. The primary water source for the irrigation, which is part of the points of appeal, is a retention pond, and the applicant has the ability to take 2.4 acre feet per year from the detention pond. Actual use is about 1 acre foot per year less than what they're entitled to take. Zoning is RL. It's in a scenic combining district, which is relevant only to the point that there's a concern raised in the appeal about the visual impact that the 6 greenhouses would have to the neighborhood and to the overall community. There's a creek on the property. The cultivation area is set back well beyond 100 feet from the top of bank of the creek. The slope of the property is really insignificant where the cultivation area is. It's under 10%. As you go back farther into the property, it extends to 15-ish%. Here's some pictures of the site. This is an aerial photo showing the overall general area. The site itself is very picturesque. It's got a very substantial driveway. They've done some improvements to it. It's surfaced. It's 4290 and 4291 CAL FIRE compliant. Let me back up. That's a driveway leading to the street from the cultivation site. This is the above ground reservoir. I don't know what the gallon capacity is, but I do know that that's going to be their primary water source if their use permit's approved. Cultivation area is on a fairly flat part of the site. This is looking uphill, so Bachelor Valley Road would be behind the photograph. Here's another shot of the cultivation site. Proposed site plan. It's got a loop driveway on the property that's existing. Cultivation site, again, is on the flat part. It would consist of, I believe it's 30,000 square feet of plants inside of the 6 greenhouses. So this would be exclusively a mixed light development. Points of concern raised in the appeal. First was dark skies. Second is dredging, excavating, and grading. Third is water availability. Fourth is stormwater discharge. And fifth is failure to create proper record. We've actually addressed each of those 5 points of appeal in the memo that you have, and we feel that each one is refutable. Dark skies are required to put in screening, blackout film, and lights that comply with the mixed light lighting standard, which are minimal wattages. If they exceed the wattage maximums, it then becomes a different type of cultivation. It becomes an indoor cultivation rather than a mixed light. Dredging, excavating, and grading concerns. They've dredged this pond for years. This is an annual thing. They have county approval to dredge. We don't have an issue with it whatsoever. The grading that the appellant has claimed occurred last year is an annual event. And again, it is permitted. Water availability, they've already proven their water rights, so we're satisfied with their ability to provide irrigation water. And it's legal, they have the water right, and I think they've had it for quite a while. I don't remember what year it took effect. Stormwater discharge, they provided us with engineered soil erosion control, grading and drainage plans, so we're satisfied with what we've received from them. And then failure to create proper record, we actually did provide the item that Attorney Ross had indicated that we failed to provide. It was part of the record of the Planning Commission's decision. So as far as conformance, they have to comply with the general plan, the Upper Lake Nice area plan, and the Lake County zoning ordinance, primarily Article 27, subsection AT. Environmental analysis, we did a mitigated negative declaration. We sent it to the state. We received all the comments. Potential impacts that we raised were air quality, biological, cultural, and tribal, geological, geology and soils, hazardous and hazardous materials, noise, primarily during construction or use of fans within the greenhouse, and mandatory findings of significance, which are cumulative summation of all of the above. So our original recommendation was to not deny the appeal. We felt that the 5 points of appeal were refutable and that we had refuted them properly and adequately within the board's memo. And to uphold the Planning Commission dated May 23rd, 2019, approve use permit UP 18-39, and to adopt mitigated negative declaration 1852. So that concludes my presentation.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Mr. Porter, is it true that your office did not provide the name Michael R. Smith to the Lake County Sheriff's Office for live scan processing?
We don't provide the information to the sheriff's department. We require the applicant to take care of that on their own. In this case, the applicant, Vivian Smith, has cleared LiveScan. We verified that. Mr. Smith, according to the sheriff's department, apparently has not applied for LiveScan.
Okay, you confirmed that with Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yesterday.
Did you have any requirement that an owner of a property benefited by an approved use also submit their name to LiveScan?
We've already answered that, and the answer is no.
Okay, you have no requirement of that.
No.
And based upon the information that's been supplied to your department, does the planning department have any issues or concerns with respect to Michael R. Smith's criminal record and the connection between his criminal background as documented?
Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask that we can't just,
The applicant
go into
is-
somebody's background and history just as a drive-by here. It's not relevant, and I respectfully request that we try to stay on the task of the appeal rather
And I
than
do
some
agree
of
with
this
that. It's been stated that Vivian Smith is the applicant that needed to have the background, and
I understand that, your Supervisor Simon, but you also understand what a straw transaction is, correct? And you should understand, if you don't, that it's quite possible for an applicant to conceal relevant information in order to get a much desired and very commercially valuable permit. And let me turn my attention back to Mr. Porter. Mr. Porter, in the course of your work on this project, did you ever take a look at the deed that showed who owns the property benefited by this project?
Yes.
When did you take a look at that deed?
I don't remember the exact date. It's part of the review process.
Is that process at the beginning, or is that a process that you undertook recently?
But I don't understand the relevance. He was listed as the owner. The ordinance requires that the applicant and any employees of the use submit to the LiveScan. And that is what staff followed. We've received additional information regarding the background of the owner of the property. The ordinance does not address that.
which is irrelevant at this point.
Well, that's again, going back to my initial statement, that's your board. The planning department, the community development department approved this project based on the passing LiveScan background check of the applicant in accordance with our ordinance. And we're gonna stand at that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes,
So,
Supervisor Brown.
here's the thing, and I just want to, again, I want to be respectful to Mr. Ross too, but I vividly remember this conversation because I said, there's going to be a lot of ways to get around this. And they do. As a property owner who had somebody that I sold property to as a lien holder, I tried to get lien holders to be able to sign off, property owners, everybody to have all this. And it was decided by the board, the applicant would go through this process, and so that's what they've done. But the other thing is, and Anita can weigh in on this, I have a level of discomfort for having our staff called as a witness as if this were some court proceeding. Normally, Mr. Ross would have questions, he would ask that of the chair, all of his questions, and then we would turn to staff and ask them to answer them. To be cross-examined or examined by an attorney, or anyone for that matter, by staff, I think is inappropriate in this setting.
Go ahead, Anita.
Your board determines the way the procedure occurs. It's not inappropriate if your board allows it to allow counsel to question a witness, just as you would allow Mr. DeLeon, who's here in a representative capacity to some degree, or any member of community development, to ask questions directly of a witness that Mr. Ross might have. What you're not allowed to do is allowed only one side. You'd have to extend that courtesy to everyone. So it's a little bit different than when you sit in your legislative capacity. Here, you're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity.
so
That's
we
what
could
that
determine
is
the
for.
process. I just,
Yeah.
you know, I just want to avoid the whole thing of, you have an attorney ask somebody, so did you find out from the owner of the property how many times he's beaten his wife? It implies something, even though he may have never done that. So I don't think that we should provide an opportunity for that.
Supervisor Brown, that's not a question I've posed here.
I
So-
realize that.
And this
It's
is
the
an
same thing.
evidentiary-
he was being
Realize
hypothetical
his-
on that one.
His criminal background, you asked that, it's the same thing.
Go ahead, Anita.
Certainly, community development can object to the relevance of something. Certainly, your board can close down an area of inquiry if you determine it's not relevant to your decisions here today. So you
And that's
retain the
what-
power of how this hearing
that's
goes
exactly what
forward.
we were
But
going
it
towards.
is de novo, it is evidentiary, so
And it is consistent with other cases that we've heard with Mr. Ross too, where the criminal background of his client was asked, and we said, no, that's not appropriate. It's inappropriate. So I think it's inappropriate here as well.
My client was
I'm in
not a
agreement
permit
with that.
applicant.
What's that?
My client in that matter was not a permit applicant.
We were going
It
to
doesn't matter.
stick
It was
to,
you're missing
through the
the point.
ordinance, with what it was. The applicant is Vivian Smith, and that's the way we're going to move forward with this.
Understood. But the timing and the extent to which the County of Lake may have failed to observe its obligations under Business Professions Code 26057 and the other state statutes that require a vetting of cannabis permit applicants. I'm just trying to establish a timeline. The County of Lake Planning Department is not a target here, and none of my questions were couched in a prejudicial way, in an overly prejudicial way. I've asked relevant questions in order to determine the state of the county's knowledge when it took certain actions. And I have an obligation to my client to do that. This is an evidentiary hearing. This is being recorded. This may end up in a transcript someday. A party to this proceeding may decide to take further legal action. It's important that the board hear the facts and the evidence that supports those facts. And
excuse
Anita,
me, and yet
go
your
ahead.
board determines relevance, and, if council or any party feels that your board didn't consider enough evidence, that can certainly be the basis for any subsequent appeal. But your board runs these proceedings and determines what evidence you believe is relevant to your decision at hand.
And I think at this point, making that determination is sticking to the applicant that had to go through the process, through the live scan. I think that's the pertinent information at this point, as far as that goes, so. Supervisor Brown?
And then I think asking the questions directly
To me.
to the chair is how we should proceed as well, if the rest of the board feels that way.
And that could be a tad heavy-handed in a quasi-judicial proceeding. But again,
Okay.
it's up to your board.
Well, whatever you advise. I mean, I know we've done that in the past, and that's,
Well, you've done that for legislative things, certainly, but here, again, this is an evidentiary hearing, so your board can allow each side to question. Your board, again, remains the final arbiter of whether the question's relevant to your decision-making and can close it down, but there's no requirement that these questions be directed first to the chair.
unless we're going to determine after each question whether it's relevant before staff answers it. If it's asked of staff, it's implied that they should answer it right away.
Well, your board can just direct staff to wait and take a breath, so
Okay.
you can decide, so.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Then that's how we'll proceed.
Yep.
Continue.
So, Mr. Porter, excuse the interruption. Is it true and accurate that Michael Smith has not been submitted to live scan, to your knowledge?
He's not an applicant, so what is it relevant?
I thought we'd already answered this.
So I would like to ask that if you want to question the collection of information based on the process that is required of our staff due to our ordinance, that is one thing, but you're asking a question that I feel is not relevant to the process that our staff is required to follow based on the ordinance. You're going beyond the ordinance at this point, because the ordinance requires the applicant and employees to go through a specific process, and you are bringing in somebody outside of this process and questioning this. And I feel that that is an unnecessary process for us to adhere to right now. And I feel like it feels like the tone of these questions based on things that are outside of the process that we require staff to go through, which is already a pretty thorough process for these types of use permits, that we are no longer looking at the use permit itself. We are now having a discussion about people. And that to me is an irrelevant process that I do not want to see here. And I feel like it is a very almost coercive tone towards our staff that I don't think is required right now.
Well, we as a board, obviously, we're going to move forward. I think we as
I
a
agree.
board, we will move forward, like we said, with the pertinent information which we talked about. So,
Okay. I want to make sure the record accurately reflects everything that's said here. Mr. Porter, what defines applicant in the planning department's work on these matters? Is it information that a person seeking a permit puts on a form, or is there some other process whereby you look at how the term applicant is defined under your ordinance?
Yep.
go ahead, Nick.
The applicant is typically the representative for a project. In this case, the primary point of contact was Trey Sherrill, the consultant who's here today. However, Vivian Smith is the official applicant and the name that's on the file.
Thank you.
Okay. So understand correctly, you rely on the information that folks who want to get permits put on their application forms in determining who the applicant is. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Very good. And in this instance, no person named Michael Smith identified himself as an applicant in relation to this project, correct?
Just to reiterate, I think that has been determined at this point, and even by the board, that the applicant is Vivian Smith, stated more than once.
Yeah. But the witness has indicated that there was a contact person, Trey Sherrill, this individual person as well.
As a
And I want to
consultant.
make sure, as a consultant to Vivian Smith, I want to inquire as to whether Michael Smith, the owner of the property benefited by this permit, may have participated in the process as well. I think that's that's fair game.
Go ahead, Eric.
To the extent that we met Mr. and Mrs. Smith on the site, minimal involvement. His role was to show us around the site, and he, other than that one isolated day, has had no involvement, direct contact, etc., other than an occasional inquiry regarding the status of the project via email.
How many emails have you received regarding the status of this project from Michael Smith?
Go ahead.
I would guess 3, possibly 4.
And you testified a moment ago that Mr. Smith participated in a site inspection with you as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Smith communicate any instructions in your presence about this project?
I've been listening to the questions, just hoping there'll be something relevant at some point, and I'm still not. He's not an applicant.
That would bring it back to the
You're
applicant.
appealing the application, right?
We're his friends there too.
Listen, the ordinance covers the ordinance covers the applicant and their employees.
Were his children there too?
And just for clarification.
Supervisor
Sabatier,
Sabatier, your questions are less relevant than my questions.
excuse me, respect for the Board of Supervisors at all times.
I don't like the tone of the questions. I don't like that this has, again, it says applicant on the ordinance. If you want to bring in whoever you feel has a connection to the applicant that happens to have a checkered background, this can go deep into a rabbit hole for any application, for any purpose, whether it's cannabis, housing, or business, at any point in time that follows this same situation with this ordinance that says the applicant and employees must have fingerprint background checks. I feel like we are, this is, I don't like the tone of the questions because the end is going after a person rather than the actual use permit. That's the way that I feel.
And what we'd like to stick to, which we've made very clear, Mr. Ross, the applicant is Vivian Smith, and that's what we're going to move forward with. And your constant line of questioning on Michael Smith, I was hoping you were going to bring it around too with a question on something about the applicant.
Well, I want to go a little further on that because like Bruno said, it's going after a person who's not the applicant. But my concern is greater than that, that it feels, your questions are implying that, our staff, who I am responsible for, that I am defensive over, have done something wrong by not doing these things that you're asking. So, and I know you're shaking your head, and that maybe that's not the case. That's the way the questions are coming across.
That's the way
And
it
at some
feels.
point, I'm not gonna sit here and have our staff badgered. It's badgering. You're badgering them. Did you do this? Did you do that? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that?
No,
It's not-
the Supervisor,
it's not
Ron, you're mischaracterizing the questions.
We've been through this for
characterizing the
30
way I
minutes
see
and
it.
gotten nowhere,
Yeah.
so.
Well, truth takes time, and following the law takes the time. Takes
Anita?
time to establish facts.
If your board finds a line of questioning is irrelevant to your decision-making, you may simply foreclose that line of questioning.
And at this
That's
point,
the end of it.
excellent.
I'm going to suggest, I'm going to take the hard stance here because I'm going to ask that staff not answer any questions unless it relates to the applicant or the application.
All of these questions relate to
I'm in
the
agreement.
application.
Yes. One more time, Mr. Ross, we'll stick to the line of questioning on Vivian Smith, the applicant for this major use permit.
Mr. Porter, your ordinance requires your conditions of use. Do you have your conditions of use available?
Conditions of approval, not conditions of use.
Conditions of approval.
He's referring to Exhibit E.
Yes, which we have. Thank you.
That document was also attached as Exhibit B to the submission that was delivered to your board this morning. It's the same document. You have that document available, Mr. Porter?
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2, paragraph 9 of the document. As a point of fact, this document is your work product, correct?
Our work product is what I would suspect, since it's pulled directly from the ordinance.
Yeah. Well, after a number of years of working with Mr. Porter, he's been my office's source for this document, and I've assumed that, and I've been told that it's his work product. And at the last hearing we were at, it was his work product as well. Mr. Porter, is this your work product?
It's a county ordinance. Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
Okay. And condition 9 on page 2, that condition is based upon the Lake County governing ordinance, correct?
Yes.
And is it not the case, Mr. Porter, that applicants and their employees are required to undergo background checks by Lake County Sheriff's Department? It's a yes or no question.
What we were looking to do was keep the line of questioning to the applicant, obviously, and employees. I don't know where this line of questioning is going.
Well, it's relevant to the conditions of approval prepared by staff in relation to.
Any of us can answer that, that is true. It's the applicant and their employees.
And I thought we were provided
They're
material
yes or no
from
questions.
you.
They're not hard. They're not trick questions.
The ordinance speaks for itself.
Yes.
So there is an ordinance, and that's what it says.
In section 9.
Could we get to the point of this line of questioning?
I'll get to my point in due time, Supervisor Sabatier.
Excuse
Make
me,
it
once
quick.
again, the due
Yes.
time is up to your board, not to council. So, again, civility in these proceedings is a mandate, it's not a request.
Has any work been done in relation to this project to vet any persons other than Vivian Smith in relation to this project?
Yes.
What other persons?
Consultant Trey Sherrill has been my primary point of contact on this project.
Any other humans?
Other than what I stated earlier, no.
Very good. No further questions for Mr. Porter.
Thank you.
Does the county have anything further you wish to submit?
Excuse
not
me,
your-
yeah.
Go ahead, Anita.
Let the community development decide what they may wish to submit, and also, if your board has any follow-up questions for community development at this point, you may ask them or reserve that right for later.
Any questions for community development at this point?
Not at this moment.
We don't have any further to add.
Further information? All right.
Other than I will add that I do appreciate the time from community development spent with me to review this appeal process for the questions that I did have.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. All right, I've got some questions for Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, could you please state your residential address?
Business.
9243 Leviti Court. We're going to have to do something about the microphones. Sam, do you?
They moved it over.
Okay.
Yes. I live in Elk Grove. My address is 9243 Leviti Court.
Excuse me just a moment.
I'd like
Yes.
to make a request that, and this is due to the tone that I feel, as well to the board, to community development, and as well to now the applicant, that the goal of your questions be directed to the Board of Supervisors so that we can just go directly to the final response. I feel you're digging towards the same goal from your 3 separate lines of questions. So can you please just get to that point and direct it to us? I do not like the feel, and sorry, but feelings sometimes are very personal, and I don't like it.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Go ahead,
Just as
Anita.
a point of procedure.
Yes.
See, Community Development has closed their presentation in chief. They have nothing further to present. That's correct?
Yes.
All right. Then it is the appellant's opportunity to begin his case. Apparently, appellant is not making any presentation of what it attempts to prove. It's just going right in to assume it can cross-examine the applicant.
No, I figured we'd get the fact questions answered first, and then we would do our presentation.
Well, if you have a
But that's up to
presentation,
your board, so.
we would like to hear your presentation on your appeal. Go ahead, Rob.
Anita, does the applicant have any obligation at all to answer any questions?
The applicant can testify to what she wishes to, but initially what you need to do is get a presentation from the appellant so your board can determine relevance and also if you have questions as to whether a particular witness is going to have testimony relevant to you, you can always ask counsel to give you an offer of proof, which is why this is relevant before the questions begin. But if the appellant says no, that she's been sworn in to testify.
But she's been sworn to testify that what she testifies is true and correct.
That's right, but the
Not that
appellant.
she has to give her personal address.
No, well, and the appellant, well, the address of the property would be correct. But the appellant at this point is still entitled to the same rights under the Constitution as everyone else, and no appellant has to be badgered or answer questions they feel are inappropriate. Your board can factor that into your decision-making, of course.
And this is a quasi-judicial hearing, is not judicial, so there's no contempt of court that can be anticipated if she says, I don't think I want to answer that. And I don't, here's the thing, and again, Mr. Ross, I appreciate what you're doing and your ambitious desire to represent your client. But why would she have to give her personal address? That makes no sense to me at all. I have a real concern about that. Tell us what your appeal is, and then ask the questions. But to ask questions like that takes all the credibility away from the entire process. I'm not giving this any credibility because of those kinds of questions. She doesn't need to give her home address or any other personal information.
I haven't asked for any other personal information.
That's enough. That's the only question you've
Not an
asked. So
unreasonable-
100% of the
it's not
questions
an
you've asked
unreasonable
are
request.
personal.
Mr. Brown, those questions get asked in depositions and court proceedings and
This is-
administrative proceedings all over the state of California.
Okay.
It's not unreasonable.
I think it would be determined by her to be reasonable or not.
Well,
That's
and
what-
if she feels a question is improper, she has the right to
Okay,
respond.
I think that's why I
in a
wanted to make sure she
truthful
knew
manner.
that. I want to make sure she knew that at this point, so.
And I don't want questions directed at the applicant. I would prefer the questions be brought to the board.
We are going to move forward. Do you have a case are you going to give your
Absolutely.
presentation? Well, let's start
Absolutely.
with that, and then we'll go from there.
But why can we not answer factual questions first? What is the problem?
Well, if I knew what the questions were, I could tell you, but.
You might have an
So far, we're not doing well.
Well, but you don't get that. You
That's
don't,
okay.
you don't get to hear the questions.
Here's the process. The community development made its presentation. Now it's time for the appellant to make its presentation, as has already been directed by your board. At that point, the appellant can then call witnesses, and your board has the right to question relevancy and the manner in which all of that is done, just as you do in any other quasi-judicial proceeding in front of you. But what does not happen is someone else directs the proceedings of your board. That remains completely your choice. So if you want a presentation from the appellant first, your board's requested one, that's on the table, that's a directive, so that's what happens next.
And that's
All
how we're
right.
going to move forward.
I concur with everything Ms. Grant has stated. The documents were filed to lodge this appeal speak for themselves. My client, Mr. Todd Hosfeld, is an adjacent property owner and a property taxpayer in the county of Lake. He's lodged an appeal based upon multiple concerns that fall under the rubric of the County of Lake's ordinances governing a commercial cannabis use of the next door property. All of those issues are raised in the appeal. All of those issues were responded to in Mr. Porter's memo to the staff. This case is different from other cases for the following reason. This case has a property owner with a record of conviction of serious felonies involving cannabis production illegal and possession of firearms illegal.
Is this person's name anywhere on the application?
This person's name is on the deed to the subject property to which a use permit would attach.
In which our ordinance states does not have to go through a background check, so
That's not what your ordinance states.
No, but you're
Supervisor
speaking
Sabatier.
of their background check, and I don't see anything that says, it says all applicants and/or employers shall undergo a background check by the Lake County Sheriff Department. I get it that this person has a checkered past, but at the same time, I fail to see why that information for the fourth time needs to be raised when we keep telling you and keep showing you on the ordinance that that is not something that we can, that changes anything.
Well,
Your other points for the dark skies, for the water, and all that other stuff, those are points that I'd love to hear your presentation on as far as what your perspective is on those. But a individual that just happens to own a property and is not on the application, nor is an employee that we're aware of as of now, is not something that matters at this moment in time and is irrelevant to the conversation, and I'd love to move on.
And I'd really, I'd like to ask you to please defer your feelings until I complete my presentation.
I have been for about 45 minutes, and my feelings are only getting stronger.
Well, yeah, you're a sensitive guy. And at the, you know, maybe you're forgetting that you're sitting in a quasi-judicial context, not a legislative and not an electoral context, and you need to receive the evidence before you make a decision.
I remember very well where I'm sitting.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
And I think we've clarified our position, and it keeps being reinstated here, Mr. Ross. What we are talking about today, obviously, is the applicant for the major use, and you keep deviating to the owner of the property. We are here today to talk about Vivian Smith, who is the applicant on the major use permit that we are talking about today, and we've reiterated that multiple times.
And I've
You can
understood it
stick to
each and
that.
every time.
Well, I don't know if you've understood that, because it keeps coming back to that line of questioning. If we could just continue on, what we're looking to try and do is get through this. I agree with Supervisor Sabatier, we can go through the rest of those things. Let's keep moving in that direction, please.
I'm trying, and I'd like to finish before I get interrupted again.
Well, you will be interrupted again if you do not speak to the applicant, not the owner of the property.
We've submitted objections on the basis of this project's failure to comply with Lake County ordinances, and we've submitted additional information, factual information, documents, and state statutes that govern in addition to the County of Lakes ordinance. In order to shorten matters, simplify things, I submitted this morning a number of exhibits. Each of those documents stands on their own. Item A is information that was transmitted to the County of Lake Community Development Department as soon as we were able to refer this matter to the attention of the Lake County Sheriff's Office, and I communicated to Director De Leon, Sheriff Brian Martin's recommendation that the individual identified with respect to this property be subjected to the same live scan vetting process that Vivian Smith was subjected to.
Vivian
so
Smith
that-
is the
So
applicant.
that be submitted to the same live scan process that Vivian Smith was submitted to and successfully completed before a commercial cannabis project, permit be issued in relation to this project. The documents submitted to the County of Lake and to Sheriff Martin are certified copies of court records from Sacramento Superior Court showing a conviction on multiple felonies of Michael Smith.
We are not talking about Michael Smith. We are talking about
I
Vivian Smith,
understand,
the
but you have to hear the
applicant
truth.
of the major
You
use
have to
permit.
hear the truth.
We have the
You have to hear the
information.
facts. Very
Thank
good.
you, we have received
Now,
that. But we have made it
Exhibit
very
B.
clear.
Exhibit B, Lake County Conditions of Approval, 12-page document. The document speaks for itself. Exhibit C, California Business and Professions Code, Section 26057. That is the state statute that governs cannabis applications in Lake County as well. That statute governs whether applicants and their employees will qualify for either issuance of a permit or participation in a permitted project. The Lake County zoning ordinance, Exhibit E, attached to my letter this morning, specifies the county findings required for approval of a major use permit. 5.51.4A, the establishment, maintenance, operation of the use applied for will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use. Mr. Hosfeld is a property owner residing in that neighborhood. The issues raised by the proposed use of this property in Bachelor Valley for a substantial greenhouse installation are dealt with in the appeal paperwork and in the presentation by Mr. Porter. The issuance of a permit to a felon with weapons convictions.
The permit is not to
or
the
the
felon.
spouse-
Vivian Smith.
Or the spouse of a felon who was present when the county inspected the site.
You obviously
was
aren't
involved.
hearing what we have said multiple times. We're asking you to talk about Vivian Smith,
I
who
know.
is the applicant for this major use.
I know,
I can solve this
and I'm
problem.
making a
I can
record.
solve this problem very easily. Ms. Smith, I'm sorry about the questions that are happening right now. However, there is a checkered past, and nobody on that property is allowed who doesn't pass fingerprints. Nobody, even the owner, is not allowed on that property because of the activity without passing fingerprints. That is why we have the fingerprints portion in our ordinance. That is why the state makes sure that you pass fingerprints as well for your state licensing. If he happens to be on there during an inspection, that we're there, which I hope we do surprise inspections, then you will lose your application and your permit for this, because that would be a violation of our ordinance. It's as simple as that. We can't do more than what's on there unless we change what's on there and start saying we need to fingerprint the owner. At this moment in time, the state will still provide her a license because it does not say owner of property in order to get a state license, just like it doesn't say you need to have the owner go through fingerprints for a county license. That is the only way that we can solve this, but at this moment in time, we're talking with Ms. Smith and no one else, and there's nothing that the name that you want to bring up will change because it does not affect the ordinance or the end result.
What is the, can you cite that in the ordinance, what you just stated? Just so we have it on the record.
I don't have a specific, but
We need that, if we're gonna make that claim, we
Say
need
that,
that,
we
yeah.
definitely need it. Maybe Eric can help with that. But at this point, the applicant is Vivian Smith, like
I
we've stated
understand that.
multiple times.
I understand that.
What I don't like is that
Hear what you're
we
saying.
got 7 or 8 potential arguments, again, dark skies, water, watershed, water storage, water storm drainage. Those are things that I don't mind discussing and having a conversation about. This just came out yesterday and seems like a last-ditch effort to try to really stop this rather than still arguing what truly is a part of the use permit.
Mr. Hosfeld would like to respond to your feelings and your concerns. Supervisor Sabatier.
Hi, Todd Hausfeld. I own the property across the road and down the hill from the applicant's property. When I came to the Planning Commission meeting, kind of absolutely an amateur and not having any idea what was going on, I saw a really slick presentation. It looked great. And then I also saw some things that weren't factually correct, to my knowledge, which made me believe that perhaps the procedure that was going through the county wasn't exactly being done carefully. We, in order to figure out what was actually going on, we filed this appeal and have been doing a lot of investigation in the meantime to figure out what's happening. It is a given that cannabis cultivation it's a legitimate business. It's clearly a big income stream for the county. I understand that. I understand why you want to grant applications for grows, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I do think, however, when I first came to the Planning Commission meeting, My concern, the concerns of my neighbors, were that the project be, because of its large scale, be done in a way that the environmental impact was reasonable, and that our health and safety concerns about water pollution, about, our wells going dry, were addressed. What's come to light is a situation where we believe that the applicant and her husband are actually running this business together, that there was a lack of truthfulness on the applicant's part about how this business was going to be run, and that what it does is it shows. So look, I think, somebody goes to jail, they do their time, they absolutely deserve a chance to kind of come back and, kind of work through things. If we've got a situation, however, where there's a person who is a felon and then continues to lie on the record and doesn't follow the rules, we've got someone who's not going to follow the rules going through. I don't think that no matter how much money the county is making from the permits, I don't think the county is actually policing the permits very carefully. And so our fears are that we've got someone who's less than honest, who's running this thing, and they are not going to follow either the letter or the spirit of the law going forward. That this particular project and this particular applicant is in fact someone that we shouldn't trust in a situation like this, which is dangerous. The other thing I'd like to point out...
I shouldn't trust Ms. Smith?
I think that Mrs. Smith and...
I think you're doing the same thing your lawyer's doing.
I absolutely am. I think that you guys have an obligation to the community, to the taxpayers and voters. And I'd like to point out that the Smiths do not live in Lake County, and they will not be there. They don't care if they poison the wells or the dam breaks or whatever happens around us. You have an obligation to those of us who live in the community to make sure that your interests in granting this permit and collecting the fees outbalance the threats to the people in the community.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Any questions for Mr. Husfeld on anything he's addressed right now?
No, I think at this point, which I've been trying to be very clear with, is we have a major use permit. You had some issues with the use permit. We've tried to keep you in line with the applicant as this process has been gone through. Community Development has presented the information. I understand feelings. I've heard feelings from the board. I've heard feelings from the applicant. What we're doing is moving through the process. We've made that very clear. We're talking about the applicant, not the applicant's husband, not the applicant's friends. We're keeping on that line of questioning as we move through this process. If you have other issues which you presented to us, dark sky, other things, if you'd like to go through those, we can. They presented their case, you've seen the response, and let's move through the process here.
Okay. We'll move forward, and I applaud Mr. Husfeld for stating his testimony under oath truthfully to your board. Now, Exhibit F attached this morning. Lake County, your predecessors, your board has declared Lake County a dark sky destination. Through much work submitted by Supervisor Steele and others, Lake County has marketed itself as a county in which visitors can enjoy a particular ambiance with our dark skies. When this appeal was filed without any knowledge of Mr. Smith's criminal background, the appeal was based upon technical issues and compliance issues with the project. In order to supplement or to show that dark sky is an actual issue or an actual desirable factor about a place like County, I've submitted to your board a Washington Post article that shows and details how important dark sky locations are in Northern America. That's Exhibit G. Exhibit H shows some scientific work, some research work being done regarding the value and the benefit of and the Scarcity of Dark Sky Destinations, a Journal of Environmental Management article. Exhibit J, K, and L are communications we made to the County of Lake regarding the dark sky aspect of the conditions of use. And I would respectfully submit to your board that the conditions of use in their current version are not specific enough, nor are they understandable enough to actually be enforceable. The conditions make reference to a non-existent website, darkskies.org. Your planning staff was kind enough to provide me, it's not Mr. Porter, but Mr. Turner provided me with a corrected citation to a different website that has to do with dark sky regulation. And there are indeed some model ordinances out there that are suggested for the use of jurisdictions seeking to promote themselves or profile themselves as a
Is
dark
that a
sky
Lake County
destination.
ordinance that you're referring to?
Lake County has a dark sky proclamation.
A proclamation, not an ordinance.
There was, I think, a billboard ordinance in Lake County at one time that prohibited upward placement of billboard lighting. I'm not sure if that ordinance is still in effect. It wouldn't have.
But you're referencing to an ordinance where? An ordinance from
I'm
another county
referencing
or
to-
something?
I'll be more specific. Maybe I'm not communicating well. Conditions of approval, page 3 of 8. Aesthetics, B2. I'm reading from the conditions. Prior to a building permit being issued, a lighting plan shall be required that adheres to darkskies.org standards for outdoor lighting. That's obviously a typographical error. There is no such thing as darkskies.org. Planner Turner corrected that informally previously and submitted to my office the documentation that is attached as Exhibit L to my submission of this morning. And Mr. Turner referred to a document called Joint IDA-IES Model Lighting Ordinance with User's Guide. Now, that's a 44-page document. Mr. Turner was never more specific about how that document might arguably pertain with respect to a project in Lake County, but maybe that's a project for a future date. Nevertheless, Mr. Hosfeld and neighbors who are present and here today to testify about this matter have concerns, as do all neighbors to permitted uses, of this particular project being conducted in a way that's not protective of Lake County's gifts and blessings, or in a way that does not observe the rules. And their discovery at a belated date that the applicant's spouse has felony convictions for weapons possession enhances their concern about the project. And those witnesses can testify about that, notwithstanding Supervisor Sabatier's concerns about that. I think Mr. Hosfeld correctly and succinctly pointed out that as you sit here today, you have a legal obligation to the citizens of Lake County to balance the applicant's goals and the county's revenue concerns with the lifestyle and quality of life and personal safety issues that these new projects oftentimes inject into a residential community. Again, the bad acts or the bad deeds that Supervisor Sabatier glosses over are multiple weapons convictions, and they were substantial enough
Once
to.
again, we want to stick
You can
to the
disregard
applicant
you can
giving
disregard
statement.
it, you can disregard it.
We
or
have
give
the
it further away.
information.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you should hear it, and public should hear it as well. These are genuine concerns. The rules as they're currently being promulgated here with respect to the dark skies issue are not enforceable in their current, that condition is not enforceable, it's too vague, and an attorney might someday tell you that. And you really ought to, my last closing comment before asking questions of witnesses, would be to encourage you to remember that today you're sitting to balance the interests of these parties, not to interject your personal feelings pro or contra into this legal proceeding. They don't belong here. They may be better suited for other times, but not today. And to hear the concerns that Mr. Hosfeld has raised and the concerns that his neighbors have about this particular project. And it seems that in the haste for closure and approval and the return of another permit fee, the board seems to move from being gatekeepers to toll takers at the bridge.
Appreciate your speculation
No,
on those things.
it's not speculation.
Yeah, it's, you're speculating, you're making comments. What we'd like to do is stick to the appeal as you move forward. Your personal comments, if you could stick to the case, that would be great.
I'm sticking to the case.
That's what we're asking for.
Mr. Chair, just by way of housekeeping, it is now almost 11:15. I don't know how long this proceeding's going to go, but your board may want to look at stopping at a good time and then continuing rather than starting testimony and having to stop midway through. Again, that's a decision that's actually up to you. You don't need to take a straw poll.
Well, we had talked about, obviously, the way the agenda is moving today. We will be taking a lunch, so we can get a break. So whether we take that lunch at 12 or 12:15, does the board?
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you share with him or no? But
No.
I have an appointment at 1 o'clock that I have at the hospital, just real brief consultation there. That
So maybe we'll go until 12:30? Yeah, we'll go till 12:30, and you think that'll?
It's going to be really quick, yeah.
Okay. So we'll work until 12:30 at this point, and then come back and continue at 1:30 this afternoon. So that would give us about 45 minutes to keep working here. And if it's not completed, we'll come back and complete it this afternoon. So, but we are going to take a lunch break at 12:30, come back at 1:30. Okay. You're
I was under the
completed, Mr.
understanding we
Ross?
were going till 12, and now are you saying we're going to 12:30?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, we'll,
All right.
we have that right to, make
Mr.
the
Smith
decision
is-
when we're going to end
Certainly.
here.
Mr. Michael Smith is here. I'd like to ask him some questions.
I thought we established earlier that we were going to go with the
I understand.
applicant, Vivian Smith, and they also have the right to whether, answer the questions or not.
Certainly, but you need to let a question be posed.
No.
No.
And
We have been
and if
very
you-
clear, the applicant is Vivian Smith.
Understood.
I don't know how to be any clearer with that statement.
Mr. Chair, again, I'm not aware that any witnesses were subpoenaed to your board, which is possible, but hasn't been done here. So the appearance of any witness, other than the county people, would be voluntary on their part. Your board can always ask for an offer of proof if you question the relevance of any particular witness's testimony. Failing that, you will have to hear a question before you can determine whether it's relevant.
Okay.
And I concur to what Ms. Grant has advised the board. Please bring Mr. Smith forward. He's in the second row. And I'll ask him a question, and the board can deal with the relevancy issues when a question has been posed.
The board doesn't have to call anyone. If Mr. Ross wants someone to come up and testify, he can make the request. If the person's here and is willing to testify, they can.
I don't wish to testify.
Thank you.
I am not the applicant.
Absent a subpoena, your board can't compel that testimony.
He wasn't going to, that's fine. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where, any more questions at this point?
Yeah, Ms. Smith, do you have any employees for your cannabis operation at 10544 Bachelor Valley Road?
Not at this time.
And is Mr. Smith employed in any way, shape, or form with your cannabis production?
No.
Mr. Smith is your spouse?
Once again, I think we can make clear, if you heard the direction of county council, you know, this is, you have a decision whether to answer the question or not.
I wish not to answer.
Okay, well. The board is allowed to take inferences from a witness's stated desire not to respond to questions. Whether or not you choose to do that, you're allowed to infer
I think
whether or
Anita's
not.
the one that directs us for what we.
I've already told your
Yes.
board that earlier in the proceedings, so yes, your board can consider what you want. I'll also say that, you know, you have findings that you have to make with regard to a major use permit, and the evidence that you take in that regard, you may find some evidence relevant in that regard that you don't find relevant in another. Those things are all up to your board as you are the fact finder in these particular proceedings.
Thank you, Anita.
Okay, very good.
Mr.
I
Rice.
have no further presentation.
Excellent, thank you very much. Now, I know that what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and open this up to the folks who stood up and swore, who would like to provide testimony on this issue. So if you'd come to the, please state your name.
I'm Lynn Hughes. I live at 10335 Bachelor Valley Road. I have a couple of concerns about the project. One is the earthen dam that at our commission's meeting was said to be engineered. And as the creek from the dam runs through the back of my property, and my property is considered fringe flood and floodplain, I'm concerned about the stability and the security, because this creek is not a little trickly creek during rainstorms. It is forceful, and if you went into it, it would take you off your feet. So that, my concern is the safety of that dam, and if that were to fail, that earthen dam, Bachelor Valley Road is the only way in and out during heavy rain, because Winter Springs always floods. And there's only two ways in and out of the valley. My other concern and question is about, no one's kind of talked about the processing that I believe, was included in their application. And I believe that there are 3 or 4 ways to process. I don't remember exactly, but I am concerned if benzene is going to be used.
I believe it's processing and not manufacturing.
Oh, I'm sorry, processing of the cannabis plant into oil,
That would be manufacturing,
No.
and they're asking for a processing license.
Okay, so
So
the
that would be
difference-
breaking down the buds into marijuana joints or other things, but not
Okay, so
manufacturing and distilling.
nothing with the chemical stuff.
No.
Okay, thank you. And my other concern is, it's just huge. It's just huge. It's bigger than my house. 40 by 120 feet and 6 huge buildings on that sidescape. I'm kind of wondering, not only is it visibly not so good, but if it's not going to set a precedent for the rest of the valley. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I got some, I don't know if I have questions. First of all, thank you for asking questions that actually have some relevance to it, whether or not they're. The dam issue, this whole dam discussion, has got me questioned that, to make sure, are you downstream from that? Okay. I assumed that, but you didn't say that, but I assumed that was the case. And do we know how many acre feet that dam is and how long it's been there?
It says 2.3 on the report.
No, that's how much they get to use off of it.
Okay, that's their water
That's the
report.
water.
Yeah.
If I may?
Yeah.
So and this will be covered, so my name is Trey Sherrill, I'm Vivian Smith's consultant. The dam, the water right was originally issued for the pond the water right was issued in 1946. I'm sorry, 1964.
64, yeah.
Yes, sorry. And it was for 3.2 acre feet, but they could only remove 2.3 acre feet from the pond. The rest had to remain in the pond. And so assuming that at that point in time, it was 3.2 acre feet, since 1964, a great amount of sediment has accumulated in the reservoir, so it's much less now.
but I'll cover that in my presentation as well.
Has the, so an operation there doesn't increase the volume of water that comes into it? It's what comes in, holds back, but has it ever failed, or? Okay.
It has a concrete spillway.
Is this one of those dams, does anybody know if this is one of those ponds or dams that was created by the Conservation Corps years ago? I know Henning Lindenblad did a bunch of those, I wasn't sure if that was.
I'm just, maybe I shouldn't speak, but I'm just concerned of the age of it.
If you could come back up to the mic if you do want to say something.
No, I get that, and I get the age of it is as a concern. Is there a requirement that we have, Scott, through Water Resources or anything where that has once it's used for some operation, commercial operation or ag operation, that it's used for, that there's some inspection process on that?
No, there isn't. They depend on the size of the impoundment and the height of the structure. And it hasn't triggered, to my knowledge, it hasn't triggered any state or local review process.
There hasn't been really anybody around.
Yeah, well, my question is, again, another question is, do we have any other instances of stock ponds or irrigation ponds that have been traditionally used for decades and now are gonna be used for another purpose if we've made that a condition? Because I'm not aware of any. No. And the failure of that is, I mean, hopefully that wouldn't be the case, but the failure of that is totally on that landowner that takes that responsibility of making sure that that pond and that dam are held up, not causing harm to somebody downstream, so.
Okay, thank you.
And I think, Rob, in the water rights here, it says, it was recreational fish and culture use of reservoir for domestic use, irrigation of 5 acres less. It kind of goes into that, and what the purpose was irrigation, domestic, recreational, fish culture uses, quite a bit of information in there, so.
Yeah.
Hi, Christopher Taylor, 10434 Bachelor Valley Road. I live right next door to this property. I knew the previous owner pretty well. He had to have water delivered to fill that pond every year. He liked the deer and the animals that came around. It would fill up with the seasonal rains, but then it'd drain out rapidly because there was no liner or such. And as far as his drinking water, he had to have water delivered to tanks by Pivaninska every year, several times during the summer months. And I also have to do that. I have a seasonal well. And I got to know Mr. Smith a little bit, trying to be a good neighbor. And he never once had mentioned that his wife was going to be doing any project there. He always used the words I and me. And at one of the times I was visiting, he told me that he had got a permit to grow cannabis, and I congratulated him on that for being compliant. I said, that's really cool that, you could do that and afford that. Then I got the notice from the county saying that, and he told me he was gonna build a greenhouse and a structure here, a shop structure. And then I got the notice saying that there's gonna be 6 of these large greenhouses. And so that was quite contradictory to what Mr. Smith had told me personally. And as far as employees go, he has a caretaker there who calls himself TJ, who was very disgruntled that this appeal process had happened. And he started phone calling me and sending me texts. And in one of his texts, he actually made a threat to me if I didn't quit trespassing on the property. And I had Mr. Smith's permission to access the property because we have a PG&E service road to the power towers. That road goes behind on my land, and the access, the entry to it is on Mr. Smith's land. So I told him the previous owner and I had an agreement where I'd go through the fence and go up and mow the road. I serviced the road in case there was a fire or such. And I did that 2 weeks before the ranch fire. And the bulldozer driver was very grateful that I had done that so they could find where they were going. But Mr. Smith I told him he should wait on improving this dam till after the fire scarring and such had rinsed out off the mountainsides, because it's prone to flooding the area. And he went ahead and had this pond improved, and sure enough, the big rains happened, and all the silt and scarring all came through my property, and that pond is a problem. So, I wish I had more time, because I have more to say, so.
Sure,
Okay. Good.
Okay.
My name's Andre Ross.
Andre, you'll need to speak into
Andre, you
the
need to speak to the
mic.
board.
I want to ask this witness, or anybody.
You can ask the witness, speaking to the board.
Has
Can you-
anybody from my office ever spoken with this gentleman before today? That's my question.
May I answer?
Yeah,
No?
Okay, very good. Thank you.
thank you.
Do I have to be done?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay.
We'll go through, there's quite a few folks that raised their hands, so we'll get through the process. If we have time, we can bring you back.
Good afternoon. Lance Williams, representing myself and the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. I was wondering if we could see one more time, because we've really gotten off track, what this appeal was really about. Again, from what I understand, there was 5 things that were being looked at, and it looks like I would like to go and back the department that is saying that they should have this approved, and that would be the community development, the planning department, because that's what they had said. I think that it really did go off track, and I would suggest that if there is a loophole that, again, Rob Brown had said, that maybe we should open up this ordinance again, but I don't see it as a problem in any ways.
I didn't say that.
Well, I mean, it sounds
That's not
like.
how I want to spend my last 9 months here.
So the reality, I think, is that this.
Yeah, no.
This cannabis operation has done everything that they need to do, and that is why the building department has okayed this and said that they do not recognize this appeal. I believe that we are going to open up this ordinance, and if there are loopholes and if someone wants to check the property owner, that's something they can do. I think that they've come out and said that they're going to do everything that is requested by our ordinance, and I think that's where you start. We're going to be looking at the hemp ordinance later on, and we're talking about background checks there. I don't think it's at all relevant. I think we need to go back to that if there is nothing right there, dark skies, dredging, water availability, stormwater discharge, failure to create proper record. Those are valid things that are not valid. In other words, what can go wrong here? Are they doing dark skies? I mean, are they going to blast out the light? Are they going to dredge, as it's already been brought up? Well, that's been dredged before. That's legal. Water availability, they've proven it. Stormwater discharge, they have a management plan. Failure to create proper record. That's what we need to really concentrate on. And unfortunately, this has really been kind of a sideshow and sidetracked. So again, I would like to see this thing over with. We have other things to discuss. And I welcome these 2 gentlemen in front of me to maybe help with when the ordinance is opened up to look at. I guess my only question is, did any one of these 2 gentlemen, were they helping with the original ordinance? So let's go from here. Let's just let this thing go through and go from there. And again, it's really been a long hour of the same questioning by Andre Ross. And it sounds like he did not have an argument, because this is what was put to the public's attention. This is what I looked at before coming in, and this one looks like it passes in all ways. So thank you so much, and again, this has been quite aggravating for the audience, and it just really, if I had anything I could listen to, from this gentleman right in front of me, I can't hear it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Is there anyone else that raised their hand and was sworn in that would like to come speak?
So my name's Sean Dole. I own a property next door, 45 acres, And my life, blood, years, were put into this property to homestead it with my husband. And my husband died last year, and so I've been like trying to re-dream the dream, and just learning about this cannabis, particularly that the owner has not been vetted, really has a huge impact on me. I've been working with different people about different ideas for my property, including like a farm school for kids and all kinds of things. And just learning about this and having the safety of the community, of the area, I really feel threatened and feel scared. I feel like I need to leave Lake County. I'm not happy about it at all, and I'm not. And this whole idea to push things through, it's like it's got a huge impact. You know, it's not just about I'm not even against cannabis, but I am against scary and sundry people with assault weapons. That really does have a big impact on me. And so I'm really like one of the people in the group that's discounted and laughed at as having concerns. And I have concerns, and I have feelings. It's like my life is into this land, and this is where I'm. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just?
Go ahead, Tim.
I would have to say we're not discounting your feelings or your plans. Absolutely not. What we're trying to do is look at this ordinance and how it's written and their plan. I just want to say we're not discounting your feelings. We just have to look at how our ordinance was written and if they're following the rules that we have written in our ordinance.
And I will also go along with those. We establish an ordinance. There is a process. Community development has worked through that. We're trying to establish an industry that was approved by the voters of California, and we're looking to establish that here as a opportunity in Lake County. And we definitely know that folks are very passionate, either on one side or the other of this issue, and having these appeals and other things, yeah, we definitely are not trying to discount anybody's feelings, and we would appreciate nobody clapping one way or the other. It's a public forum, respect each other. When you leave here, you can do whatever you want outside and high five, whatever, but being respectful of others, because everybody's opinion is valued in this process.
If you're going to high five, though, wash your hands immediately.
Yes, please. Yeah, I just encouraged something we shouldn't. All right. Okay, is there anyone else? Would you like to come up again, sir?
Well, actually, yeah.
Okay, giving you the opportunity.
Going back to the applicant and the owner.
We're talking about the applicant, and we made that very clear.
Okay, I have only dealt with the owner and what has been said to me by him and his employee. In one of these conversations, I was told that I cost the employee $35,000 and cost the owner $200,000 by having this process, this appeal be going on. And they lost a whole season. I have nothing against growing pot. It just seems this amount in this neighborhood, there's plenty of other places it could have been. This is like a bedroom community. 6 giant greenhouses is ridiculous. And also on the property to the other side of me, there was a large cannabis grow at one time, and there was gunplay and kidnapping that happened. And,
That was an illegal-
I'm afraid that,
That was an illegal operation.
it was an illegal operation, yes, but just, when the word goes out, there's a lot of pot growing over there, who knows what could happen. So I'm kind of scared too, so. I don't know. I can't keep my train of thought. This makes me really nervous, so, but, that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to testify on this issue? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. We'll close the public hearing at this point, at least as far as the testimony, and bring it back to the board for deliberation.
Do we, excuse me,
Go ahead,
Supervisor,
Supervisor.
can we move forward at an opportunity to make a closing argument before your deliberation?
If you would like to do that,
Very
yes.
short.
Both sides.
Or maybe all sides, maybe.
Community development, do you have any closing arguments at this point?
I'll like to wait till the end if I could.
Okay,
I think you're at the end.
we're at the end.
We have a presentation as well, to address the concerns that Ellen brought up.
Okay.
I can make it brief.
All right,
And I would prefer to go through CDD for the, looking at the laws and regulations as far as, and I would like to speak a little bit more on the pond and the dam, as well as the dark skies. Because for me, dark skies is very vague. It's a proclamation. However, I would like you to speak on what was written on our memo, that they will have some shading within the greenhouse to make sure that there's the minimal lighting coming out. I'd like you to talk about the hours of operations, that they're allowed to maybe have lights on, if that's the case. If we can speak on that a little bit more. I know that we can't create policy or regulation. This is not what we're here for today, and I think the more we understand about the dark skies, the more we might want to look at potential policies in the future, or not. But I think that it's kind of a new thing. I remember, I think it was November 2018, where we did the proclamation for the dark skies, and it's not often that an appeal that looks at dark skies comes to us, and I think the more we're informed on that, the better, because I think we all enjoy the night sky. Stargazing is quite spectacular here in our county, and I think the more we understand how that can impact that activity, the better we can move forward in the future. And as far as the dam, I would like to see maybe a condition that could potentially be added so that we can ensure that the dam remains stable and strong for the future, as I'd hate to see anybody downstream being washed away. Just like last time we had an appeal, we added a condition where they would do water quality testing more often because it was close to the GIS site. Maybe we can do here a dam stability check to make sure that as the water rises and goes down based on the more activity and more usage, that dam could remain safe and strong for the neighbors downstream, because that would be a burden to them, absolutely, but also a burden to the property owner, where now they have to take on the civil case that might come along with that, and also the fixing. It's easier to maintain than it is to fix. So maybe there's a possibility in us adding a condition for that.
So, you've got a presentation that you'd like to present.
Yes.
As a consultant, as the applicant.
Yes, thank you. Once again, my name is Trey Sherrill. I am a consultant to Vivian Smith's consultant, and I help prepare plan the proposed operation and prepare the application for it. In the appeal, the appellant brought up 5 concerns, 4 of them applying to the operation itself. Dark sky concerns, water availability, dredging, excavation, grading, and stormwater discharge concerns. And I'm going to go fast, just 'cause I know we're dark sky concerns. So this, I wouldn't say it's verbatim, but it comes from the conditions of approval. The applicant shall use darkening screening inside the greenhouse to prevent light from escaping to other parts of the site, neighboring sites, or public roads. Also, another condition applying to the dark skies is that prior to a building permit being issued, a lighting plan shall be required that adheres to darkskies.org. standards for outdoor lighting. This applies to indoor greenhouse lighting and outdoor security and other outdoor lighting. This is a photo of the kind of screening material that will be used inside the greenhouses at the proposed operation. It's 3 layers. There's also light traps around each of the metal frames there to make, it's actually, so it's very important for compliance that light does not escape the greenhouse when lights are in use, but it's also very important for their cultivation practice that light doesn't enter the greenhouses when they don't want it to. So blacking out and protecting, keeping light from going through the greenhouse material is extremely important. I'm sorry. Addressing the water availability concerns. As we've previously stated, there is an appropriate water right going back to 1964 associated with the pond they refer to as the old bullfrog pond. It was originally for 3.2 acre feet can be diverted to storage, and then 2.3 acre feet can be taken from storage for irrigation, livestock watering, domestic use purposes, etc. In addition to that, we plan for 12 5,000-gallon water storage tanks on the operation to store another 60,000 gallons of water. That's not additive. That would be subtracted from the 2.3 acre feet, but there is no seepage or evaporation in these tanks where that is a possibility for the pond. We have a lake and streambed alteration agreement that allows for the maintenance of the pond. This was obtained by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. One of the tenants, and it allows for the removal of 1,000 cubic yards of sediment that is accumulated in the pond. We'll go into that in the next slide. Additionally, a grading permit was obtained for 100 cubic yards of sediment removal that was conducted last fall. Water availability concerns. So this is a photo of the pond in 2018, and if you can see that there's a tremendous amount of sediment that is accumulated in that photo. This is a photo of the pond on the right from this year. That's just from removal of 100 cubic yards. And to give you an idea, now we're comparing solids and liquids, so it's not 100% accurate, but the LSA agreement allows for the removal of 1,000 cubic yards, which would roughly equate to about 200,000 gallons of additional storage capacity. And then the water right allows for the take of 2.3 acre feet from the pond, and the estimated water use for the operation is 1.4 acre feet, or approximately 457,000 gallons. There were some dredging, excavation, and grading concerns. The photo on the left was taken immediately following the ranch fire. This was a fire line that was cut through the property. The photo on the right is taken, this is where 50 cubic yards of the 100 that were taken out of the pond last fall were deposited, and kind of just show you the difference. Now, I believe a complaint was lodged against grading on the property that essentially CAL FIRE conducted for their firefighting efforts. And then just to show the difference between the compliant grading or what the applicant would do. Stormwater discharge concerns. We have this site is enrolled under the Cannabis General Order. A hydrology report was prepared for the application. This is very important. We are increasing the impermeable surface area of the property, so we have to retain a portion of the stormwater runoff so that as not to affect, not to discharge additional stormwater runoff or increase flood elevations downstream. Additionally, a site management plan has been prepared and will be implemented on this site for the purposes of protecting water resources. The Central Valley Water Quality Control Board has reviewed the site management plan and it has been approved.
Did you have a question or?
That prior slide, back up one slide, please.
Do you want me to back up?
You can back up one there.
I like all of the members of the board. The name Michael R. Smith on this State of California Water Board document, as well as Michael R. Smith for Bachelor Valley Farm submitted information. That supports the argument I've been making about who the applicant is and this case?
At the time, if you notice the date, and also, so the landowner at the time was Tim. It was a recent transfer. So and there was a deadline of enrollment to be qualified for the cannabis ordinance. I believe it was March 20th of 2018. I'm sorry, April 20th of 2018 was the deadline. The Intrust Group Incorporated, for benefit of Michael Smith, had entered into contract. We're going through the purchase process of the property. That's the reason why Tim, I don't know how to pronounce Tim's last name, so I'm not going to try to, and are listed on this notice of applicability. I could also produce an updated notice of applicability that lists Vivian Smith as a discharger, Michael Smith as the landowner. This is the erosion sediment control plan that will be overseen by, this was prepared by a licensed civil engineer, and implementation will be overseen by a qualified stormwater pollution prevention developer and administrator. This is the detention pond I previously mentioned that would be created, and the purpose of creating this detention pond is to capture stormwater runoff from the greenhouse facilities and to meter it to the downstream stream. There were some allegations of dam failure, pollutant discharges, things of that nature at the previous hearing. And this figure shows it, the star in the right picture, that is the site. This is the soil burn severity for the ranch fire as well as the river fire. And while the property itself did not have a high soil severity burn, the watershed above it had a moderate to high soil burn severity and was responsible for discharges of debris and sediment. And also, we didn't have the LSA at the Lake and Stream Bed Alteration Agreement, so no improvements could be done to the pond to prevent any of that debris from continuing to move downstream. They had to leave the pond as it was. This is just a timeline of events. Property was started to be purchased in April of 2018. We conducted a biological study, archaeological study, and the cannabis general order enrollment. In August, a demolition permit was obtained to remove an unpermitted structure that was on the property prior to the purchase. Immediately following that, the ranch fire burns the property and the watershed above it. In November of 2018, we had an inspection from California Department of Fish and Wildlife in regards to that Lake and Stream Bed Alteration Agreement. In the winter of 2018 to 2019, we had heavy rainfall on the severely burned watershed above the pond. In April of 2019, California Department of Fish and Wildlife receives a complaint, and then we were contacted by CDFW, and after correspondence with them and sending them the photos, they were convinced that no violations had occurred. In May of 2019, we had our planning commission hearing, and then immediately followed by the appeal. In September 2019, improvements were made to the pond and sediment was removed. Actually, to speak to the dam, in the Lake and Stream Bed Alteration Agreement, 50 cubic yards would be to be applied to the downstream side of the dam to strengthen it. They wanted us to further solidify the pond. It has a concrete spillway. I have some pictures, but I know we're in a hurry.
We're not in a hurry, we got all day.
Okay, all right, yeah.
We're just gonna go to lunch at 12:30, and we'll come back at 1:30.
I'm trying to be respectful of Supervisor Brown's time or obligation. A grading permit was finalized for the deposit of the sediment from the pond. It was deposited in the area where the cannabis cultivation operation is to be located, and that fill material will be incorporated into the design of it. And then today is the appeal hearing. That's the site plan. You see the top right, the pond. Photos of the ranch fire. This is the pond. This is from looking downstream on the right. That's the pond today. The photos on the left were the photos of the pond following the ranch fire. And as you they were in the bottom left-hand corner. That photo is of where bridge boards or weir boards or flash boards would go, but they burned up in the ranch fire. Once again, per the conditions of, well, without the LSA agreement, we couldn't do any work on the pond. So we waited till the LSA agreement, the Lake Stream Alteration Agreement, was issued before any work was done on the pond. And then it was immediately done as soon as the LSA was issued. It was immediately done, and then everything's been good so far, but more work will be done in the future to continue to make sure that this pond can provide water for the proposed operation and be maintained well.
So I got a question about that dam. Is it,
Sorry.
yeah, go back to that if you could. Is it held by the weir boards or is that?
There's, so there's concrete
I
sidewalls.
see that,
here,
yeah.
And then in the middle, there's a metal riser.
Right.
With slots, and the weir boards would go into those slots.
That's the dam? Is it-
Well, the dam is actually earth, and this is the
Okay.
spillway.
Oh, got it, okay, got it.
Lights?
You still got more?
That's it, thank you.
Okay.
And then, just because it's been brought up so much, the structure is, it's the Intrust Group, Inc., for benefit of Michael Smith, is the owner of the property. Vivian Smith is the applicant, and any employees will go through the background check process before working on this property.
Yeah, that's what the ordinance says. We think we've made that very clear.
Yeah.
Applicant, employees will definitely go through that process.
One quick question of this witness. What is his licensure or professional relationship to the applicant? He's not a lawyer, I don't believe. Do you have a license?
I do not.
His statements don't bind his client in any way, shape,
Andre, you need to speak into a mic.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you
The gentleman's statements don't bind the applicant in any way, shape, or form. He's not a lawyer. He's not speaking for the applicant.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for that question.
Very well done.
It's in the record. Okay. All right, we'll bring it back here to the board. No more presentations at this point. We'll go ahead and go to our closing arguments. I know, Andre, you asked if you could, do you have a time limit on that, or?
Oh, very short.
Very short, okay.
No other closing arguments?
Scott, I think at this point, they asked if they could go last.
Very simply, you need not live in a world where no one attempts to mislead you. You should be skeptical of all of the evidence you receive as a board. You've heard representations about what this applicant will or will not do from somebody who has no authority to bind her in any way. You've heard testimony from witnesses who've never been in contact with my office about their legitimate concerns about this project. You've heard Mr. Hosfeld's concise and eloquent summation of his legitimate concerns. And you've heard a lot of questions, and there's been a lot of sword fighting over those questions. And the truth that those questions reveal when they are answered or when they are not answered. And you really are doing the public, well, you really should consider whether an applicant who doesn't want to answer questions about something that might potentially endanger the subject permit, or some misrepresentation, or some failure to disclose a material fact, you should exercise, you owe it to people to exercise discretion and to be circumspect about what you believe is to be true or not, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Scott DeLeo.
Well, I guess I'll start by saying that completely understand and respect the concerns of the neighbors. There are a number of conditions in this permit that I believe, and Supervisor Sabatier in one of your very early comments talked about inspection And there are conditions of approval that she will be agreeing to that allows inspection at any time. And they need to produce records, they need to produce the background checks, they need to produce a lot of things to be compliant. And at such time that they either fail to do that, or there are people on the property that don't have those documents, they violated this permit. There are a number of conditions related to dark skies, and I can appreciate the beauty of the neighborhood. And there are a number of conditions in here related to dark skies, to water quality, noise, and other impacts that the neighbors could potentially see. And I'm going to encourage them that there's a process for that. If the applicant is not conducting their business in accordance with these documents, there's processes, and I'm hopeful that the neighbors will utilize those processes if those issues surface in the future. I'm of the opinion that the document that staff has put together has adequately mitigated the impacts, and we'll stand by our presentation. So thank you.
Okay. Everybody's completed. Excellent. We'll go ahead and,
Is your board closing the public hearing?
yes, we're going to close the public hearing at
Take the matter under submission.
12:26 at this point. And we are, like I reported earlier, we're going to go ahead and go to lunch at 12:30, which gives us 4 minutes to take care of something. So the thought would be bringing it back to the board. I don't think we have an opportunity to take care of that before we go to break here. We're probably going to have to finish this thing at the end. That's my comments. I don't know if the board feels that way.
I'd like to ask a question to both CDD and the board. How do you guys feel about, and maybe it's my lack of understanding of earthen dams, but just I feel for the concerns of the neighbors downstream. I want to ensure that there's going to be a check-in on the dam from time to time, because once we do this use permit, it's a 10-year use permit. Are there conditions for future checks on that dam? What is the difference between this dam and other earthen dams? Do we do continual checks? I just want to make sure that the neighbors downhill are not going to be negatively affected by this decision today, because I think that would be a disastrous situation if and not to say that the dam is in bad condition, I'm not aware. But I know that you're telling us that you feel comfortable with moving forward, and I'm just wondering, is there some kind of condition that we can add to, just like we did with the GIS site place where they're going to do extra water quality checks? Can we do extra dam checks?
So why don't
DAM checks.
Why don't you give us an opportunity to review the photos from site visits, perhaps work with the applicant, and when we come back later this afternoon, if we can develop a simple set of conditions or a condition to address your concerns.
Okay. And also, I've never met Trey before. I've heard your name, many circles that deals with cannabis. I believe you used to work with the California State Water Board, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure people are aware that you may not have a license, but you definitely have some knowledge when it comes to water.
May I make a comment?
It's closed.
Yeah, it's closed at this point.
Okay.
The one comment I'd have on the dam, obviously, too, just to, really, whatever you guys come out, I think that's great to have a discussion, bring it back later. But ultimately, from ordering this major use permit and operating a commercial operation, that takes on the liability of the owner, from my understanding. And there will be liability insurance and other things. These concerns have been raised. I just want the owner to know that, there's no way, whatever we're implementing, still, there's going to be a cost, because those issues probably have been raised and more than once, so.
Can I go real quick?
Yes, go ahead,
I
Rob.
think, we could.
We're gonna go with
another 5 minutes. Okay, so just real quick, I'm not as concerned about the dam. If we make an initial inspection, I think that's fine, because regardless of this operation, the dam is not gonna be changed. The alteration, there's no alteration to it. And so if they weren't there, it's still gonna fill up with water. It's gonna be the same risk as it would be if there's an operation there. So and we wouldn't be doing anything on that. You know, we have ponds, we have dams on the property. I know something about them, and I know that, you know, first of all, it may be the state that comes in to do it, and you may add a level of complication. The other thing that I want to, in response to Mr. Ross, about him not being an attorney, and so his comments don't bind the applicant. Well, if he was an attorney, that still would not bind the applicant. So we have a lot of applicants and appellants and people that have attorneys that still don't honor the permit is what binds the applicant. So regardless of who's sitting here. But the other thing I think that's a little more disturbing is the implication that the fact that she wouldn't answer the question, somehow we should give that some weight. That is her Fifth Amendment right. And it is. She doesn't have to offer anything in any judicial, quasi-judicial,
She's not facing any criminal liability for anything.
I understand. You implied that we should not give credibility to her because she wouldn't answer. You didn't just imply, you flat said it, practically.
You have the authority to do that, and you should be skeptical.
I don't think so. I don't think any defendant or anybody testifying should have their testimony being held skeptical if they refuse to answer. That's their right, and I don't think that we should imply that the fact that you exercise that right somehow gives you less credibility, so.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, with that, we're gonna take a lunch recess, and we will come back at 1:30. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and bring the meeting back to order at this time. We are gonna move a little bit in the agenda, though, and take care of a couple quick things until Supervisor Brown gets back, so there's four of us here to finish this thing out, or, deliberate some more. And so, stay where you're seated, where you are. I won't ask you to leave. We're gonna go ahead and try and take care of a couple things while we're waiting. So, what I'd like to move to is item 7.3. Or 7.3
is good.
Consideration of appointment of temporary representatives to meet for unrepresented management employees regarding salary and benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I put this on your agenda. As you know, your labor negotiations team is actively meeting with the represented represented labor groups that you have regarding salary and benefits. However, there is no mechanism in place to meet with unrepresented management employees regarding salary and benefits. And so what we're recommending today is that your board appoint temporary representatives that would do just that. And it would be staff's recommendation that your board appoint Chair Simon, Vice Chair Sabatier, myself, and Deputy County Administrative Officer Stephen Carter to serve as temporary representatives. We would invite the department heads to a meeting to discuss salary and benefits of unrepresented management employees.
Okay, thank you for that, Carol. Discussion from the board?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Excellent. Any public input on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action for the appointment.
I move to appoint Chair Simon and myself, Vice Chair Sabatier, to represent the board to meet with unrepresented management employees regarding salary and benefits, as well as Stephen Carter and Carol Hutchinson.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. That was the most controversial vote. You missed it.
Yeah, we got that done before Rob got here. Excellent.
Just in
Moving
time.
on, item 7.4, take care of this real quickly. It's a consideration of the following appointments for the East Region Town Hall. Go ahead.
I just want to say that seeing how it's Denise Lustalo on there, and we have not heard anything from Supervisor Crandall to not move forward with this, I'm happy to move forward with this appointment. Do we need to open it for public before I make a motion?
Yeah, absolutely. Any public input on this item? See none, we'll bring it back to the board.
All right, I move to appoint Denise Lustalo to East Region Town Hall.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Good job. We'll move back to item 6.5. Public hearing, appeal Board of Supervisors, AB 905, major use permit, UP 1839. So before we took break, we had brought it back to the board. We had closed the public hearing, and we had brought it back to the board for for deliberation. Yeah, the last one was 7.3, right?
Okay.
We're back on 6.5.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, we appointed you when you were.
That would be disappointing.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier.
Oh, sorry. But since you called on me, I know we asked CDD to come back with any potential changes to conditions to see if that's what we wanted to move forward with.
So there were some concerns expressed about the earthen dam, and we've added a couple of conditions. One is added to the general conditions, section A. It'll be A21, prior to cultivation and/or final occupancy, a report documenting the adequacy of the existing earthen dam shall be prepared by a licensed civil engineer and submitted to the Community Development Department for review and approval. And in addition to that, or partner to that, in section L, timing and mitigation monitoring, condition L2, we revised that to read, the project parcel, including the visual inspection of the existing earthen dam, shall be inspected by the Community Development Department on an annual basis and/or less frequency if approved by the Community Development Director. A copy of the results from said inspection shall be provided to the applicant for inclusion in their performance review report. That's the first bullet under condition L2. So that, I hope, will address your concerns with the earthen dam. And then there was some discussion earlier today about the reference in condition B, aesthetics related to dark sky. And there was a reference to a website that had a typo, and we've corrected that.
And that went from dark skies to dark sky.
Darksky.org, yes. The applicant and her representative, as well as Mr. Ross and the appellant, have both had a chance to look at these. I presume we're all okay. They've expressed the acceptance of that, so I think we've addressed your concerns.
I only have one comment to make. Your board might wish to look at Exhibit L, page 3 through 6, as submitted this morning, which is a document, or at least the front portion of a document called the Model Lighting Ordinance, MLO, and that is a document put out by International Dark Sky Association, the folks who operate the correct website address. I'm not aware that that website address has any other document attached to it that constitutes a standard. If your board wants an enforceable condition with respect to lighting, your conditions should define what standards out of that model lighting ordinance might potentially apply. And the only flaw I can see with the model ordinance is that it does not have a section for growing of crops in hoop houses with supplemental or artificial lighting. That's not something that this document pertains to. If you want the condition to be enforceable, it probably needs to be specified to a greater extent. But that's a comment.
Thank you for your comment. Follow-up question?
I just want to say that I concur that right now utilizing a website for recommendations on dark sky is probably not the best way to do this, and we only have a proclamation, not an ordinance, and so I think that further conversation, whether or not the board chooses to go with an ordinance, is necessary, or else it's a little vague on what it is that we're asking. But at this moment in time, without having a specific ordinance and seeing the presentation and maybe some wishful thinking, but seeing how they want to operate with their own, what seemed to me like creating their own sun cycle and their own synthetic greenhouse rather than allowing for the natural sun to come through, meaning that no other light would come out. I'm going to assume that that is what's going to happen. But we do need to have more of an ordinance where we can have more say, because if the website changes their recommendations, then we're not. in control of that, so I agree with that. As far as the comments made by CDD on the changes, I know that up at the board, we were saying that they already have the dam, and that if nothing changes, then we wouldn't have these conditions, but so what's the difference? I think that because now there's a commercial activity occurring on that piece of property, I would like to aim towards adding that condition that was discussed and brought to the board now, just in this afternoon session, and so just looking to see if the rest of the board agrees with that or not.
Yes, I do agree. Okay. I want to thank community development and all parties at least having the conversation and bringing it back for a solution.
And I'm ready to make a motion if
Any more discussion?
One question,
there's no more discussion.
just one last question. Supervisor Sabatier asked this morning to hear about whether or not there was a curfew or an hour in operation for artificial lighting. I didn't hear anything in this morning's discussion, nor have I seen anything in the conditions of use to place any limits on nighttime use of reinforced lighting. That's not something the county has attempted to do, to my knowledge. Does Supervisor Sabatier still have an informational need for that?
So that was a question. Thank you for bringing that back. But again, without any specific ordinance and with the presentation made by the applicant as far as what their aim is, I believe that, in fact, I spoke with code enforcement about another greenhouse somewhere in Lake County that seems to be lit up at night. And they are looking into that because there are certain avenues for us to take to make sure and reduce the amount of light escaping from the greenhouse. And again, I think having a specific ordinance dedicated to any greenhouse with artificial lighting so that we can have full control on that and have very specific comments would be a good thing. So I'm good again with the presentation and the fact that there are some teeth out there with code enforcement to make sure that that light does not intrude on someone else's comfort. So, but I appreciate you bringing that back up because I did bring it up.
You could initiate a period of non-operation lights as a condition to this use permit, and that would resolve this issue for the residents of Bachelor Valley.
mic is too far away from
I'm sorry, you could, as a board, establish a condition in this permit that would limit nighttime operation of artificial lighting that would address all of the concerns in Bachelor Valley about this project.
And it seems to me like they've set themselves up to be able to ensure no light escapes. So I'm assuming that if that is the plan they submitted, that when we inspect, that is the plan we are looking for to make sure that they are doing. So I move that the Board of Supervisors make an intended decision to deny the appeal AB 19-05 and uphold the Planning Commission's decision to adopt initial study IS 18-52 and approve major use permit 18-39 as applied for by Vivian Smith for property located at 10544 Bachelor Valley Road, Witter Springs, APN number 003-018-10, and direct County Council to prepare findings of fact, including amended conditions allowing a Type 13 self-distribution license.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, thank you.
Did I need to do the mitigated negative declaration?
Yes, there's two.
So I move to deny the appeal, AB 19-05, uphold Planning Commission's decision to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, IS 18-52, and approve the use permit, UP 18-39.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. And that concludes our hearing today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so since Mr.
Public
De
hearing
Leon is, oh, excuse me.
Yeah, sorry. You guys can have your discussion outside. Thank you.
Since Mr. De Leon is seated
Thank you,
there, you
Scott.
could
Thank you, Eric.
consider taking up 7.5 and 6 next. We also have department heads in the room that are here for 6.4 and 7.7.
Let's get it done.
Oh, I skipped over 6.4. I apologize.
Yeah,
Thank you
6.4 was
very
the
much.
timed item we decided to do later.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's why some department heads are here for that.
Okay, we'll move
7.7.
on to item 7.5. consideration of change order number 1 with Coleman Environmental Engineering, Inc. for FEMA FMAG culvert replacement number 1 and number 2, federal project number FMAG DR 5093-1-1R and FMAG DR 512-1-1R, bid number 1901 for an increase of $6,750 and a revised contract amount of $656,247.50, and authorize the chair to sign. Item 7.5.
Good afternoon. Scott DeLeon, Public Works Director. This change order addresses a situation that we discovered during construction. There was a conflict with an existing sewer line. We expected the sewer line to be underneath the culvert that we were trying to replace, and instead it had been installed unknowingly to us over the top of the culvert, and is going to necessitate some fairly significant relocation. So what we ended up doing is directing the contractor to backfill the excavation and restore the site temporarily until the proper relocation can be accomplished. So this was, it's a temporary measure, but it was something we needed to do at the time of construction.
Okay, any questions from the board? Any questions from the public on this item?
Joan Moss. I see the name FEMA in this agenda item, and I would like to know whether the county expects to pay FEMA back at one point or another. In the last meetings, I've heard that we did receive $4 million from FEMA, but
That's
is FEMA paying for this?
Different subject. This is a FEMA project.
Is FEMA paying for this? That's what I'd like to know.
Scott, do you have an answer? But
So-
your question on the $4 million is a different
It's
subject,
completely different.
completely different subject.
I just saw the word FEMA in that agenda item. Thank you.
It's a FEMA culvert replacement project.
Right. This is through the hazard mitigation program, and it was made available to us following the disaster. And basically, it's for the upsizing of culverts, and it's being funded through the hazard mitigation program.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. I'll talk to Scott and see what that means. Thank you.
Set up a meeting.
Okay. Any more public input on this item? Not, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve change order number 1 with the Coleman Environmental Engineering Incorporated for FEMA FEMAG culvert replacement number 1 and number 2, federal project number FEMAG DR 5093-1-1R and FEMAG DR 5112-1-1R, bid number 19-01, for an increase of $6,750 and revised contract amount of $656,247.50, and authorizes the chair to sign.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, moving on, item 7.6, consideration of change order number 2 with Coleman Environmental Engineering, Inc. for FEMA FMAG culvert replacement, number 1 and number 2, federal projects, numbers FMAG DR 5093-1-1R and FMAG DR 5112-1R, bid number 1901, for a decrease of $10,000, $947.17, and a revised contract amount of $645,300.33, and authorize the chair to sign.
Thank you. This change order addresses the elimination of one of the culvert sites that we plan to modify. The culvert is in an area where there was a slip out on Rose Anderson Road. We felt that digging into that and exposing that and potentially increasing runoff and drainage was not a good idea. And part of the repair of the slip out will actually be the relocation of the road away from the bank, and we're going to retreat the road away from the hillside and actually eliminate the drainage and send it farther down the hill. So there's no need for this culvert, and so we eliminated it from the project, and this change order reflects that.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just ballpark answer would suffice if it's even possible. Do you know what the ETA is on fixing that last part that is being omitted as far as sending it further on down? and
Sometime
moving?
this summer.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you.
More questions from the board? Any public input on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring back to the board for action.
Move to approve change order number 2 with Coleman Environmental Engineering, Inc. for a decrease of 10,000, let me at least say the bid number 19-01 for a decrease of $10,947.17 and revised contract amount of $645,300.33 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Thank you, Scott. Move back to item 6.4, our 915 item, addendum, consideration of temporary policy for telework, and B, temporary additional leave provisions for employees due to the COVID-19 virus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I put this on your agenda really to seek your direction around whether or not you wish staff to develop policy in these two topic areas. I don't have a policy draft for you today. I'm really seeking your direction. So I'll start first with telework or telecommuting, as you may hear it called from time to time. What I wanted to explore with your board is whether or not you want staff to work on a temporary policy for telework or telecommuting. And I wanted to share with you that fairly recently, the Technology Committee looked at a sample policy that, a couple of sample policies actually that are being used in other counties. And while I think we would all agree that the time needs to come eventually when we have such a policy in place for regular work activities that can be accommodated that way, that doing so is a complex process. And so what we're talking about today really may be just some sort of temporary measure in light of what's coming with COVID-19. We're told by the CDC that employers should anticipate as much as a 30 to 40% absentee rate once things are in full swing. And I don't think they mean by that everybody, that number of people are infected, but perhaps that number of people are impacted by issues if their children's school is closed or what have you, they're caring for a family member, that sort of thing. So in anticipation of absentee rates, really the question to your board is, do you want staff to put energy into developing a temporary policy? Shane French, our IT director, is certainly a major contributor to this discussion. He couldn't be here today. He had to be in Santa Rosa on county business. But he did give me a few comments via email. He said he'd be happy to participate in any follow-up conversations or planning around telework. But he wants your board to know that it would be a very significant undertaking to enable telework of any kind. If it's coming, he wants to make sure that he and the IT department are ready. He advises that there may be substantial costs for licensing, equipment, and labor, depending on the scope of this. He says, I do not have an estimate and won't have one until I know what is needed from each department. And with that in mind, if your board gave direction to move forward with some form of a temporary policy, we would need to reach out to each department head and get a sense from them which jobs could possibly do that. Many county jobs, you could not possibly do it because there are jobs where you have to see the public in the office. Shane French goes on to say that if the board advises IT to make provisions for remote connectivity during a pandemic, there should be very clear stop and start direction given to IT. This should not, in Shane's opinion, be an ongoing authorization for employee telework. He feels that that should be an entirely separate policy that has been thoroughly analyzed and considering. A temporary policy should have a very limited and reasonable scope. And he thinks it is important to note that all of this should happen within the context of proper risk and reward analysis for each use case. So those are the comments of our IT director, and I know we have some department heads that may want to offer comments to your board as well. But again, as I said, I'm really seeking your direction, and so the first up topic is telework.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing this. I know that I did, it definitely is, I've been on the phone calls. There's many different industries and governments, I think, that are looking down this path just to listen to what's going on in each one of the calls, whether it's the CDCC or CDC or the CDPH, definitely talking about policies with the workforce and those types of things. And I think I heard in this room, obviously, and across state is being able to provide those services. It'd be a little tough to work on an emergency policy during the emergency once things are happening. So I think at least coming with some type of proposal, and I agree with the temporary status, it should at least be looked into, but I'll let the rest of the board look into it. It's really hard to do something while something's going on. And if something changes over the next 7 to 14 days, if it doesn't, hey, I'll sit right here and say, man, I was wrong. I was saying more than I needed to. I will do that. But I think what we've been hearing and what we've been seeing every day, it would be prudent at least to look at it and bring something back to the board. On a temporary status, I completely agree with our IT director. Supervisor Spelter.
I know that we had our economic development workshop, I think it was early February or something like that, and I mentioned the telecommuting prospect, and I think that it can work. I think every position is different in what they need to do. For instance, if you're a frontline counter person and you have to deal with the public, working from home just doesn't make sense. But I think that for other positions, it can make sense. And I not only would love to see a temporary policy, but I'd also love to see us moving towards a permanent policy. And just to bring up my point that I made at the economic development workshop, we're always fighting for office space. And if we can allow for office space to be someone's home, then I think that we can save ourselves from further burden of trying to not only meet the needs in an office space, but also the overhead of heating, cooling, electricity, and all those things. I think it's very possible and very doable. We're not trying to invent a wheel here. It's already in existence in other places. But at the same time, I think it needs to be up to the department heads as far as who they choose that can do this, because not everyone can stay at home and have the same level of motivation that they would have if they came to work. The atmosphere that you surround yourself with is important to be able to motivate yourself to do what needs to get done. And we all know that at home there's a lot of distractions where work may not be your priority or your primary focus. So I think that I don't want to make a policy where we choose who can. I think that needs to be up to the department heads, as they know their staff better than anyone else. But yes, please, for temporary, and I'm also up for the permanent, just because I think it has a future use, a current use.
Supervisor Brown.
Well, I have a lot of reservations about doing it permanently, let alone temporarily. If we're going to make a policy decision this broad for temporary purposes for an imaginary disaster, could be a disaster, but it's certainly imaginary now. We had 657 deaths in the H1N1. We didn't have anybody need to stay home then to work, so we seem to get by. So we do have a baseline of history. That's just one. There's several of them, and none of them warranted some emergency temporary change of policy that's really big. First of all, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government policy. So once you do it, it's done. You're not going to reel it back. And there's the distractions at home are I can't get anything done at home. I know how that works. There's too many distractions there. And yeah, I do trust that our department heads that we have now largely have the ability to identify who can and who can't work at home. But who do you tell not to? If somebody, are you going to tell somebody, well, we think you're qualified to work at home because we can depend on you, but you aren't, because we need some eyes on you. You can't do that. And I know that they do it in other places. Those are usually private businesses where you have a product that you have to put out, you have certain level of work that has to be provided, or you go down the road. Government's totally different. And I just think it's a really bad idea, and I certainly think it's a bad idea to decide to do it as some, hysteria-caused emergency. We're reacting to something that's just absolutely silly. If we spent more time washing hands and less time wringing them, we probably wouldn't even have an issue. So I just think that we're reacting to something unnecessarily here, and I don't support some temporary policy that is ill thought out. It's reactionary.
All right, Supervisor Brown, we have your stance, we've heard it a couple times, so,
You might hear more, you might even hear
we're
more.
gonna hear it one more time at least.
Yeah.
All right.
50 more meetings?
I think now is the time to be looking at this emergency temporary policy, knowing that it's going to be only in an emergency that we use this temporary policy. I agree with Supervisor Sabatier that we need to be looking at this in a broader scope of who can do work at home. I know there's distractions, but I think with everything we're doing, I think it's a good thing to maybe look at. I would like to hear from the department heads and maybe get an idea of who in their department, how many employees would be able to work from home, so we kind of get an idea of how many people we're talking about in these different departments.
Well, and can I follow up on that? Because that was another point that I had, that, who can do it and who can't do it. There are some that are just unable to do it, and they're probably, I would say, they're the most exposed to some level of virus, whether it be this one or something that's a real thing. And that would, take example, the correctional officers. They're subjected to these people, who knows what they're bringing in this place. They've been, subjected to that for years and years and years. They can't take their work home. They're gonna take inmates home with them, keep an eye on them? No, they gotta sit there and take care of this, they gotta sit there at work. So where do you decide who is really at risk and who should stay home? And then, correct me, Anita, because I know this came up in the past when we were actually talking about a policy without having some looming emergency over us here. But isn't there an issue of ADA compliance and workers' comp and, things like that I don't think are being considered here? I think we're missing out on the opportunity to really give it careful consideration.
There are potential ADA issues, workers' comp certainly, and then security issues, information security issues. So yeah, there's all of the things that you have in a standard workplace would be in existence in someone's home.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
But again, we're not inventing the wheel here. This is something that somebody's already had to deal with the ADA, somebody's already, other counties, other cities. I'm sure that we're not the only ones that are having these discussions.
Well, no, I'd like to know who it is, though. I'd like to know what they're doing and how they've addressed it.
I couldn't give you a
I think we
specific.
have, Carol has policies, don't
I
you?
have a sample from El Dorado County and a sample from Shasta County. And do I have other samples right now? Those are the two that come to mind. But there are more counties doing it. Mendocino, I know right now, is having I don't know if they're having a board discussion, but they're looking at some sort of a temporary policy as well. I asked them if they had any kind of draft we could borrow. They don't. They're kind of at the same stage we are. So, and I totally hear and get the concern Supervisor Brown is weighing, that there are a lot of things that need to be looked at before we could even move forward with anything temporary, which is why I have it on the agenda to talk to you about it before we do the heavy lift that would take. So we're not going to miss out on considering that stuff because we're just not at that stage yet.
Are we talking about the temporary leave provision too, or at the same time,
Not
we're
yet.
gonna come to that?
We're doing the first one right
Okay,
now, this is the
got it.
initial.
Yeah, okay.
The telework. Right.
So would you like me to do the leave as well, so that department heads' comments are on both topics?
Yes.
Or you want to do them one at a time?
No, let's do them both. and then we'll
I'd like
kick off.
to make a final comment. The amount of times that our kids have been out of school for smoky air, bad air quality, for fire, for PSPS, that doesn't mean that all houses are shut down, and we know that we're operational here with the generator. This also has uses outside of just looking at the COVID-19 situation. So I think that there's a lot of ways that we can continue to be productive outside of just what we're talking about, and I think that that has value.
Then we should have been
Supervisor
talking
Brown.
about it a long time ago, instead of trying to react right in the middle of some so-called emergency. So instead of reacting to it and hurry up and do something, I think we should have been talking about this. We had, the last PSPS was, what, 6 months ago? So we should have been bringing it up after that.
And I think the statement was made, it was brought up, I know this was part of our workshop, it was, telework was brought up. Now, specifically to emergency instances, we were talking more, like you said, having opportunities for folks to work from home, office space and other things, so.
This is a topic that's been often on the agenda of the Technology Committee for several years, but it's one of those topics that always gets set aside for the sake of other priorities. We just have not been able to focus on it because it's a complex subject. But the reason I have it on your agenda today is whether or not you want us to try to move forward with some temporary measure in light of the current situation.
And that,
So moving on to the question about leave. Certainly, your board has already provided a very generous leave policy for county employees that earn vacation and sick leave that can be used depending on their circumstances and what they have available. In light of the emergencies in recent years, you also have the paid emergency leave policy that provides some additional paid leave in the event of a workplace emergency. As you know, we've had facilities burned or nearly burned and smoked. And then there's also provision in the paid emergency leave policy for home emergencies as well, for employees that have lost their homes in some of these wildfires. However, that paid emergency leave policy doesn't address something like this. There's no provision there that might apply to the current situation. And certainly, with the generous leave policy that we already have in place, the first step is to encourage employees to bank their time so that they have some time in the event they get sick or they must stay home because their child's school is closed or whatever. But the reason I brought this to you today is, what about a situation where an employee who has no leave, and that could be for a variety of reasons, maybe it's a brand new employee, they don't accrue any until they've been on the job for 30 days. Maybe it's an employee that's just returned from protected leave of absence and in the process of that exhausted all of their accrued time. Or maybe it's an employee that simply uses their time as fast as they earn it. That certainly happens too. But what do we do about that type of situation where the employee has no leave and is sick, symptomatic, and decides that they need to come into work because to stay home would create a financial hardship for them? So that's really why I raised that question now. Does your board want to offer anything else along these lines or give direction to department heads to remind employees to bank their leave and be prepared because there will be no further consideration if you don't have paid leave, you would be taking time off without pay. So that really is the question to your board.
well, I think I don't have the proclamation in front of me, but in the governor's proclamation, does he address some of those issues to talk about the hourly employees that may be affected by this, whether containment or school, other things like that where
Yes.
they can't work?
Yes.
And
Yes.
those are the ones that actually have it.
No, I think they're opening up EDD, disability, FMLA. I think there's some different opportunities for folks that are employed who may be in that situation. I will look and see if I can pull up that.
Yeah, I was looking
He
at
had
that,
about
So,
10 things. So I guess this is a question for our policies, but I'm not sure.
So according to the governor's proclamation, if you're unable to work due to having been exposed, you can file a disability insurance claim. Now, that only kicks in after a 1-week waiting period, I believe.
I think the
Isn't that
1-week
right?
waiving period's waived
Is that being
with the
waived?
proclamation.
Okay. You can also file a claim for paid family leave as well. Or you can file an unemployment insurance claim if your employment has actually been reduced or your office has been shut down.
Supervisor Brown?
So are we talking about a policy for no matter what kind of illness you have?
Well, today I'm talking about COVID-19,
Well,
but that
But
would,
you talked earlier about somebody who has just gone to work here and they get sick. You didn't say anything?
I meant, this is all in the context of COVID-19.
So so then we don't need to worry about negotiations, which in the past, sick leave has been a negotiable item, so I was just curious how that we're gonna
Well,
change the policy on that.
we would still have to go to the bargaining table and meet and confer with any policy direction your board
Okay,
gives.
so, I just wanna know, I mean, I don't, I think this is a bad idea, of course, but I see, if I can count to 3, fairly easy, and I can see that there's a good chance that something like this will pass. But what I wanna say is, if, are we gonna require that they have a doctor's note to justify that, yeah, they are, or are we just gonna, trust that, they're concerned they've been exposed, and they're going to exercise that ability to get paid without, some justification from a doctor's note?
It's a good question, and
They do that with
because
schools,
we don't
that's the
have
reason I'm asking that, 'cause
we don't
they do
have
it
a
with schools.
specific policy recommendation or a draft, we haven't addressed that type of question. Anita's just saying that you're unsure if a doctor's note could be required with a diagnosis?
Well, diagnoses are normally not what you include with a doctor's note because of HIPAA protections.
Right.
And privacy rights issues. So you'd have to look at how you might be able to go about it. I'm not saying it can't be done, I'm just saying you'd have to look to see what would give you some comfort level if that's what you're looking at. The other thing is this wouldn't be limited to just people without sick leave. You'd be making this benefit to anybody who
Anybody,
is sick because
yeah.
of the,
It'd
right.
be additional sick leave for people
Right,
that even have
right,
it, yeah.
right. Because otherwise it would
Yeah, well, and
kind of be bad for people who have sick leave.
right.
so.
The reason I was asking about that is because I know in the schools that in order to get a excused absence, they're required, after a certain time, certain level, certain many days that they missed, to have a doctor's note, so.
Right.
I don't know.
Well,
And we
there-
have that in our rules as well.
Right. After 4 days or after 3
Yeah,
days.
4 days, but they're
It's-
not getting paid.
After 3
for it.
days,
They're,
the
just
supervisor
not
can
getting-
request it.
Yeah, you get a doctor's note, it's just what the doctor's note says that I'm talking about. But I haven't gone through in great detail the emergency proclamation. There may be some things there that would assist. If your board gives direction that you would like something like that, when staff comes back, we'll just let you know if there's some obstacle, some legal obstacle to doing something.
Because you talked about an example of why we're talking about this are employees that are recent hires that don't have any sick leave at all. And while, we talked earlier about telecommuting and how we're gonna leave it up to department heads to determine who can be trusted to do that without, taking advantage of it. But we have employees who have been working here for less than 30 days, and so we're just automatically gonna say, if you think you've been exposed, you don't have to prove it. If you think it and you're concerned, you can stay home, we'll pay you.
I just want to reiterate, with all due respect, I haven't recommended any policy
Well,
yet.
the fact that it's on
Just a
here.
general
Okay,
discussion on
right,
whether
I
we
get it.
want to or not.
The fact that it's on here is a recommendation, whether it's intended for that or not. And there's an expectation that we're gonna follow through with this, so that's why I wanna make sure that all the questions are asked in advance. So I appreciate that, but I do think that, we're making a bold change to policy here, that we need to make sure that all the questions are asked now, rather than 6 months from now, when this thing is blown over and it really turns out to be nothing.
I think for me on this policy, I would like to better understand what the governor had in place and what his ideas were and protocols before we put a policy into place for the county.
No, I agree. I think that the state declaration of emergency offers some respite for our employees. Hopefully, they can take full advantage of that. I think that we have too many different people, whether they're still in their 30 days prior to obtaining some sick time. Some people have used it all, some people have not. If somebody happened to get a really bad case of just a normal, typical, every year flu, you need to have your sick time and you need to take care of that. I think that it's all about planning for the future, and we should all be planning for the future, not today, but as of yesterday. So I think that it's just, we should remind them that this thing is real and it has the potential to have an impact. And if there's an impact, be prepared, and that includes making sure you save your sick time. For some people, it's more difficult than others, but I think that with what the governor has offered, we need to make sure and try to utilize that to the maximum. And I think that the other part is an affordability that I'm not sure we can afford.
I do appreciate you bringing it to, because the one unique thing besides the average flu or bronchitis or anything else that's usually going around is at least COVID-19 at this point, and Dr. Pace, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's a 14-day quarantine if you are exposed or something like that. You need to be quarantined for 14 days. So I think that's the only thing that throws a wrench in comparing it to, a flu that's usually gone in a week, or, pneumonia. Obviously, you may go in the hospital or something, but I'm in agreement with the board that it's a good discussion today, at least to make folks aware and our employees, and we'll hear from the department heads, obviously, both on telework and the others, but I agree with the board that it may be a little preemptive to look at the extra leaves. I'd like to look at that proclamation a little bit more and get that information out to our employees also, if there are things that come down, if it changes in the future.
Thank you.
And Dr. Pace will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that close to 80% of all people are not seeing or feeling symptoms, but they are being found to have coronavirus, which at this point, we can go back to the telework. And if those people aren't feeling ill, but they have to be quarantined, then that means you can still work. So I think that we need to figure out that balance between the two so that we don't shut people out who are feeling healthy but yet have to be quarantined. We need to figure out how to get those people to remain productive so that they don't lose out on their income.
Okay. All right. I know we have some department heads here in the room, and they'd like to come up and make some comments. Greatly appreciate it.
He was going to correct me on my 80%.
Thank you. I'll first address the telecommuting. I'll tell you that if you implement that, for my department, it's not going to have much of an impact. We provide services to the public. We have to deal with the public. I can't bailiff from home. I can't, as Supervisor Brown said, I can't supervise inmates from home. I think once or twice over the years, we've had some that have tried to take some inmates home. We've dealt with that.
That didn't work out.
But it's just really, I don't know. That's really not going to be of much use. With this sick leave policy, I can tell you the last time we tried to fiddle with the sick leave policy was during the fires and whatnot, and it really creates an issue for department heads. I think it's important that you guys hear directly from the department heads. So thank you for inviting us all up. Some other department heads might have different experiences than I have. But I can tell you that when you're doing something that provides some employees with a benefit or above and beyond what they normally get and others don't, it really causes morale problems. And what we tend to see is that everybody seeks out to get that benefit, and it's very detrimental to our operations. So what I would encourage really, and what I'm hearing up here, I strongly agree with it, we encourage our people to accumulate your sick leave. We don't want you coming to work sick, and you should have sick leave available, but we also understand that for whatever reason, some employees may not. What I would suggest, maybe something that looked like for employees that have been here for less than 2 years and haven't had the opportunity to accumulate sick leave, maybe we could extend them a loan of accrual balances. So if you had to be home for a week because you were ill, you can come back, but until you reaccumulate that week of sick leave, you're going to continue working and not have any accruals. So we're not giving something away to somebody, but we're still taking care of those employees who may need it. This is the first I had heard. I heard there was a governor's proclamation, so I'm pleased to hear that the state is addressing this and there are remedies available to help people out. But hopefully, I'm thinking maybe we can keep that at the state level because we're certainly a county that can't afford that. Applying this policy for certain illnesses, I don't even think we could ask legally. I don't think we could ask if, do you think you're exposed to COVID-19? I think that's just simply prohibitive. So that's not, I don't think that can be a thing. So I just really want you, the board, and hopefully some other department heads will come up and share their experiences, but I can tell you that it was very distracting from our day-to-day operations to have our managers deal with this, where one employee who was a dedicated employee suddenly became not quite as dedicated because they saw somebody else getting compensated for kicking back at home. Thank you.
And I just want to say, Sheriff, thanks for that, because, we did a lot of this stuff, and we did it with good intentions, because we know people who lost their homes, who, their kids couldn't go to school. We did all that stuff with good intentions, and it turned around. Carol remembers that it was really bad for morale when we did that, because we couldn't do it for everybody, and there were others that are just like, we're sitting here working, and we're getting paid the same as the person who's not working, regardless. So it did cause a lot of problems, and I appreciate the Sheriff pointing that out, because there's enough things that cause morale issues around here without us adding one just because of good intentions. So.
And the sheriff's absolutely right, which is why we came back to your board and amended the
Right.
paid emergency
Right.
leave policy so that wouldn't occur again.
Okay. Thank you.
Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I'll just echo the sheriff's comments absolutely about field staff. I mean, I can count on half of one hand probably how many people this may affect in my department. But I just wanted to add the other part of supervision, how to factor that in, not just how they are supervised, but if they are to go home and they are supervisors themselves, they have staff that they are responsible for. So that should be factored into the consideration. Thank you.
Jan Coppinger, Special Districts Administrator, and I agree with both Lars and Brian Martin. Special districts could never use the telecommuting. It would not work. We serve the public. We have to be physically present to do so, and it just wouldn't work. We've also had major issues with scams, viruses. Internet security just isn't good anymore. I even have a hard time just sending large emails. They get shut down and everything. So I wouldn't even want to open that door for us. We're having enough trouble as it is just working from our office. But the special leave, I would very much be opposed to that. I think we all have one or two employees that will use their sick time as soon as it's accrued. And it seems like sometimes when we try to make these situations, we're rewarding those people. But I also have staff, 99% of mine, they're out there in every disaster working in some of the most extreme, horrific conditions. And it's not right that some might get a special pass while these guys that are so dedicated, and I can't even give them a bonus or a reward, anything more than a pat on the back. But I would not want to reward those, and this has got too many gray areas. You think you might have been exposed, you think you have a cough, you think this. I just would really be opposed to any special leave. We do have a generous leave package. We will always work hard for those people in their first 30 days. If they got sick, we'll work something out with them. But I don't want to see any special, that thing that we did during the fire, that some people got to take extra leave if they were evacuated. I had staff that lost their house and they still showed up to work.
Yeah.
They had to evacuate their animals and their families, and their wives had to do it while they were at work. And yet some people just went and stayed in a motel in Santa Rosa and got paid for it. I don't want to see that happen again. It was very, very hard on morale. And I think we need to be keeping an eye on those people that don't stay home and don't take advantage of that. And they do accrue sick time. If they need it, they can take it. But more often than not, they're not going to abuse it.
One other thing too, that goes along with that, we have to keep in mind, we have a lot of employees, most of the department heads, but we have a lot of employees who don't take any sick time because they don't think that, they think they're gonna be so far behind by the time they get back. And, we're trying to encourage people to use it, or not use their sick time unless they're really sick, but their vacation time. And so we already have an issue with that too. So, I mean, it's a big problem, with that, using it countywide, so.
Yeah, I just want to bring it back to the topic here.
Yeah.
I hear everything. and
I know, I'm starting to sound
agree
like
with you,
Andre,
folks,
but go
Because it
ahead.
is the COVID-19, what we're talking about is directly
Yeah.
about the COVID-19. If someone is sick, or if it makes it into Lake County, which could happen, I think Dr. Price will talk more about this. I think that was the intention of talking about this program, both for telework and for the suggestion of this. So just being prepared for worst-case scenario.
Right, Gary Pace, Public Health Officer of the county, and yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to address here. I don't know about the logistics on the ground or the specific, I don't supervise anybody right now, so I don't have some of those same concerns, but I think the thought process behind introducing these things is really sound, and I think it's really worthwhile to at least consider it, how you might want to put it into effect, because the issue is the recommendations that are coming from the CDC and from other places is that if things start spreading in the community, you want to take strong steps to prevent the spread. And one of those is if people are sick, that they stay home. And what you don't want people to be caught in that bind between, I can't afford to stay home, so I'm going to kind of pretend everything's okay and then go in and be spreading it. So that's one of the key pieces of it, is to really encourage people to stay home. And if they financially are having trouble to being able to do that, to have the support to be able to allow them to do that. That's going to save money and save a lot of problem down the road, because if they come in and then get several of the staff sick and then everybody has to go home, the expense to the business and the hassle problem is tremendous. I think, so they're really, one of the things that got brought up was about the doctor's note. The recommendation coming down, again, from the CDC is that in these situations, you give liberal leave and you don't require a doctor's note. All of these are obstacles to having people stay home, and you want to remove the obstacles so that they'll stay out of the workplace and prevent contamination. The last thing I just wanted to mention was the telecommuting piece is, you know, I don't think, I don't know what exactly is there, but the recommendations for this is to, if people are being kept home, that it's ways to try to ameliorate the impact on the workplace. So say you're losing 30 to 40% of your staff, and some of those people can actually work from home. It's not necessarily making a blanket policy that everybody needs to be able to work from telecommunication from home, but if it's possible that they can do their job from home, then it could help minimize some of the impact to the businesses and to the county government. So, I mean, I think one of the ways to think about this might be, this is again part of the same message I was given before about trying to do preemptive planning so that if things got bad, you had some of these structures in place instead of being up all night trying to put together policies and everything. So you may want to have something like a trigger, you know, that once we get some cases in the county, if things are starting to get to a certain point, that you've flipped the switch for some of these things to come into effect. But that they're, you know, right now, it's just I think the question is it worth it for the staff to start putting the foundation in place so that if the need arises, we can flip the switch and put them in. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher.
Steve Hajek. Our job, we cannot telecommute. We're in the field. That's how it is. And as far as when I have my term, special exemptions for being sick, it would be bad for morale as well. So that's all.
Me again. I put notes on my hand because I keep forgetting stuff.
Palm Pilot.
So, yeah. So, along with what Dr. Pace said, I think relaxing some of the rules on sick leave, there's options available for people. We can maybe provide direction to department heads that if somebody doesn't have sick leave, but they have negotiated personal leave time or administrative leave or vacation or comp time, that they're allowed to use those in place of sick leave. That seems to me to be a pretty simple thing. Another thing that's available in some bargaining units, they have the ability to donate catastrophic leave. Mm-hmm. One of the concerns that we have as an employer is singling out certain employees to give them a benefit. I'll tell you who knows better than anybody who's actually doing the work or who's abusing their sick time is the coworkers. So if that catastrophic leave benefit was opened up to everybody, if somebody's in your department within your job classification that, you know, it doesn't really have the time because they haven't been here long enough or they came off of some extended illness, their coworkers know who that is, as opposed to the people who, you know, they get 8 hours sick time, they call in sick for 8 hours, they've been working here for 15 years and have 12 hours of sick time on the books. Everybody that works together knows that. So maybe open up those policies that are more flexible and allowable for the coworkers to take care of each other in these types of situations.
Yeah, I like that
Thank
one.
you, Sheriff.
Yep.
Good idea.
Large Area Public Services Director again. One other point is the threat of coronavirus versus actually having it. I mean, I have folks that are, as far as viruses, frontline. I mean, restrooms, park restrooms. I challenge anyone to go in there and think what they didn't get. Public restrooms as well, buildings. The landfill. So I mean, I struggle with the concern that someone who can telecommute, they're likely in a position where they're not really under threat as much as others. So it does beg a fairness concern of mine.
Good afternoon, Crystal Marketan, Director for Social Services. I'm not opposed to the idea of telecommuting, but in this particular instance, it really would not work for the Department of Social Services, 260 plus or minus employees, none of whom really are working on a business system that's cloud-based. And so they would not be able to take their work home and work from there at this time. Not to say that it isn't a possibility in the future, but for this particular thing, it would not be. There'd be a handful of people that potentially could work from home, but the reality is that we work on dedicated systems and we work with the public, every day. So, and then the other thing too that I just, I do appreciate the fact that you're, asking for our opinion today and, how things would actually work for us if it became a reality. I do appreciate the discussion. I think that time off I see that as a reward too, and I think those of us who are here during the Mendocino complex, we've experienced that firsthand, and so I would just ask that great care be taken in terms of allowing time off for something that is not provable. It does make it very difficult on morale, and then also for us as administrators to, really know what's going on. So again, thank you for letting us have this discussion today.
Good afternoon, your board. I'm Denise Pomeroy, Health Services Director. So on the sick piece of it, I really like Sheriff Martin's ideas regarding opening up the donation of others who have a significant amount of sick time or vacation that they'd like to share within their department. It's a very rigid program within the county, and it's very hard to maneuver. The actual person who is kind of that catastrophic leave type policy is the only thing we have, and the person who's actually in the situation has to come in, and that's not what we want here. So if your board would look at that piece, that would be great. If there was an easier, more or less complicated way to donate sick time to people, that I would appreciate that. Also, and maybe I like the other idea of the loan. If somebody's only been here 6 months, or if they've just came back from being off from a major surgery, and they don't have no more time on the books, I would appreciate that for those employees who are, good employees, and they really need that. As far as the telework, I'm going to differ from my other department heads. I'm in favor of telework. I do come from a different background. I come from a private and a not-for-profit medical background, as well as my 12 years here in government. And there are ways, we have done this before, and there's others that are out there doing it. Well, it's very true. There are sections of my health department that could not telework because they do work with the public every day. There are sections that can. So if I have a nurse or an analyst who is actually out for some reason, there are projects and things that those people could be doing at home. Policies, protocols, updating all of our work plans. I mean, we must have, 50 different work plans that we have to update annually that seem to always get pushed aside because we're always in some type of either short-staffed, or we're in a disaster, or we're in a disaster recovery. So there are, what I would say, instead of people that can work from home, there are projects and tasks that can be accomplished from home. Unlike the other departments, the health department is completely hosted on the cloud. So your environmental health, admin, public health, and veterans have all cloud-hosted systems now. So with their county laptop and checking it out and having secure, there are things that people could do from home if they weren't able to go to work. One of these situations I could envision is, a parent, 3 or 4 kids, maybe grandma or grandpa lives with them, and someone gets sick. We all know, even with the flu, it's just going to spread through the house until everybody's gotten it. And that parent may not have enough sick time on the books to cover that. If that person is able to do some of those backlog tasks, that is the type of envision I would see for allowing telecommuting at home in a temporary situation. I also do appreciate the look at it for long term, because I do think it would have an impact on recruitment and retention for particular positions that it would work for. So thank you for allowing us to speak today.
Thank you, Denise. you have a question, Bruno, or that just?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment if public comment's done.
Any more department heads that want to come up and speak to this issue? All right, thank you.
I wanted to ask Carol, can we look at HR? Can we look at HR providing that support to make sure that our staff has access to those programs that have been opened up through the governor's office, through that proclamation? Because I think it's important that we offer some assistance at the very least to make sure that they have access to the right applications and so on and so forth. And I think that sounds like an HR thing to me. As far as what I've heard, and I think it just fits in what I already said, it needs to be a department by department situation, because if the department head's not comfortable or if the department head doesn't feel it's possible, then we shouldn't be forcing something into a department where it doesn't work. However, I do want to bring up Denise Pomeroy from Public Health, who did bring up that she's in support. I'd say let's see if maybe for that department we can't try that temporary and see how that works in order to look at it for more of a permanent status, because emergencies aren't going to go away because this year is done. Every year, every other year, we're going to have some sort of emergency to deal with. And so I think if there's a department head who's willing to give it a shot, and I'm making an assumption here, but I'm assuming that IT already has telecommuting access to our networks and everything else, so something's already in place. But again, I'm making an assumption. I haven't talked to Shane French about that specifically. But I think that would be a good place for us to start. That way we're not looking at a much larger process. We're starting slow, and if we can make it work and function for public health, then maybe we can look at making it work and function for other departments.
Supervisor Brown.
Well, what Brian, Sheriff, was suggesting is something that we've done in the past on a single basis. I remember years ago, and you might remember, there was an employee that was dealing with cancer for a long period of time, and the employees got together, the co-workers got together and actually did that. And I believe it was the Sheriff's Department years ago, and so I think that's something that we could look at on a.
I believe that's kind of what started that as
Yeah.
a benefit, was putting
Right.
it together for that one employee.
So the catastrophic leave policy does exist, but I think it's sort of labor intensive, and so perhaps it could be streamlined.
And what about I know that, sometimes, people would use the sick leave and then they're not even there for 30 days or 40 days, 60 days or whatever it is, but that would be pretty rare. But what about using, just advancing sick leave, and then as they accrue it, and then they pay it back to the bank? Is that
I've
something?
heard anecdotally that some jurisdictions are looking at that. I haven't had an opportunity to speak to the auditor and how payroll would track that, since it's
Yeah.
your sick leave time, your accruals are tracked in executive time. I'm not sure how that would work, but it's a conversation we could have.
Well, we're having it, so, I mean,
Yeah.
it was brought up, and the thing is, again, I'm hoping this is the case, but so far, there's no indication that it won't be any different than that it's gonna be such a rare occasion that somebody would have to use it, that it's not gonna be that widespread, so, maybe we could give it a look at. I don't know if it's something worth looking at or not, but,
Anita has so much accrued that she'll just donate.
yeah,
I could be sick the rest of the year.
yeah.
Please don't be sick.
So would it be helpful, Mr. Chair,
So I think we
if
kinda went back and forth
looped
on
back
that one,
around
yeah.
to the direction I think I'm hearing, and then you can say if I got it right?
Yeah.
Would that be reasonable? So I'm not hearing any consensus, well, maybe I am. Am I hearing consensus for a global temporary telework policy, or one in which the technology committee work with Denise Pomeroy to try for a couple of people as a starter? Is that what I'm hearing?
Can I ask a question on that? I hate listening to Shane's email. It sounded like this is going to be a lot of work to put this together for telecommunicating. Is there any way we can put a survey out to hear? I know we heard from some department heads, but to all the department heads, of trying to figure out how many positions we are looking at. Are we really only looking at 10? Because maybe 10 wouldn't be worth our time to even look into a policy, but are we looking at 100?
You're speaking of if we had a permanent,
No,
not-
temporary telecommunication. Even if we're only looking at 10, maybe it wouldn't be the best use of our time. But maybe if we're looking at 100 positions that would be able to possibly telecommute. that would be worth it. That's just what I'm thinking.
I'm okay with doing a survey on how many department heads are interested and how many positions within their departments would be able to access that.
That are, and perhaps have the survey ask it in the way of, first of all, that is COVID-19 related or ongoing need for such a policy.
Mine would be COVID-19. That was, just, I know Dr. Pace and Denise have been on the calls as they're going. This is a worst-case scenario type of situation. Come up with these plans now so you can have an opportunity. I was on a call when they were working on that on Friday night about the school, step 1, step 2, steps 2. I thought Dr. Pace and Denise, like I said earlier, thank you for doing that. But I know they have scenarios where it jumpstarts. When there is a case found in the county, now things are to be, and I'm not saying our county, but I'm talking about counties that have been affected. So step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, being able to solidify your workforce as those things are escalating. School closures and that stuff, I'm talking about that a little bit just on that when I was listening. But I think what I'm talking about today, and my response is just towards the COVID-19, and if there's going to be some things that kickstart it, because we've got to solidify the workforce. As we know right now, as Dr. Pace said, it is limiting movement. It is not allowing people to come in, large gatherings. At some point, if it does escalate, we won't be making this decision. The CDC, the state of California, right? They'll be making decisions for us if it gets bad. So we want to have stuff where we can still operate our county government and give our constituents what they need. And so my old thoughts and conversation on it today is to look at the options, both the telework opportunities and the worst case scenarios. And I agree with long-term, but right now, really looking at what you brought today for COVID-19. That's my thoughts.
So the IT director told me in a telephone conversation, it wasn't memorialized in his comments that I read to you, that he thought that in order to do a permanent teleworking or telecommuting policy in the right way that addresses all of the interests and concerns, he estimated it would be a process that would take us 6 months or so.
Oh, well.
So probably at a minimum, realistically. Yeah, so, but whether or not something could be done on a temporary basis really was the primary thrust of today's conversation. If you would like us to do a survey and come back to you and tell you the results next week, we could certainly do that. Does that sound like a reasonable next step?
Yeah, I don't want a survey of those who think it's a great idea. I want a survey of all of them. I want to hear if it's good.
I want numbers.
Well, we've
Yeah, I
got
wanna
all
hear-
department heads.
No, yeah, I know, but I don't want to solicit who thinks this is a good idea. I want to know, do you think this is a good or bad idea? I want to know, just like we've heard from 90% of the department heads here said, no, it's not a good idea.
It's not going to help their department
Yeah,
because
it's not
many
gonna
of their
help.
positions
Yeah.
require personal.
Well, they said it's not
in-person
a good
services.
idea, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not interested if it's a good or bad idea. I want to know numbers. How many in your department would be able to tell?
Which types of classifications could? I
How
think
many
that would be
positions we're
important
looking at.
information to have as well. So again, if there is movement toward a temporary policy based on those results, that's why I'm suggesting we would come back next week to review with you
Yes.
those results. And as far as any sort of permanent policy, that would be down the road. We're, certainly open to your board's direction, but that was not really the point of the agenda item today.
And as far as I'm concerned, a temporary policy can be pulled off the shelf anytime that we have some sort of emergency where maybe that would benefit us to pull that off the shelf and reinstate it. So as far as I'm concerned, we're not wasting our time, and I don't see it as just a COVID-19 policy. It's a policy for when we have a shortage of a workforce due to them having to stay home for whatever reason. And so I don't mind.
Okay, so then we're doing a survey of all department heads and coming back to your board next week. And then on the subject of leave, I think I'm hearing consensus that through department heads, we want to remind all employees to bank their accruals. And through HR, we want to look at the existing catastrophic leave policy and see what can be done to make the process more simple. We can certainly have a conversation with Kathy Saderlin and payroll about how or if it would work to advance or loan sick leave and how that might be tracked. Is that it? I think that's it.
Yes. And then
And
obviously,
donate sick time?
Yeah, through the
some of the
catastrophic.
suggestions that
We
we've
have
done
that.
today.
Yeah, we have that now.
And then also getting the information out to them about the proclamation and their situation, right?
Yes,
From
yes. We sent that information earlier today to department heads. We sent department heads a comprehensive message that included a lot of information about COVID and plan to follow up with all county employees as well after we have this discussion with you.
Okay.
Okay? So
Thank
then we
you.
won't return to your board on the leave policy unless, I mean, obviously, we would return to you if we're recommending amendments to the catastrophic leave policy to make it work more easily. But other than that, we won't come back to your board about leave
Okay.
for COVID. Okay, thank you.
And just as an incentive for all staff, if you have 1,000 hours of sick time, that can be turned into 1 full year of CalPERS work experience, which helps you with your pension in the long run. So it's a good incentive to want to save your sick hours.
Unless you're really sick.
Unless you're sick, use them.
Right.
We don't
I
get
think
sick
that's
time.
the message. The message today
Unless you're
is
sick.
moving forward. If you're sick, please stay home, respect others, respect your workspace right now until
I've never had a job
things
where
pass.
I've never had a job where I got sick time, so I don't completely understand that concept, but it's what it is.
Right.
Of course, I don't have a TV either, so that's why I'm not so worried about this, I guess. That's how you stay healthy, get rid of your TV.
We'll see if that works. Okay, thank you very much for discussion. Jumped all over the place here.
Yeah.
So now we are going to item 7.2. I think,
Mr. Chair, I'm
6.7,
thinking some department heads, excuse me, might be here for 7.7.
7.7.
Is that true?
okay.
If you don't mind.
7.7, consideration of a resolution amending resolution number 2018-118, establishing temporary alternative office hours for county offices located in and surrounding the Lake County Courthouse or alternative direction to staff. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, for the last year and a half, your board has been authorizing the Friday closures in 6-month increments. We're now at the close of the latest 6-month increment, and so we brought that back to you, knowing that you've gotten some feedback from your constituents about the pluses and minuses of the Friday closures. Staff is not assuming that your board will just slam dunk another resolution to continue it, and hence are including in the agenda item alternative direction to staff if you have such direction. And so the question before you today is, do you wish to continue the Friday closures?
My thoughts are to hear from the department heads that we have here, that I would like to hear from the department heads.
Hi, Denise Pomeroy, Health Department. For my department, we are in favor of the continued Friday closures, working at still 20 to 25% vacancy across all of our divisions. It has been a great benefit to our department. The Health Department is actually open on Fridays from 8 to noon, so we only close for the afternoon, and that has to do with the regulation for public health, not that we wouldn't prefer to be open closed all day on Friday. But it is allowed, like in public health, they've taken that opportunity for Fridays to really work on scanning their documents into their electronic system, cloud-hosted system, and environmental health as well. They're working on projects that are in backlog, again, policies, protocols. They're working on work plans and environmental health, where they have concentrated time and they're not being interrupted by the public coming in. So in veterans, they are closed on Friday. They're open for appointment only. If there is an emergency or somebody needs to be seen, then they will schedule that appointment. They are down to 2 people. So we have 2 people running that entire program.
Out of how many?
Out of 3, but that's a third of their workforce. So the director is not there. He does Friday morning talk shows. He's over at the VA. On Fridays, he's over at the jail. And so that Friday closure with that extra vacancy has really helped them as well. So it allows them to get caught up on all the things that they don't get to when they're working with clients, Monday through Friday, all day long. So I am in favor. It has been a great benefit to our department, and I'm in favor of continuing. Thank you.
One of the things,
Go ahead,
so
Supervisor
back in
Brown.
August when we, I think it was August that we talked about this, one of the things I asked for was that department heads come back and report on how many employees actually take that day off. So, have we gotten that information?
How many offices?
How many employees from each office, the department heads were supposed to come back and say, tell us how many people actually take that day off Friday. They use it for a day off.
I don't.
I mean, they can.
I
They
don't
can do that.
believe
I
we
just
have that
wonder.
information formally, but there are some departments that work 4/10s fairly regularly, and if that is the case, employees would not be in the office on Fridays
Right.
benefiting from the
Anyway.
protected time to work.
Yeah. Anyway, but that was one of the things that I asked for at that, and I was sure that would come back, but.
So for the health department, I can confidently say that we are not allowing any additional changes. We offer a 980 schedule after they've met their 6-month or 1-year probation based upon their satisfactory work. Those are either a Monday or a Friday. We have not allowed any additional schedule changes to take Friday off unless it's a normal request for sick or vacation time as allowed by county policy.
Thank you, Denise.
You're welcome.
Crystal Marketan, Director for Social Services. So we do the Friday closure on a limited basis. Really only Anderson Ranch, which is the eligibility services, is participating in that and is working really well. I mean, we do have a couple of things that are mandated that we continue to provide. One of those is our electronic benefits, access to getting a new card or something like that. That's still open on Fridays. But otherwise, it really does give protected time to the employees to get all of the information that they collect during the week into their database. And again, as Denise mentioned earlier, we are still running at 20-25% vacancy, so it's very helpful for that reason. So I would be for having it continue. Thanks.
So Rich Ford, the assessor recorder. So what I wanted to say was basically it's a big benefit for our department. For the most part, we've done a couple projects on the side on Fridays because we do work the 410. So we've done actually projects to mitigate some of the escapes for new construction, as well as some of the Prop 8 increases that needed to be done a while ago. We still are behind. We use it for training. We use it for multiple different things. So it definitely is a big benefit, and we'd definitely like to see it included.
What's your staffing level right now? I was curious about that.
What was that?
Your staffing level, how's that? Is that getting?
It's getting better, but our experience level is
Yeah,
still
I
very,
get that.
very, very low. So what's happening is we're starting to, because our staffing is starting to improve over trying to, basically our front end of the office, our recorder side or DER side actually moved and got promoted into appraisers, but they don't have the experience. So now they're starting to get the experience. It's helping us get inroads into the backlog. So we're caught up on some buckets, and some buckets we're still behind.
Don't you
So
guys
it
do a
is
lot of-
definitely helping us.
Don't you guys do a lot of training? You're training?
We
that you
train
do
every
Fridays?
single morning, so Monday through Thursday, we train basically in the morning, because we run 410, so we come at 7 in the
Got it,
morning,
got it.
we leave at 6 at night, we take those hours before and after every day of the week, but then we also take Friday. That has helped us speed up, even though I've got people that are only a year into the seat as an appraiser, in some cases, their experience level is starting to speed up, so they might look like they're more like a 2-year appraiser because of that training. And we force them to train each other. It's not me getting out there, they don't want to hear me that often, train them every morning. They train each other based on a topic we provide them. It's usually a topic they don't know, and part of that is because if you train each other, it's highest level of comprehension. So we do train every single morning, plus some additional at the end of the day, to answer your question.
Thank you.
Lars Ewing, Public Services Director, I agree with everything that's been said. If there is, though, some concerns with the level of service available to the public, what I think should be considered is allowing the phones to come through on Friday. You know, that could be something, simply answering a question that someone has on a Friday, that could be a good middle ground.
Scott DeLeon, Public Works, Water Resources, Interim CDD. I like the Friday closure simply for the fact that we're using the Fridays in CDD for training. I'm going to echo some of Rich Ford's comments. We've got pretty good staffing numbers, but we're very, very inexperienced. And so we're doing a lot of training, both in the building department and planning, for using those Fridays for training, and it's working out pretty well. It's a good opportunity to get everybody together and go over projects and go over principles and things. So I'm also encouraging staff to set up appointments with people if their schedules don't allow them to get in on any other time except on a Friday. I'm asking them to really try to set up appointments and be available, because we are there to serve the public, and sometimes folks can't get there. So we really try to encourage them to set up appointments with our staff. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I had one more comment from the Special Districts
Yes.
Administrator who had to leave for another meeting, but she said that she wanted to say to your board that Friday closures are very beneficial for her department, and we have made accommodations for their customers.
Okay.
Who was that?
That was Special Districts
Jan.
Administrator who had to leave.
What's the, what about the, what Lars said about maybe having calls at least come in?
That would be certainly a possibility. You know, I'm in an interesting situation because it makes no difference to my office. We're as busy on, except for the phone ringing, we're as busy on Friday as any other day of the week. And so, but certainly that's very doable if that's what your board wants.
We have phones on Friday.
Yeah. I mean, even if departments don't want it, we could always have their phone calls sent to Lars.
So Lars would just take all the calls?
Such a great idea.
Go ahead, Rich.
I was just going to add, I've occasionally during this process, I've heard a couple people make comments about the volume, and somehow the volume might be less. It's actually in our office for recorders, which is the main people that would be affected by me, basically for our counter. That's the main people being served. A couple questions from the appraiser side. But our volume on recording is basically the same or increased year over year. So it hasn't changed much just because we've been closed on Fridays. What's happening is most, at least in my office, the majority of stuff comes through title companies. So they've all adjusted their schedule. They know that we're not open on Friday, and therefore it's actually moved. There's occasional few that have not adjusted their schedule, but for the most part, that has been adjusted.
And you do allow for appointments, though, don't you? Because that is one of the concerns, a group that has expressed a concern, is
Yeah.
realtors and title companies. Not as much as they did when we initiated this to begin with.
Yeah.
But it sounds like there's been some.
Well, what we do with appointments is we try and schedule the title companies, because if we allow them to come whenever, they have a tendency to come during lunchtime. That's when the public usually comes during their own lunchtime.
Yeah.
And so what ends up happening, for efficiency's, sake, it's not good for a title company to come during lunchtime when the public's here. They won't get in and out faster. So we try and schedule them either earlier in the morning or later in the afternoon, let's say after about 3 o'clock. And so by that, it's efficient for the public, it's efficient for the title companies, and both people are served more appropriately. So that's what we do with appointments, but not specific special appointments. We just ask them, would you please come at 3 o'clock, or would you come at 1, and so on.
And you have made provisions when there's a holiday week. too, so
Absolutely.
that's-
And we look at it that way, as well as during the tax season, when the tax collector's open, we always pair up with them and open on those appropriate days.
All right, Lars Ewing again. I guess two things. First off, no. And yeah, I think maybe I spoke slightly, well, if not out of turn. At least some consideration should be given to the fact that my department is not exactly a revolving door of phone calls or people coming to the counter. So if the board does desire to consider the phone calls coming through, I would ask that we reach out to those departments that probably have a higher volume of calls than I do. I could see that still being a benefit to my department, simply having phone calls and the door locked, so to speak. But I think it wouldn't be right for me to assume that the same applies to other departments. So I can't say which departments receive more calls, but just make sure that's considered. Thank you.
This is one of those temporary programs that I talked about earlier, so there's justification. Yeah, everybody can justify not opening back up on Friday, and some of them are clearly, good justification, but it's not gonna.
It's gonna be harder to reopen it.
Yeah, for sure.
I do want to ask, is there any public input? Anybody else in the audience would like to come up and speak?
Timothy Toy, I'm a local real estate broker. There's been a number of the title, real estate, loan industry meeting, and we're very concerned about the continuation of this policy. Speaking as realtors, we work 7 days a week. We don't necessarily do 8 hours, 7 days, but we have to pay attention and take calls 7 days a week because we're serving members of the public. I appreciate the county employees have a lot of demands upon them. On the other hand, who is the customer? And perhaps the recorder's office is an exception to other departments because the general public is being hurt by the Friday closures. I'll give you one example. I just sold a house. We were ready to close on Friday. We couldn't. It was Martin Luther King's Day Monday. So there was 4 days the buyer had to wait before he could move into the house. The house was vacant. It cost me $150. I can absorb that, of course. But there's many stories like that. It's kind of weird dealing with realtors from other counties where the recorder's office is open 5 days a week, and they're like, what? Lake County's closed, the recorder's office closed on Friday? Why is that? It's embarrassing, quite honestly. So I think there needs to be real sensitivity in the recorder's office to the effect it's having on members of the public, that they're not being able to move into their house. Sometimes they have to wait 4 days if it's a Monday holiday. And so much happens with the recorder. There's, perhaps with planning, you can't get them Friday, you call them Monday. With a sale of a house, see, people can't move in until it's recorded. They can't get their money till it's recorded. They can't transfer funds to the sale of another, the seller can't get the money to buy their property they're trying to buy. So I think it really has to be looked at from what is the effect on the general public. It's great for employees, I'm sure, and I'd love to not have to take calls just 1 day a week. That would be nice. But the public is being negatively affected. It's very often these are people coming to Lake County for the first time. It's not exactly a welcome. It's a put-off. All of us, in some sense, we're all out there, and there's something like 220 members of the Lake County Association of Realtors. We're all out there promoting Lake County as a great place to live, which it is. But it's it just comes across as backward. So I would encourage the recorder's office and with the support of the supervisors to look at alternatives. I don't know all the pressures they're under. I'm sure they're under lots of pressures, but is there a way to have a partial opening on Friday so we don't hold people up? We don't make people stay in motels. And just so you understand,
If you could kind of wrap it up.
okay, sure. with closing of a house, it's hard to always get it on an exact day. So we can know Fridays is the recorder's office is closed, but often with loan funding and all of that, it ends up falling on the Friday, and so it's hard to schedule it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Timothy.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Hansen. I'm with the Lake County Association of Realtors. I'm the association executive. I just wanted to mention that our association is responsible for almost $300 million in sales for the county. And you're crippling us by not being open 5 days a week. And I'm sure it's a wonderful benefit to the employees and the supervisors. I worked for a staffing company down south. We were one of the largest staffing temporary agencies in the United States. And I dealt with a lot of different employers, a lot of employees, and I can't think of a single instance where they would say, yeah, give me more work. I'd like to work more hours and deal with the public. We're just asking that the recorders make some concessions and be available for us to close our business and keep bringing the money into Lake County. Thank you.
My name is Mary Benson. I'm a real estate broker, and I had the honor of serving as the president of the Lake County Association of Realtors last year. And as president, I got to hear firsthand from people who were being directly hurt by these Friday closings, specifically with regard to the recorder's office. And I learned about people whose rate locks expired and they had to pay extra money in order to extend their lock simply because we could not get the office to open on Fridays. I learned about people who were homeless for 3 to 4 days because no Friday recordings. I am really surprised to hear Mr. Ford say that the title companies show up at lunchtime because in the 20 years I've been in business here, there are recordings at 8 o'clock and at 2 o'clock. And that's when the title companies send in their recording service. So I am sure if that's an issue, then we can work that out. I also felt that only being open for 14 days in December presented an especial hardship to all the people who needed to make a transaction happen for tax purposes by the end of the year. And I had to hear personally from people who did not get their transaction completed because we were only open for 14 days. Our association put together a task force of the lenders, the title companies, and realtors to talk about this situation and what could we do. And we came upon the idea that electronic recording may be an answer to this because it could allow us to close our real estate transactions even on Friday. But I was told last week by the gentleman in charge of the electronic recording project that the county is running, as he said, this is not going to solve your problem. I said, why? He said, you are still not going to close deals on Fridays because when our door is closed, our door is closed. And I'm old enough to remember when the county had signs in all of the offices that said, serving the public is not an interruption to our job, it is our job. But it really feels, yeah, I know, it really feels like it may be time to bring those signs back if you haven't destroyed them, because this is a problem and it's hurting very real people. Not to mention that we're losing 3 days of supplemental taxes on 20% of our transactions because we didn't close on Friday, we closed on Monday instead, closed the deal on Monday. So I would like to really encourage you, if you insist on taking away this many hours of public service, please do it on a Wednesday, or please do half a day on Wednesday, half a day on Friday. Allow the staff to get caught up on their backlog, which was the reason for the initial closures, I thought, but I haven't heard anything about whether the backlog has been helped or whether it's the same or whether it's worse than a year and a half ago when we started this. But at any rate, please consider opening up at least on Fridays, even if you take away a different day or do 2 half days. Thank you.
So Rich Ford, Assessor Recorder again. So I thought I would clarify one of the comments about the e-recording. E-recording is about a 2-year process. We started this a number of years ago. E-recording has to have a certain level of technical expertise. The office did not have it at that time. We've since pursued it. It has to go through the DOJ, through a third-party company that we're working with, and we're getting ready to put a resolution with you guys. As far as the comment about Friday, we have always stood by, and we will treat nobody different. So if the general public is not allowed in on Friday, no one's allowed in. So there's no difference. We don't make special appointments, as you said, for title companies. We don't let them in before hours that the public can be in. If the office is closed to the public, the office is closed for everybody. And that happens to be fair, because the public deserves the same level of service as the title companies, because in a lot of ways, the title companies are serving the public by processing their transactions. So as far as what we had done for appointments, we are scheduling them outside of the lunch window. And for the most part, they don't come in during lunch. But if we don't schedule them, they might have a tendency to come during lunch, and then nobody is efficient. It's not efficient on the processing. It hurts us as far as processing, and it hurts us in the title companies as well as the people that come during lunch, the public.
Rich, I think Tina had a question.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Sure.
How long does it take when somebody comes in to record a home sale?
Depends. If you come in through the title companies, they usually bring multiple transactions. So it just depends. Some of them will bring 1 or 2, some of them bring 10. I would say probably 10, 15 minutes each, give or take.
For each sale?
Yeah. So it's not tremendously amount.
Could there be a way that maybe we could open up on Fridays for a couple hours in the afternoon to be able to record those to make?
When we decided to do the Friday hours, we of course went through initially with just the treasurer to mirror essentially what was happening with the auditors. We've since have mirrored everything that is going on throughout the entire county. So we can discuss at that point if you want to do. I would suggest if we are going to do it, make it less. I will tell you, from before when we had Friday open, a lot of times we have Friday open and it's really just open. There's not a lot of traffic. We have traffic in the middle of the day, but if you come to my office at 8 in the morning, there's hardly anybody in my office across the counter, but I still have to man those 2 desks that are right in front, and then that takes them away because the desks in front are not as easily to get work done.
Could you have a bell?
Sure, we'd have a bell. But the reality is this. Most of our work gets done, those transactions get done on the recorder side and on the assessor side behind that counter. That's when most of it gets done. So my feeling has always been, good customer service is getting the job done, not just saying you're going to get the job done. It doesn't help me if you come over my counter and I tell you, that's great, I'll take it under advisement, I'll take, a week and I'll get it done. I prefer just to take the information, process it, as far as phone calls and other things. As we've been able to get some of these buckets down, our phone calls are reducing. Why? Because the job is getting done. And so we keep trying to focus on getting the buckets down, getting the job, completely all the way done. Not just that we put a good face and we can talk to somebody and say, that's great, we're behind and we're going to be further behind. And I prefer us just getting down to business, getting it done, taking care of it. And we're moving along with that. But yeah, I'm open if you guys want to open a couple hours and talk about it. We did it in consolidation with everybody else that closed at the same time. I do say that it's a little confusing when one office is open, other offices is not open. It's a lot easier if everybody's closed at the same time. But that's when we went that route.
Yeah, I agree with that comment, but I would have to say, I can't speak for all the supervisors, but you're the only department that I get phone calls for, people frustrated that you're the only department that I have issues with. For Friday closures.
Yeah, and we are a key, as you've heard before, we are a key component of the local economy, period.
So
And we fund the schools from the assessor side, we fund the schools, the cities, and the county. We're the largest of that revenue, period. And then on the recorder side, we record almost most legal documents. That legal documents, run the economy. So that is true on both accounts. So anything that it's gonna truncate that or affect the economy, absolutely. I would expect you to get some of those phone calls.
Yeah, I would like to see if we could maybe look at something opening up on Fridays for at least a couple hours to be able to do the recording.
I would say if we're going to consider that and we're going to consider the one-off, that I would say to reduce it to a couple hours.
Just a couple hours.
And if I was to do it, honestly, I would, to be fair, I would include somewhat mid-morning to allow the public to come during lunchtime, and then a portion of time for title companies. because we can't do this in such a way that the title companies are benefited and the public is not.
No, I agree. It has to be fair across the board.
So we can discuss it, but those would be my caveats in the conversation.
Thank you, Rich.
Yep.
Supervisor Brown?
Would you be open to, if we were to meet with, some title companies or board of
Sure.
realtors and maybe come up, because I appreciate your concept of fairness.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we do it in other areas. It's not uncommon for, if you're an attorney or even bail, if you need to go visit with an inmate, you don't have to wait for the regular public hours to do it. You do that because it's a professional type, appointment that you make. And it's, so it's allowed in other areas, and I don't think it's unfair to have the title companies do it, because they are on a timeline. The general public, yeah, it would be a convenience, it'd be really nice to be able to come in there, but I don't think it's unfair to say, we're making appointments for title companies, and I think actually that's more fair to your staff, to at least try that.
It is more fair. The problem that I have, honestly, is on any of these changes, the title companies has been, we communicate with them, we have close relationships with them, we send them, memos, white papers on anything that we need to do.
Yeah.
They've always complied, and always worked with it, and we actually don't get much feedback, negatively from
Well,
them.
and in all
So-
fairness, I don't get a lot 'of calls from the title companies, I do from the realtors, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Which a realtor gets processed through a title
Yeah,
company,
yeah.
and probably
Yeah.
95% of transactions.
Yeah,
So-
originally, the title companies were all,
Yeah.
were concerned about it, but I haven't heard anything from them
And I
since,
haven't either, and
actually.
so that's where my feedback is coming, is I
Yeah.
haven't heard much from what is, from the realtor side, their end conduit, right? The title companies, and I'm not hearing much of a stoppage. It's really being processed.
yeah.
But I do have a little bit of problem, and this is just on the fairness. I really truly believe, and this is my own opinion, is if you're gonna open it for one, you gotta open it for
I
both.
get it. I get
And
your-
so, and
yeah.
you guys have heard me say stuff like that, and so it shouldn't shock you if I say that.
Said it to all
But-
of us, I think.
Yes, I say it on a pretty regular basis, right? And so that's not gonna shock you, but I see what you're saying, and that's where we kind of do the appointments. But that is for more efficiency, for everybody, for the title companies, for the public.
Got it.
Any other questions?
Supervisor Brown, it's up to you.
So a comment was made that I really believe in as well, is that we're here to serve the public. The reason people are paying their taxes is not so they can find a door closed when they come getting a service, it's so they can find a door open so that they can get a service done. I understand that with our vacancy rates, that it's easier to try to organize and get things done behind the counter, because opening up to the public, it's a distraction of sorts, because nobody is set specifically to deal with the public. They deal with the public, and there's work at their desktop to do as well. But the and this is, I'm speaking broadly in terms of different departments. There's some negativity in the processes that we offer to those going to our departments for a service when they don't feel like they are getting the full service, when, oh, well, I can't update my plans at CDD, they're not open. Granted, now it looks like they have the availability to do an appointment. But Monday through Friday is the norm, and I think that we should aim to get back into the norm. I think that we've had these conversations about economic development. I think I love what I'm hearing, that some have a skeleton crew half-day Friday. I think that's something that should be looked at for every department that's critical for the public to have access to on Fridays, and maybe just have a rotating base. I don't know what it looks like. It needs to be by each department to decide how it's best going to fit. But I think that we have to allow people to have access to do the work that they're doing in order for us to benefit as a whole, as a county, so that we can continue to generate revenue and generate more services, because it's almost like a chicken or the egg. We're not open, so we can't generate more revenue. Some people are put off and they don't want to work with us, so they may not come back, and they could have come back the next time to be able to generate more revenue. And so it just feels like we're kind of just juggling, and it's a treadmill where we're not really moving. I think that we need to figure out how to do at least a half day on Friday. And again, it needs to be by department rather than us telling departments how it is that they're going to make it work. Because again, we don't know the day-to-day, 8 hours a day type of activities that's going on with each one of your staff, and each department will be able to tell us how they can make that work.
Can I make a comment? So one thing I will say is, and I presented this probably now over a year ago, I know I've heard a couple comments where recorder's office across the state, none of them do this. I actually went through all 58 counties and I presented it, and basically we were of the 14% of the people that were Monday through Friday that didn't have in some way, shape, or form a reduced schedule. And you guys saw that, I put it up on overboard. So, on the overhead. So, that comment isn't completely accurate. I'm not updated in the last year or whatever since I did it, but I suspect those have not changed. My associations, different things, I've never heard anything different. So I suspect that number is pretty close to the same. So when we say everybody doesn't have a reduced schedule, that is not true. The majority do have some kind of reduced schedule, either in that they're open and they have a reduced recording schedule within the office, that they stop recordings at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is very common across the state. And I can update that for the board if they would like that. As far as half a day, I think half a day is overkill. If you come to my office before, even just Monday through Friday, if you come to my office most of the time early in the morning or later in the afternoon after about 3, it's pretty much crickets, but I'm still required to have those people at the front desk. I try and get them to jump off and take things back up to the front, but it's just not as efficient. I don't get as much go for the people that are sitting in the front desk as other places where they're at their desk, they can do the work, they have access to the systems. Part of that has to do with sharing passwords, by the way. You can't have a public desk that I rotate employees in and out of that desk, and now I'm sharing a password to Megabyte or one of my other systems. It's a logistical problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
May I please add one sentence? You've said you haven't heard from
State your name.
Mary Benson. You've said you haven't heard from the title companies, and I definitely have heard strong comments from both of our local title companies and their regional managers. And if you would like, I'd be happy to have them contact you individually to tell you just how much it's impacted our business. But we do work together.
I'm not saying it's
and
not
is
a problem for them. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, originally, we had a lot of calls when we first started talking about this. I talked to every title company, and I haven't had a call since.
Yeah,
since
they
then.
are concerned, and they
Okay.
keep asking me,
I
what's
think
going
it's
on?
worth having a discussion with them, and Rich is open to that, so I think we could probably
Thank you.
accommodate that.
We would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, just going, absolutely. When the Friday closures, we were contacted by realtors, title everybody reached out to us, absolutely. And we did pass that information on to Rich. We did say, hey, we were getting calls on these things, and so it was passed on, so, okay.
And in all fairness, until this was on the agenda, I didn't hear from the realtors until we got this on there. And then I got 2 emails, one from Julia Richardson and one from other, I can't remember who it was, but
Well,
anyway.
I personally would get calls. I definitely got calls from realtors throughout the whole time we've been doing this.
I have too.
Off and on, not as frequent when we started, but definitely at least every other couple months or something, there was a call for a specific instance of something going on. So I did get calls.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're looking for action and direction to,
We need some kind of action today, Mr. Chair, because the prior resolution expires today.
Today.
And, which means that we have no direction for what we're doing this Friday. If we're ceasing and if we're ceasing and having convening some discussions with department heads about what the alternative should be, some improved alternative, we'd probably need a little time to do that. Another option would be that this resolution before you today could be amended to include some small portion of time that you want offices are open on Fridays. You talked about that as a possibility. But to do that responsibly, we probably need a little time to regroup with department heads and have those conversations. So what would you like to do?
2 up here, so we'll talk to Supervisor Brown.
I would like to go
Supervisor Brown.
3 months for this one, and I think part of the problem that we reacted, to, it was a real problem, and it probably still is, but we didn't ask that we need a plan for implementation of going back to where it was.
Yeah.
What staffing level do you need to be at? What do you need in order to start opening back up to the public? And I think if we go 3 months and say, we need a plan, we gotta come back to where we were, instead of just accepting that this is the way it's the way now that it is. Everybody can justify it, and some of it it's reasonable, but it's not reasonable to the public, and that's who we have to answer to, so.
Thanks, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Sabatier?
I was going to almost suggest the exact same thing, except I was going to ask to come back in a month. Because I think that the situation continues to be inaccessible for certain people. And I think that to ask a department head to take a month and see how it is and how many hours, so that we can actually organize it into an actual policy, because I think it needs to be flexible. I don't think it needs to be specific as to no Fridays, all closed, because, and the other part is, certain departments, they don't get Fridays off, and so it's
Right.
just, some departments are forced to work 5 days a week, and some departments have the luxury of doing 4/10s, and.
Some are 7.
Right, and so
Most are 7.
I think that we need something that's flexible to come back, but I would like to give it a 1-month period.
And so we noted that there's a typographical error on the second page of the resolution at line 8. It's referencing a prior period that this was in effect, so that would need to be updated. It could say, it should say from March 10th, 2020 to whatever date we agree, and I've heard one supervisor say 3 months and one supervisor say 1 month.
I'm good with 1 month, too, I think.
Yeah, I agree, we need to bring it back in a month and.
So.
I agree with.
Could I
that
speak to
also.
1 month, though? 1 month in staff's world means about 2 weeks because of the agenda demands and the pace by which things must be ready for your agenda. Could we compromise and have 2 months? Would that work?
I'm good with that,
So
yeah.
we have time to have these conversations with the department heads?
Yeah, 2 months,
please?
6 days.
So then that line 8 would read March 10th, 2020 to May 10th, 2020. Does that work?
Yes.
And we'll be back.
When would it come back to the board? On the 12th?
Before May 10th, so let's pick that
So
date.
the 5th?
Let's see, yeah, May 5th? Well, actually, it
May
probably
12th.
should
Well,
come
we won't
back a little sooner than that, Supervisor, because we need to know what you want for sure before it expires. So I would say April 28th.
Okay,
Does that work?
Okay.
if you think that gives you enough time to,
Well, that
Well,
gives us,
Do you want clarification on that, what we're thinking in
that gives us
2
several
months?
weeks. so.
Are we thinking opening back up all day Friday? Is that opening back
No,
up?
no.
No, not all day.
Or- Okay.
I think that would be a difficult
Well, I
task.
just want to make it very clear.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Excellent.
All
Okay.
right, thank you, we appreciate that. And so then.
So I move to approve the, I'm looking at the wrong.
Offer the resolution.
Offer the resolution with amendments as suggested.
And I'll
Amended dates.
I'll work with Richard and some representatives just to see what, what the issues are, first of all, and what the solution is, so, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Perfectly fine.
very much.
Okay.
Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yep.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Okay, we'll see you in a couple months.
Is it 11:15?
Let's pause it.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it 11:15? Yeah. Yes, it is 11:15, Bruno. Right on schedule.
Shoot, we still have closed session.
Yeah.
We still have two,
No, one.
well, we haven't.
Okay, we're gonna move along
We haven't
to-
moved that one yet.
Which one?
6.7, I think we're moving.
That one is going to be moved.
That's
Yeah.
pulled.
We have to
Yeah,
by motion,
yeah,
right?
pull
That
that,
item's pulled.
yeah. I'm gonna bring it
I'm
back,
sure we did that at the beginning.
yeah.
Did we pull it already, or did we just say we were gonna pull it?
Well,
we
I'm
said
saying
we
we're
were
gonna
gonna
pull it, it's
pull-
my
yeah.
item, so I'm just
But do we
saying.
have to have a motion for that?
No.
Oh,
I think we're good.
Just announce it so the
Yeah.
public doesn't.
Yeah.
So we're pulling item 6.7 for a discussion at a later time. Supervisor Brown will bring that back when he's prepared to.
Yeah.
And then item 7.2, consideration of Ag Department ordinance for industrial hemp regulations.
Supervisor Simon, is it
Yes.
possible, since it's been 2 hours, is it possible to
Take
take
a
a break
break.
for some staff? Yeah, that might.
Absolutely, let's take a 5-minute break this time.
An actual 5 minutes?
5 minutes, see if we can get it down. It's the last one, then calendars. Excellent, we're gonna go ahead and bring the meeting back to order at 3:37 there. Time that, but it's pretty close to 5 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and move along to our ad hoc committee item here.
7.2.
7.2, consideration of Ag Department ordinance for industrial hemp regulations.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you a PowerPoint presentation of highlights of what this ordinance looks like. I'm not going to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. This is what's being proposed from the ad hoc committee itself. Once I'm done with my PowerPoint presentation, I will suggest some changes because I didn't want to change what the ad hoc committee had proposed for the board to look over. Some of those changes will be from my own personal readings through it over again and wanting to make some slight changes, and some of them come from my conversation with Sheriff Martin. And then we'll open it up for further conversation. So real quick, the ordinance is split into 7 parts, and we'll just start with part number 1. Part number 1 is going to be that you have to get yourself an industrial hemp permit through the Ag Department. That hemp permit will require background checks, proof of ownership of the land, or that you have a lease agreement with the land. Basically, you've been approved to do this type of activity on that property. There will be a commercial cannabis review, meaning that Ag Department will check in with community development to see where legal cannabis grows are allowed, if they're allowed on that property. And if they are, let's make sure that the law is that cannabis and hemp cannot be on the same premises. It doesn't say on the same parcel, it says same premises. So as long as they're delineated that they're not mixed, that's all that really matters. And it's good to know where the legal sites are. You need to identify legal water source. That's going to go through the Central Valley Water Board. There's a much larger name to that. You need to get a zoning permit. Last time hemp was brought to this board, we talked about the community development part of getting you a zoning permit, meaning it's in the right zone, it's got the right amount of acres, it's got the right setbacks, it's outside the community growth boundaries, and 1,000 feet after that too. You have a grading permit in case that you need to do any grading, and you have a building permit in case that you need to get a building permit. So that is part of the checklist for the Ag Department, that you have your zoning permit. The next is, they identify legal water sources, that you have a well or you have some legal water source to use in order to water your crops. The water board permit is for the Central Valley Irrigation Land Program that you need to make sure you're signed up. Real quick, there's a caveat inside here, which I'm sure may or may not create a controversy or conversation, is that there is a deadline of October 31st, 2020 for the water board permit, and this is for the ability for us to manage the growth of more and more hemp farms so that we can make sure and check in to make sure everything is working the way we intended it for it to work. And if it's working for us, then we do an annual review of this deadline and see if we want to extend it further on into the future. A lot of our conversation when it came to industrial hemp and the enforcement of good farming had to do a lot with pollen management. So what we've decided is that all female plants on outside, and actually we'll get to that a little bit further. So let me just say that you need a pollen management plan. You need a destruction plan, because if you're 0.3% THC or higher, after 2 tests, you have to destroy, and if you're above 1% THC, you have to automatically destroy. So since there's the possibility of destruction, we need to make sure you have a destruction plan. And then a site plan, so we know exactly your GPS coordinates and everything else of where it is that you're going to be doing this activity. Because of the destruction and the fact that hemp is not really restricted in small acres such as cannabis is, the potential cost of destruction of, let's say, 40, 100 acres worth of hemp can be detrimental to the county. If that is not done through compliance with the applicant, and so we're asking the applicant to have a surety bond. And I will, just since it's not on the specifics here, I believe the surety bond is $5,000 for up to 10 acres, $10,000 for cultivation of more or equal than 10 acres, and additional $1,000 per acre of surety bonds for cultivation site equal to or larger than 25 acres. And that's just to protect us, to make sure that if we have to abate it, or if they have to destroy it, that we know that they're going to have the funds to be able to destroy it. Potentially controversial as well is hemp has been allowed for agricultural research. They have some loopholes that we are worried about, that we're concerned about. And so at this moment in time, to make sure that we grab hold of this industry and get control of it, that we prohibit agricultural research for hemp. So that is the permit requirements in a highlight. And the background checks, what I did originally was copy and paste directly from the cannabis ordinance and paste it into this. We'll talk about it a little bit. The only caveat so far is that it wasn't for the employees. It was for the applicant and key participants. And key participants does include landowners. It does include top management and owners of the LLC or owners of the company. Just to make sure that everybody was compliant. And I believe that the SB 153 states that if you have a felony within the last 10 years, you're ineligible to grow. If you have no felonies and some misdemeanors, then you would be eligible. It's as simple as that. I'm going to try and go through quickly, so I apologize if I missed anything, but let's make sure we get those questions. Next step is denial, suspension, revocation of permit, and that's just to make sure that we have the ability to deny applications because of all of these things that I just stated earlier. We have the ability to suspend applications and also revoke them depending on the activity. So if you put incorrect information on an application, that could lead to a denial. It could lead to suspension or revocation. Not complying with codes or state law, meaning CDFA hemp laws that are currently in the state of California, then we would have the ability to deny, suspend, or revoke. Failure to pay fees or penalties, any unpermitted cannabis violation post 1/1/2018. The reason I chose that date is because that was the date that Prop 64 went into effect. And so if you had a legal way of doing cannabis, you should not have any violation of unpermitted cannabis in Lake County post that date. And must complete destruction or remedy violations. If you don't, there's the issue again of pollen. If you just leave your plants to go rogue, then you have the ability to burden neighboring hemp grows and neighboring cannabis grows, and that was, again, one of our biggest conversations as far as the pollen control. And if you're requested for an inspection, you can be denied if you deny the inspection. And so I believe it says on here you have 24 hours to respond, and if you don't, then there's the ability to deny, suspend, or revoke a permit. What we've done in here is, let me see, is it the next one? I forget where it is, but we are looking to do inspections at any time. Right now, the state of California and USDA state that you have to do it within the last 30 days. And we are cognizant that some people have tried to use hemp to grow cannabis. And so we want to be able to get out there earlier than the 30 days and test the plants and make sure that people are following the rules and that hemp is going in one way and cannabis is going in the other. And so, again, if the request for inspections happens and it's denied, then at this point we're going to be able to deny, suspend, or revoke. There is an appeal process for any denial, suspension, and revocation of permit. In the ordinance in front of you, it does have 2 steps. One is through the Ag Commissioner, and then the next would be to be able to appeal to the Board of Supervisors, and I'll go a little further after I'm done with this. Again, just covering what the ad hoc committee proposes. Pollen mitigation and pollen producing plants, which I'm happy we came up with the term pollen producing plants, because there's so many other terms that we can try and figure out how to get in there, and that might not fit for everything. But anything that creates pollen is going to have to be indoors, female plants only for outdoor, and male plants must be removed. And again, if you remember our zoning ordinance, we also said that any seed production needs to be inside a engineered greenhouse with filters. Testing, there it is. The Ag Department may test hemp plants anytime. Any plants found over 1% THC must be destroyed. This is in addition to federal and state guidelines for testing. So again, the state guidelines and federal guidelines say that if you test twice and it's between 0.3 and 1, you're going to have to destroy. Here we're just saying automatically at 1% must be destroyed. Destruction must be approved by Ag Commissioner. And the burning of hemp plants is prohibited. We had an example of this happening on Highway 29 on the hemp farm right nearby, and we recognize that's probably something we should have in there to prohibit the burning of hemp plants. Reporting, you want to report any rogue males, you want to report any stolen plants, and a destruction report prior to destruction to explain the details of what you're destroying.
Abandoned cultivation sites, we had some of this experience last season. So failure to destroy plants or allowing volunteer plants to grow will result in abatement. Applicant and/or landowner will be responsible for all costs associated with abatement. So last year we did have a struggle. We didn't have any regulations, and we found, and I'm just going to say a majority, I'm not going to tell you the percentage, a majority of the sites that grew did not have a water board permit. The majority of the sites that grew did not get a grading permit. So in a sense, last year we created a little bit of environmental damage to our communities by but by people bypassing the true process that farmers should follow. If you're going to do a vineyard, you're going to have to follow those processes. They were nothing new, but we weren't able to keep track of everyone's activities. What we're doing now is we're trying to go through the process where you go see the ag department. They have their checklist. You must meet all of these guidelines. Part of that guideline is to make sure you go to CDD, get your zoning permit, which will cover some of the resulting issues that we had last year being mitigated by now making sure that you get your grading permit and your building permits, and then you come back and finish that checklist off with the ag department. That is it for what was originally proposed by the ad hoc committee. And now I'm just going to go quickly over my notes and notes from my conversation with the sheriff as well. So on my notes, I'm looking at section 3-68.1. And right now it says the Lake County Agriculture Department will confirm that cannabis cultivation is legally occurring on the same property that is on the application to cultivate industrial hemp. It should read, the Lake County Agriculture Department will confirm if any cannabis cultivation is legally occurring on the same property that is on the application to cultivate industrial hemp. It almost sounded like you can't grow hemp unless you're growing both cannabis and hemp. So we just want to check to see if any is occurring legally. That way we know when we go on your property to do inspection for hemp that we can recognize, okay, this was also legally allowed by CDD for cannabis. And again, they can't mix. They have to be on separate locations on the same property. Next, I'm looking at 3-70. 3-70, it says zoning permit, an applicant, right now it says an applicant for an industrial hemp permit must obtain a zoning permit from the Community Development Department. Zoning permit, need to just erase that last part, get rid of zoning permit. Just a little housekeeping on that one. On 3-80, I would like to change that to say, instead of license fees, it should be state license fees and Lake County permit fees. And state license fees and Lake County permit fees must be paid in full prior to obtaining a Lake County industrial hemp permit. I just want to make sure that we add that in there. And maybe add at the end, if applicable, because maybe there's no fees currently for a Lake County permit. But at one point, we're going to find out what the true cost is to the ag department to do inspections and to have this program, and we want to make sure that it can just smoothly be implemented as it's as that fee structure is created in the future. 3-80. No, I got that. 3-84.4. Inspections and removal, it currently reads, and I just wanted to change registrant to applicant, since that's the word that we've been using throughout the entire ordinance. I wanted to make sure and stay with the same name. And it's read twice in that section. And then on 35.3, crops at any age and development that tests above the 1% THC threshold shall be destroyed, and if we can add pursuant to the requirements of section 3-86 of this article to make sure and connect the destruction process to that statement. Let me see if I had anything else in here. I did, 2 more. 386.1. It says here, destruction of any plant and hemp registration must be submitted to the County Agriculture Commissioner for approval prior to removal. And I am offering that we say, unless for the purposes of complying with section 3-84, which is the rogue males. I think we need to get rid of those ASAP and not go through a process of waiting for the Ag Commissioner to approve of pulling male plants. But there's a report for any rogue males that you are pulling, so we will be aware of what's going on, but I think they need to get to that right away. And then the last one that I have from my personal notes, 3-86.4.
Burning is not approved method of destruction. It says no destruction plants submitted for burning shall be approved. Burning of any cannabis plants, and I would like to change that from cannabis to saying just industrial hemp plants, since we probably want to look at adding that into the cannabis ordinance rather than putting it into this one. I just want to make sure that we're staying with the same language throughout. So that was my notes, and then let me get to the notes with the sheriff. So the sheriff is asking that for the fingerprint section that we say that you can do fingerprints both at the Lake County Sheriff's Office and the Agricultural Department as well. Eventually, the idea is that the sheriff would like it to be on the Ag Department's process and not his, since this is an agricultural crop. He doesn't feel that he needs to have staff time dealing with it, and it's a super simple check of if you have a felony and it's less than 10 years, you can't be approved for this permit. If it's more than 10 years or you don't have felonies, you're good to go. Social Services, Lake County Office of Education, and I believe even Public Health does fingerprint backgrounds as well on their own, and so this is definitely possible and accessible for our Ag Commissioner to do this. It would take a little bit of a process to get the DOJ approval, and the sheriff did say that he was willing to be the interim until we get that resolved, and so he would like for that to move in that direction. Also, I did talk to Anita about adding some penalties after a conversation with the sheriff. There are no penalties, and so Anita added the penalties at the end, and basically used a chapter of our code that already exists that deals with administrative fines. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it would add section 389, in addition to any other remedy provided here, any violation of this article is hereby deemed to constitute a public nuisance, may be subject to the abatement procedures of Chapter 13 of the Lake County Code. Additionally, such violations shall be subject to the administrative fine provisions of Chapter 13.
Perfect, thank you very much. Then the sheriff mentioned that my definition of key participants might be a little difficult depending on what kind of company or business or entity is trying to obtain a hemp license, and maybe just changing that to determined by the Ag Commissioner or something else. But at the same time, the key participants definition that I'm using does come from the Ag Commissioner himself. At one point, we do talk about the abandoned sites. We talk about volunteer plants, and it is defined in definitions that a volunteer plant is a for the purposes of this article, means a plant that grows on its own rather than being deliberately planted by a farmer. Therefore, if we have volunteer hemp plants growing in an abandoned area, that we have the ability to come after the landlord and say, you need to destroy this before it starts to affect other grows around you. It's a public nuisance. I know that the sheriff mentioned that might not be defined properly or correctly worded. I'm okay with it, but I wanted to make sure and bring it up since that was a part of our conversation. Also, I know he mentioned how many days before things are to be done. And I don't believe that I added that in there. I'm looking at Ms. Grant to see if that was added in there with the nuisance portion, or was that just for the fines and not specific days?
Well, the nuisance provisions of Chapter 13 would have different timing for summary abatements as opposed to a standard 30 days. So if you want a different period of time, that would have to be reworked, but otherwise it would just proceed according to the process of Chapter 13.
Well, what I would like to do is use the minimal amount of days to be able to tackle any kind of nuisance that occurs within a hemp farm. So I don't know if we can minimize that to 5 days, 10 days, but 30 days sounds a little too long for me, especially if it's getting closer to the end of harvest and all we're going to have is people harvesting. And then I think that covers everything, because the last thing I have on here is add lien ability, and I believe we have that in there. And so I will open this up. I just want to say thank you to the ad hoc committee valuable conversations, good contributions by everybody on there. And I know that this is not a complete ordinance. This is kind of rushed for the fact that we're trying to get this before the season begins. But at the same time, I feel pretty confident that this will have an impact and reduce the issues that we saw this year with the way that the hemp industry was born in Lake County.
Anita?
In terms of the language for a lesser amount of time in the process that's due under that event, that can be done, but it can't just be done with a couple sentences today. If you leave it as chapter 13, I do believe there's still some maneuvering room for a lesser period than 30 days so that you would have that, but at least you have something in play, and then you can always come back and amend, or you can just put it over a week, whatever you'd prefer. The one thing I did notice in looking at it, under section 3-63 and 364 on page 2, it says that all commercial growers of industrial hemp must register with the county ag commissioner prior to cultivation and complete an application. I'm wondering if you wouldn't want to consider at least an amendment that would be all commercial growers of industrial hemp must register with the county ag commissioner prior to cultivation, complete an application, and obtain an industrial hemp permit prior to initiating cultivation.
Sounds good to me.
And then you change the applicant definition under A of 3-64.1, as applicant means a person who is registered to and/or permitted to cultivate industrial hemp. And that will deal with some of the after issues of a permittee that are also addressed in your ordinance.
I'm okay with those changes.
Supervisor Brown?
So, and I apologize for missing the meeting. I can't thank Bruno enough. He's done so much on this and in a short period of time. I think it's been really good, the meetings that I had attended, missed the last one. And I apologize for that. So I have a question on here, and I just, as we talked about earlier, there's so many loopholes, so many ways to get around this, and I'm trying to avoid that. I'm not sure why we're requiring background checks for hemp.
So that's actually SB 153 that we
Well-
have to do at least the applicant.
Okay, so that's, and the applicant's fine, because, but the employees, I don't.
And employees are not involved in this one. The employees are not listed as key participants. It would be management staff.
Okay, so I missed the intent of that then.
And let me just read key participants,
I'm
just so
trying
that
to
we're all
find it,
aware.
because without having to read the entire,
So-
I don't have, in fact, I was gonna ask you to go back to the slides, but your email that you had, okay, yeah, go back to that if you could. That would probably help once we get to that.
You want to go to the
Yeah, go
background
back,
check?
go back to the background check
I mean, it's
part.
just, it's
Okay.
very basic information,
Okay.
not the nitty-gritty.
It's just the back.
So let me
okay.
read you.
Yeah.
First applicant means a person who, and we just changed it to, who is registered and has obtained a permit to cultivate industrial hemp, I believe. And then key participants right now means any person in the entity producing industrial hemp who is a sole proprietor, a landowner, a partner in partnership, or a person with executive managerial control in a corporation producing industrial hemp.
Is that in our cannabis ordinance too? Because I know you'd stated something similar to that, maybe it was that earlier.
That one was created specifically for this through the ad hoc committee and through the advice of
Is
the Ag
it
Commissioner.
more,
It is, in a sense, it is more in in looking at
heavy-handed than
management,
cannabis?
unless that management was all employees
Yeah.
of the, because cannabis is applicant and employees, this one is participants, or applicant and key participants.
Okay. All right. I was under the impression, and I thought I actually heard employees implied in there, and I was, because no matter what we have, part of the problem why we're even having this is because we were hoping everything would, everybody would play by the rules, and some didn't.
Right.
And there were some things that were done that, that we're having to fix, and that's what we're doing here. But one of the issues that I know, some of the growers, the cultivators, the farmers of hemp, is that, they had a bunch of employees and they're all paid cash because they are avoiding all of that. And we're trying to avoid that too. You can't have, an operation out there where people are working for cash because they don't have, that way they don't have any record of them and all that. So trying to get everybody to come into compliance, and the background checks don't. And the other thing is, I mean, don't have a felony for the last 10 years. Well, some of the things that you get arrested for a felony 10 years ago and go to prison for is not even a fix-it ticket now. So, we gotta, consider that as well.
Right. But again, that specific rule is through SB 153.
Got it.
Where we have to follow that.
Okay.
All right, any more discussion from the board? We're going to open it up for public input.
Actually, I will say one thing. I thank the ad hoc committee, but I really need to thank Ms. Grant for her efforts in getting this on the agenda for this week, because Saturday afternoon was the time that we concluded everything and posted. So thank you very much for your hard work as well.
I wouldn't have gotten it posted without Carol getting Carolyn Purdy involved, so
It took a team.
I could put it in the format, but I had a heck of a time.
We'll try and limit those Saturday postings from now on. Come on, Bruno. Go ahead, public input, yeah.
I didn't hear, I was officially invited. I'm Hank Lesher, I'm the hemp representative for I was on the ad hoc committee, and I just want to comment right now at this point on the key participants on bottom of page 2, which would be section 3-64.1D. Key participants means any person in the entity producing industrial hemp who is a sole proprietor, a landowner, a partner in partnership, or a person with executive managerial control in a corporation producing industrial hemp, or a person with executive managerial control over the entity producing industrial hemp. It goes on a bit, but it's very broad. Seems like it really covers anybody who's involved in this entity producing industrial hemp. The exception that I would have to this paragraph is, it says key participant means any person in the entity producing industrial hemp who is a sole proprietor, a landowner, a partnership in partnership. I don't think the landowner is necessarily a key participant. He might just be leasing the land to the key participants, who are the growers, the people with managerial control. I think landowner should just be completely taken out of there unless the landowner is a key participant.
What's the SB, what is it? SB 50?
153 does not dictate that specific for the key participants. I believe it just says applicant. Let me look it up.
A landowner should at least sign off on it.
And we
We've
do.
got that
Yeah.
language
Yeah,
in
that's-
there.
I think that's
in another
covers it,
spot.
Yeah.
That if someone is leasing the land and growing hemp, then he has to have the landowner sign off on it and give his approval. But the word landowner shouldn't be in this particular paragraph.
And I'll get back to you about specifically what it says, just for the sake of time, if we can move on.
My only question is, was that brought up at the ad hoc committee meeting, or?
No, it was not.
No, it was definitely brought up at the meeting. As far as the key participants part, not what you're stating on a personal level. I'll get there.
And you missed the last meeting. Was this in the last meeting that
Ye-
this was added?
Yes.
Public input right now. If someone has public input, please get up and make a comment. Do you have other,
I do have one other comment. That is on section 3-65. Well, Bruno's looking that up. 3-65.2A, where it says each applicant or key participant, it's addressing that they need to get the electronic fingerprints. It says California Food and Drug Division 24, Section 81013 states, "Any person convicted of a felony relating to a controlled substance under state or federal law after January 1st, 2020 shall be ineligible during the 10-year period following the date of the conviction to participate in the industrial hemp program." So it just, Rob, it just says a felony relating to a controlled substance. It doesn't, it's not, according to what's written here, it's not broad and covering all felonies.
And I may have misspoke.
I was going by what he's
It does
got.
say
And
any person
Brian,
convicted of a felony.
You do have Brian Martin, the sheriff,
I'd
in the
like to hear
back.
what the sheriff has
I
to
just
say.
looked at this yesterday, my phone's dead, but it's in the Food and Agriculture Code that got codified by the SB 153, whatever it is. And it's very broad. It just says if you have a felony within the previous 10 years, you're ineligible. It doesn't say what the felony is for. It doesn't say if it's for controlled substances, it's a felony. So if you had a felony for murdering 50 people 11 years earlier, then you can grow hemp. That's just the way the law is. Whether or not it makes sense or you agree
That's
with it or
probably
not.
a fix-it
but
ticket now
it's-
too, though,
Yeah, it's
so.
in the Food and Agriculture Code. It's different than the laws pertaining to cannabis cultivation. There's a whole body of laws that preclude you if you have any convictions for violent felonies or serious felonies as enumerated in the penal code, which is a whole lot more restrictive. But what the Food and Agriculture Code says, it's basically a 10-year, a felony conviction within 10 years, you don't get it. Doesn't have to be specific to control.
Ours says controlled substance under, so we may want
Then that
to
should-
delete that.
It should
part.
probably,
we need to
Yeah.
change the
it should
language.
probably,
Change that.
yeah, I would say it should probably reflect what the state law says.
And I'm just going to read SB 153, and it sounds like I'm parroting what Mr. Lesher said. Any person convicted of a felony relating to a controlled substance under state or federal law before, on, or after January 1st, 2020 shall be ineligible during the 10-year period following the date of the conviction to participate in the industrial hemp program.
Oh, so that's out of 153?
So it is controlled substance.
So then it is just, Sheriff Martin, did
I look
you?
at the Food and Agriculture Code. I don't have my phone up, but.
Okay.
I can't find this.
Anyway, I'll let you guys sort it out. I just think that the ordinance should be,
No, I'm looking at the.
complement what's stated in
Consistent,
SB
yeah.
153.
Yeah. So,
I'm just
what-
looking for consistency
So,
there.
I had a question of Bruno. The, what you said about the ag commissioner doing
Thank you.
background check, fingerprinting there? Do they have the ability to do that?
Yeah, with Sheriff Martin, we looked up the code, and
No, I mean, do we have the?
The ag commissioner is right
Not
there.
the authorization, I'm looking at,
currently, no.
Not yet.
I mean,
The ag
okay,
commissioner's right there.
yeah. Yeah, and I'd like to hear what he,
You want to
Hey, if you want to talk, you get up, you stand in line and come up front, man. It's real simple.
Bruno, do you want to,
stand corrected.
did you find that key participant? Okay, thank you. Well, we've got that cleared
It's
up.
figured out.
So you can
Then the
you can
ordinance is
murder
correct.
somebody, but you can't have a controlled substance felony.
okay. So, but again, and maybe Steve can talk to us about setting up a fingerprint. That just
Okay.
seems bizarre to me, that we would have,
It's for the future.
no, I'm talking about.
I know.
I'm talking about something different.
You're talking about the ag department doing
Okay,
fingerprints.
this feels like an ad hoc committee meeting.
Yeah, I know.
So let's do public input.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear from
Try-
Steve.
try and
I wanna hear from
know-
Steve.
I know.
Yes.
Can I
So
get some-
your first one is you would like to not have landowner in the
Yes.
3.64, is that what it was?
Yes, 3.1D. I don't see
Okay.
any reason in, and if someone wants to say that there is a reason for it, then.
To avoid the
Okay.
PR meeting we had
Thank
this
you.
morning.
Was that brought up at the committee meeting?
Yes,
Okay, and what was the consensus there?
it's right in front of you. That's the
Okay,
consensus.
all right.
Okay, I've got quite a few. I'm in the weeds on all of mine. This is a spare copy if someone wants to, just as a, yeah, I gave you one as well, Bruno. Okay,
Different than what we have in front of us?
yes, these are my comments. Talking to staff and based on talking to other ag commissioners and just our experiences. Okay, 3-63, this is our rewording of it versus Anita's and what's in there. All commercial growers of industrial hemp must obtain a Lake County industrial hemp permit with the ag commissioner prior to registering with the state industrial hemp program. People don't get a permit from the state, they register with the state. Just be aware of that. That's the difference. We issue a permit and register. There is no license. That's just how it is. like to get Anita's a hard copy and just see, and then you guys get to say what you want to do.
Well, this isn't Anita's language, this is your committee, but it said must register with the county ag commissioner, so that's inaccurate, is that?
No, they don't register with us. They apply with us for an application, and then they register with the state.
Basically, the ag department is the intermediary office to the state licensing.
So this, again, with the county, they're an applicant. With the state, they're a registrar. We added we added 3 definitions. We defined cultivation plan is defined as a defined pre-plan that identifies plant selection, amounts, rotation, and cultivation practices for a growing cycle. They can have more than one cycle per year. B, well, and there's another one. Another definition is county industrial hemp permit means an application that requires the grower to comply with county registration requirements that must be completed prior to registering with the state.
These are additional definitions that you're asking to put on there.
And here's a copy if someone needs a copy. And I can make more. Premises is a pretty big deal to define, and it's defined as defined in the State Business and Professions Code, Division 10, Chapter 1, Section 2601, and that's what the state uses. Okay, 3-65.3. It's the sheriff's fine. We'll figure out how to do fingerprints. I'm not worried about it, frankly, but there was no specificity with that, so it needs to be more specified to this. The fingerprints will show that there's been no drug convictions or whatever you want to call it over the last 10 years. So it should be more specific than just the 1105 penal code in our minds. 3-68.3. Any illegal cannabis of more than 6 plants, because 6 plants is the max, right? That people can do. And under 3.69, identification of legal water source, we want to have all. Okay, prior to obtaining an industrial hemp permit, the applicant must identify all legal water sources. Just added a word. 3-71, we made it water board registration requirements. Okay, this is an important concept. No grower actually applies for a permit to the water board. They all sign up with the Lake County Farm Bureau and be a member of and maybe a member of the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition. Anything less than that, that's suicide. It's $10,000. It's a whole bunch of money. If you register with the Lake County Farm Bureau as a member of the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, you pay $300 to $250 a year, and you're in. So there needs to be in there, but no one gets their own permit, because that's just nuts. The said permit shall be obtained later than October 31st, 2020. That may apply to a getting your own permit through the state, but you can register with the Farm Bureau at any time you want to. There is no set deadline. When you become a farmer, you register with them for the program under the coalition. There is no set date. But if there's a set date for the other one, that's fine. 3-71-2, annual review and good standing in program will be required to renew the county permit and state registration, because the permit is attached to the state registration. Okay, this is another important one, 3.3-72, GPS coordinates and site identification. Site identification is really important here. We have growers who post hemp signs in front of their property. There's no hemp in sight. And it's to keep it's to keep the sheriff out and code enforcement out. We are required, and so we've changed it. 3.3-72-1. Applicant shall submit GPS coordinates with a minimum of 4 points around the perimeter of the proposed growing area with clearly identified semi-permanent markers, metal posts or metal stakes. That's important because we have to know exactly where those coordinates are. And they can't use chalk to mark them down. 3-72.2, each stake will be clearly identified with a sign indicating it is industrial hemp. Industrial hemp signage information will be only posted at the semi-permanent site markers and must be visible from 25 feet. So the hemp is grown here can only be done at the site directly, nowhere else. 3-72-3, posting registration or industrial hemp signage at any other location is a violation of the industrial hemp permit. It's very similar to what a grower could do after they spray pesticides. They keep the warning notice up to keep out poachers. Okay, 3-73.2. Did that right? Yeah, I did. A plant count shall be submitted for each site at the beginning of any new cultivation and as plants are culled and replanted. A final plant count will be submitted in the harvest report. They know how many plants they have at the start, they only have plants at the end. If there are any missing plants, we want to know what happened to them. Operator, and 3-76, operator identification number. Applicant shall obtain a permit operator identification number. The word number is missing from the word at the end there. 3-79.1, applicant shall sign a document. We removed an inspection form because the document could be anything, allowing authority to inspect and test the industrial hemp sites at reasonable times during the duration of registration. 3-79.2, by signing said documentation, and this, again.
I just had a question.
Yeah.
Are you redoing the entire?
No, we're doing certain words.
Okay.
Again, I said it was going to be in the weeds.
I thought that's what the ad hoc committee was for, to get into the weeds and then bring something back to us.
Right, these are, and even though he's maybe changing a word here and there, these are still extensive changes, and you're not going to be able to safely do a first reading if your board is going to put this many changes into the ordinance. It's not that you can't, you can just continue it for a week and, or however much time Supervisors Sabatier and Brown need in terms of however they want to handle this kind of a process.
I appreciate all your input, Steve. I'm not cutting
No,
you
I think
off
all of
'cause
it
don't
will be
appreciate it.
included.
And it may very well, that may be the decision of your board. All
Okay, I
I'm
was
saying
just- I
is
was
you
just
can't
asking.
just,
Yeah.
you can't
Page by
cobble it
page by
together
page.
for a first reading.
Okay, keep going, Steve.
Okay, I'm almost done. 3-81, titled Research, Ag Research and Cultivar Restrictions. That's where the ag exemption comes in. There'll be no more ag exempt ag research for hemp. 3-81.3, applicants developing a new cultivar must do so at the discretion and approval of the ag commissioner. 3-82.3, if the applicant is in the process of crop destruction or has been issued an abatement order, applicant shall not amend their permit or get additional permits or add new sites until crop destruction is completed. That happened. We were waiting for crop destruction and they wanted more permits. That's baloney. Okay, 3-82.4. Any pending requirements for registration compliance need to be completed prior to amending or obtaining a new state industrial hemp registration. The same deal. You can't be in violation of one and then apply for another. So I just say this and then I'm pretty much done. These are all based on what we've experienced. Okay, this is not something that we just made up.
Yeah.
Okay, what concerns me about the appeal process, if you take this in its entirety, it's 80 days, and it's probably on the low end. It takes 90 days to produce one crop of hemp. It's harvested by the time it gets to you guys. This has to be sped up a whole bunch. okay? 7 days for us, 5 days for you, 7 days for you, but it has to be cut in half. It has to be 30 days or less, if that's possible. I won't go into the thing, but if you don't go along with that, then it'd have to be my approval, that my decision to deny a permit is in place until you guys say it's good. Now, legally speaking, they may not be possible, because you're treated as being guilty, even if you guys say that you're innocent. But either reduce the time that the appeal process takes place, or say that you're stopped growing until the board says yes. Huh?
You mean stop planting, you can't stop growing.
Just growing.
Yeah.
You can water it, but you can't harvest it.
Got it.
You can't harvest it until the board says it's go ahead. Again, they might not be legal, but I'm just saying it. 3-85.1, it says, in addition, the applicant shall allow the ag commissioner to randomly test THC levels at their crop at any given time during the restoration year. We took the word random out, because we had experience with some guy who had marijuana growing right next to his hemp. And he basically told us, you can test that, but you can't test that. So I don't want random. I want to choose if it's someone who's going to pull that off. Okay, destruction, 3-86.1, prior to destruction of any hemp plant, a destruction plan must be submitted to the county ag commissioner's office prior to approval. And under reporting, we got 387, we were recommending to get rid of 387.1, 387.3, and just saying stolen or vandalized hemp plants shall be reported to law enforcement and the ag commissioner within 24 hours of the event. This may be followed up with a site inspection. That's it. Again, these are all based on our experiences with the program. And everything is here, if you guys want to see it as a spare, and that's it.
Well, yeah, I think, we do need to see it. It's a lot of stuff. All of it may be good, but,
That's a lot of information.
it's a lot of information. I don't think, any county council needs to look at it, because there's some questions about timeline is for
Right.
appeals and all that.
And I admit that the timelines and the stuff when the appeal stuff is, I agree with that. So my department can maybe type this up the way we want to see it and then go from there.
Well-
Or give it to Nita to do, or whatever. I don't care, it's done.
It's almost like we need to have another.
Yeah, another meeting and then bring it back.
Task force meeting, I mean, it's not really fair to them to not have.
And to be honest, the large majority of it was very simple changes of wording, a couple additions of definitions. There wasn't anything huge other than some of the requests that are being asked to shorten the timeline for the appeal process, I think, is the most egregious change. The rest is really just rewording it in a way that makes him feel more comfortable.
You were writing it down, right?
I have it written down right here for me.
I saw you writing down, that's why I didn't tell you.
I feel very comfortable with moving forward because it doesn't, in my opinion,
We
create
still
any.
got some public input here.
And I'm just commenting on this. I feel comfortable with the changes here, other than I think we do need to have a conversation about the appeal process to further discuss.
Absolutely.
All right, Steve, thank you. We're definitely going to stick to the 3 minutes.
Yeah, I got you. I'll make it
Steve
short.
snuck that
I
one
took
in.
notes this time. My name is Jason Robinson. I'm a local farmer, father, and local business owner of 2 businesses here in Lake County. I'm also a property owner. I've been paying taxes here on properties for over 15 years. The reason I'm here today is for the setbacks that they're trying to impose.
Setbacks are for the zoning ordinance. Zoning ordinance will be discussed on March 24th. They have nothing to do with the ag enforceability.
Okay. All right, well, let me regroup then.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Hank.
As the hemp representative, I listened closely to Steve, and I think us hemp growers are probably fine with just about everything that he said. I have an exception with what he's proposing, Anita, for 373.1. He said that he would like he wanted a sign that says industrial hemp on each one of the 4 posts that mark the area, and those are the only signs, if I understand him correctly.
And I believe that is state law, that you must have signs that dictate that you are growing industrial hemp.
Very good. I'm not going there.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that when you drive in Oregon, past Ashland and over to some of those other places, they have signs all over on their industrial hemp, saying that it's industrial hemp because they don't want people coming saying, oh, there's marijuana growing there, and going in and ripping it off. I think that Steve's saying that he doesn't want any signs other than in those 4 corners, and I think that's I don't know why he wants that, but I think that's completely ridiculous. I grew hemp last year, and I wanted a sign right out on the street, even though it's 1,000 feet away from my where I was growing the hemp, because I didn't want people driving up my driveway, going up to look at my hemp in the middle of the night and ripping it off.
I think his comment on the signage was because people are putting it out there thinking that no one will come in and inspect whatever they're growing. I thought that's what his comment was. People were posting signs that they're growing hemp, but they're actually
Says that
growing
the-
cannabis and thinking that's gonna deter someone from coming in.
It says that the county can inspect anytime, the planning department, the sheriff's department, and the ag department, it says in here, can come and inspect anytime that they want with just giving us a little bit of notice. I think that the signs don't deter any county official from coming in and inspecting what you've got going on there. The signs, the purpose of the sign is to keep other people, to say, hey, this is industrial hemp that's growing here. It's all, if you drive through Oregon, like I say, it's all, the signs are everywhere.
Lance Williams, cannabis representative for the ad hoc committee. I think there's enough of us, and first when I was hearing Steve talk, I got a little bit worried, but then I was just seeing that he was reading mostly and just changing one word in the sentence or paragraph. So I just wanted to say I have no problem with anything he has suggested or any of the suggestions there. And that's one reason why I'm here today, just to say, let's try to get them something so they have something to work with, an ordinance. And again, I had no problems with that. I'd like to, again, thank Bruno and, of course, our lawyer, and again, putting this together so fast, and thanking everyone in the group. So I might come up and speak one more time, but so far, no issues. And I don't think the cannabis community would have any issues with any of that. Thank you.
Michael Green, real quickly, a key participant, that language is in Senate Bill 153, but it ports from the USDA interim final rule. So anything in that bill is basically porting off the federal stuff, so you don't want to change that language, probably. The water board permit, Stephen's right, there is a Sacramento Valley Water Coalition that handles water board permitting for growers, but they still end up one or the other, whether they go through the Farm Bureau or to the Central Valley Water Board directly. They have to get enrolled in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Maybe you do need to clarify that language, but I think if you left it as it was, I think it's implied that you would still be able to go to the Farm Bureau and satisfy that language. Not a big fan of the cutoff date. We did use that in the cannabis ordinance. I don't think those were different circumstances. We had a lot of Article 72 growers that had pre-existing water board permits. If you're going to throttle it because you have concerns about workflow, just take it upon yourself to put that in the ordinance. I wouldn't say a make or break date based on a water board permit is the way to go on that. Background check, same thing. That's going to port to the federal requirement, and that's expressed through the state law. I do think all of Stephen's proposed changes, I was able to review them. I do think they all make sense. I would agree with Anita, that probably gets you to the point of making substantial changes to the ordinance, especially if you want to time shorten some of the abatement thing. So the one big thing I would point out, and has to be clear in Stephen's mind, your mind, everyone's mind, hot hemp and a crop destruction process are very distinct from everything else that is going to happen under this ordinance. And if there's one major criticism, you don't really have enforcement. You have a public nuisance abatement that's barely referenced for a violation. And then if Anita's language gets in there, you'll cite to our existing abatement. But there's not really administrative penalties unless that gets in. Most violations of a county code even have a potential for a misdemeanor or a $500 or $1,000 penalty. I think that should be in there. So glass half full, it's a really good job from going 0 to 60. The ad hoc committee really did a great job in getting these issues. Glass half empty, what you have before you today is rough. And I think it would benefit at least from one more week of fine tuning to accommodate Stephen's proposed changes, maybe get some of the county council stuff. And if that's a concern, I want to go back. We still have the other option of an urgency ordinance where if you wanted to make some fine tunes, get it back in next week, you could pass it as an urgency ordinance, boom, it's done. And you'll still buy that year to make all that fine tuning, which this ordinance probably needs. Thank you.
I'm back. So I just wanted to, maybe you guys take into consideration the people who have farmed last year and people that have dumped their life savings into their housing, their farms, their lands, and for these new rules that might go into effect that can affect these people going into the boundaries, whatnot. When things do change, that might push people that are invested in this county, leave them with their pockets out because they have no other source of income. I could see newer companies coming in or new permits coming to be issued, regulating the new ones with these new laws. But I just don't feel that it's fair to the people that have already came in here and jumped in right away and took the initiative to get in this first year. Like, our permits are still active right now. It's a year-long permit. So if these changes do change within that year of our permit, how do you guys deal with the consequences, lawsuits from other investors or farmers and whatnot? So I just feel like the people that have been in here and have been doing this are kind of being overlooked and not thinking about, these are all people that are planting, are all family men, women, farmers that just want to do what everybody else is doing, is make an income and feed your family, and that's it. And some of these new ordinances can push these people out, and people might have to declare bankruptcy, move. I don't know. Like, I dumped my whole life savings into this county this year just to do this. And if some of these things do change, then I don't know, I'll be looking for a job with you guys. I don't know. So I just wanted to bring that to your guys' attention.
How's it going? My name is Joey Gustafson. I own multiple businesses and properties in the county. Been paying taxes here for 20 years. I'm just more concerned as to all of the stuff that's going into hemp. Everything's taken the eye off of cannabis. None of the inspections were done at the cannabis places last year, and I mean none of them. I've heard that through the ag department, through all of the growers. The inspections that are supposed to be done, yearly, annual inspections to make sure that cannabis is being grown properly, are not being done. It happens in Santa Rosa, and hemp isn't legal in Santa Rosa, probably because their hands are tied full with cannabis, right? So if you're gonna say yes to cannabis and yes to hemp, you have to say yes to both. You could never try to demand that somebody does the same setbacks with cannabis as you can with hemp, because they're not the same. Hemp is an agricultural commodity. So if I can't grow a pear tree or a grape plant, this is the setbacks, I know it's later, but it's the same thing as the growth zone, right? If I have 3 properties that are 90 acres, 10 acres, and 64 acres that are directly next to the growth zone that now I can't grow hemp on, that I've leased for 10 years, those properties. What do? Tell the guy I need my money back because you guys want to change the law? That's not how it goes. The other thing is you can till, I'm sure you know, if it's ag property, they till every year. There's not a piece of ag property in Lake County that isn't tilled, turned over, de-weeded. That's why they don't burn down. So my properties have all been turned over. They've all been tilled. Is it against the law? I guess so, because now I got to get grading permits on all 9 spots. But I already tilled them last year. I have a 1-year permit. I will be replanting them again. So if May comes and I'm not done, now I'm growing illegal on those spots, but my permit is good until May. If I remove an ag crop, this is why I bought a piece of property for $2 million last year. I'm removing the grapes as I speak. They stopped me last week and say, oh, you're breaking the law. But I'm not breaking the law. I'm removing grapes and planting hemp. So I'm taking one ag commodity out and I'm putting another ag commodity back in. That is 100% legal. You can't tell me that I need to get a grading permit. However, I turned it in this morning, but it's still malarkey and I shouldn't be demanded to turn that grading permit in. If somebody, I get why they're making the law. If somebody's doing a whole new property and the grounds go like this, you need a grading permit. However, me, I don't need a grading permit. I have the flattest ground in Lake County. And for me to have to get an exemption, to wait till April 22nd, I'm being told to plant, that is absolute injustice. And it's like you're robbing me of a bunch of money. I should be able to replant my crop on April 1st and pull my crop on June 1st because that's my God-given right. I paid for it last year. I paid for the permit. And then I go to the ag department last week. They said, you can't replant anything because you have to get passed again. What are you talking about? I already paid you last year and I'm good till May. And as in everybody who grew hemp is good till May. So it's a major gray circle. The whole thing needs to get brought together. And this, my money that I have a cannabis permit too. It's not active yet, and I haven't grown cannabis in the community. I'm abiding by the law 100%. But at the same time, even on my cannabis permit, I can't do a lot of the things to my cannabis permit to get it activated because of the grading issues. But I'm not doing them. But the thing is those grading issues are now getting thrown at hemp growers, but they are not grading issues for people who are growing on hemp or regular property, right? Like,
I'm gonna stop you.
Yeah, we've got to wrap it up, Joey. Sorry, man.
Because number one, your time is over, and number two, you're incorrect. Vineyards have to go and get a grading permit and maybe get an exception. You are no different than any other agricultural product that is being grown, and you are not being treated special at all whatsoever. You're going through the same process that you should be going to make sure that if you are moving dirt, that you're doing it by the rules and regulations that we
absolutely.
have.
But I'm not moving dirt. I'm just simply tilling the earth. That isn't grading.
But they still need to know and understand what you're doing, so you can't just do what you want.
So what he's submitted was not, he didn't get for a building permit, you submitted an application and they determined by that whether or not a permit is needed.
Absolutely, but here's my point.
But everybody's doing that. People are pulling out pears right now.
I get that.
The owners just had to do it. They had to go get a grading permit to show.
Absolutely.
It's not.
Okay, now look,
it's
Rob,
not-
I
has nothing to do
understand
with
what you're
hemp.
saying.
It has nothing to do with grapes. It has
I
to
know.
do with turning.
But if I paid a permit last year, right, and on my plan, it says I'm gonna grow hemp, till the property, right? Add hay to the property to nitrogen it. In the springtime, what are you gonna do? You're gonna till it, and then you're gonna replant. So that was my plan last year, right? So now that the plan has come to fruition and the day has come for me to retill and replant, now I'm being told no because of the new laws.
I would deal with this with CDD or outside of this specific meeting, since this has nothing to do with grading or building permits. This is what the agricultural department has the ability to cover, and that's CDD.
And this ordinance isn't in place yet.
As of yet, that's what I'm saying. So if I live my life based off the ordinance isn't in place, if it goes into place in 30
But
days,
you're-
now I'm breaking the law, then that's exactly what I'm trying not to do.
But again, your complaints have nothing to do with this ordinance. This ordinance does not have anything to do with grading and does not have anything to do.
No, it does,
other-
100%. What do you mean?
No. That would be the zoning ordinance amendment that is going to come back to this board on March 24th that deals with grading permits and what you have to go deal with at CDD.
Okay, so it doesn't, you didn't.
It
say
just says
anything
here
about
that you have to have a
grading
zoning permit, but it's not a dictation of what the zoning permit is. It just says that that's part of the checklist.
And I understand, a lot of people are attempting to grow hemp
And
where they're not in the
Joe,
right zone.
we've got to
I
get
it.
someone, we got the ag commissioner up behind you, man.
Just one comment. Hemp is anything but an ag commodity by itself. Hemp you have to register. Here's a background check. To call it a regular ag commodity is nuts. It's not. It's a close cousin to an industry that is frankly not done well. So anyway, that's what I want to say. Back to one more thing. If you saw an apple tree with leaves and blossoms, would you know it was a Red Delicious or a Macintosh? You don't. It looks the same. So that's why the signage is important. You put signage where the hemp is. You put signage everywhere on that property, then everyone will assume that everything's hemp.
Okay. We're trying to really move this forward. This is it, last comment here.
Quick on the signage. I was burglarized this year. I had signage on all entrances of my property that says this is not a marijuana product, it's no THC involved. They robbed my property, they stole it, they kicked the sign down. The signs are pointless, it doesn't do anything for anybody. If anything, it's gonna bring somebody into the property just because they see a big red sign out front. The person that stole from me is felony probation, gun charges, gets off with a slap in the wrist. I lost sleep over it, I've lost money, I've lost potential buyers over it. So I just think that the signage shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Okay. All right, public input is closed at this time. We'll bring back to the board.
I agree with all the changes from our ag commissioner. I would like to review the appeal process where it's just the ag commissioner waiting another 30 days, 45 days to create an appeal process for us. I've seen the process be abused in the city of Clear Lake, where all of a sudden they just keep pushing that date further and further till they can cultivate or till they can harvest. And so I would like to put faith and trust in our ag commissioner that he is looking out for the best for our agriculture in our county. And then we can review those from time to time and see how things are going. But I think that what we would open ourselves to is just abuse, where no matter what he says, it's going to be appealed and it's going to be brought to us just so they can get an extra 30 days to keep growing. And I think that he will not be doing this unless somebody is abusing the privilege to cultivate hemp in our communities, and I would like to put faith in that.
I'd like to hear from Anita.
Anita, yeah, I'd like to hear from Anita.
So you're talking about the only appeal would begin and end with just the ag commissioner, and that would be a final appeal?
Can we do that?
I have no idea, I haven't,
Okay.
normally it goes to the board, but I'm happy to look at it.
We need to look at it.
But I need
It's going to
to,
have to go and come back next week.
Otherwise, it's going to be
Well,
challenged.
okay, so apparently there's some kind of a writing, and your board, or at least a majority of you, are now all okay with every change that Mr. Hayek
No.
wanted to make? Okay.
I don't know about a majority, but too much information was brought today, for me to move forward.
I haven't seen it. I
Majority
listened, I
doubt.
heard it. I walked out to get a bottle of water because I wasn't sure if I had coronavirus or just a cough, but it turned out just to be a cough. And
That's why you're sitting down there all by
yeah,
yourself.
so I didn't hear the whole thing, but I would like for you to review it. I said that from.
I'm happy to do that, I'm just trying to figure out with timing, because if, for example, you wanted to try a first read, you'd have to read these changes into the record, you can't.
They'd have to be included in, yeah.
Well, you all have to agree to them, that's why I was asking you if there was a consensus. Or you could refer to a writing that had been done if you agreed to it. But absent that, you can't do a first read today, because you have to have 3 votes to do that. Or maybe you do, I don't know anymore, I can't
And
tell.
I just want to throw it out there, and I know that it seems somewhat ridiculous because of the amount that was brought to us by the ag commissioner to say, a part of me wants to move forward on what was brought to us, and then we can work on a quick amendment at a future time to amend it. But then again, that's asking for almost double work in order to do all these things. Just putting it out there in case anyone else.
The only thing I can tell your board is that changes to an ordinance are not isolated events. There are ripples through the fabric of the document. So you always have to look when you're changing one thing to see if it affects something else. Otherwise, you end up with disjointed verbiage and sometimes inconsistent statements. But again, if your board's comfortable with all of those changes and you want to read them into the record, you can do a first read. As far as the appeal process is concerned, I would very much prefer not to guess on that.
So we're not going to do a first read. I don't think that it would be fair for the board to approve, or I don't know if they would or not, but such a large amount of changes. I will work to get you all those changes that Steve has submitted to us and make sure
I
that.
would like that. I'd appreciate that.
Make sure that we're ready for next time.
Absolutely. You're close, just not going to happen today.
So would you like this back to you next week?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Can that, is that,
Or the
okay, no, I want to know what
Yeah,
your
we have the zoning
schedule.
ordinance and the,
Do
Well, this
you,
one should be buckled up.
do you want to do it next week or the week after?
yeah, let us, 2 weeks?
I can.
You can. Okay. That's not what my question was. I know you can.
that's the
You could
one I'm
bring it back to
answering
us
yet.
tomorrow if you had to, because you'd stay here all night. And I'm not willing to do that. It's not that important to me to have it.
I really don't want to stay here tonight.
No, but you
But
would.
if it's-
You can.
If it's not next week, you skip a week, so.
Yeah, see, so that's I recognize the problem. If I have the changes, I can do it.
Okay, and we can always put it on the agenda for next week, and if it's not, then we move it. So
But now, do you want changes to the appeal process, and if so, can you
I'd like to
please
see the
tell me
whole
what
thing. I'd like
they
to be done
are?
with it. Isn't that right? Yeah, I'd like to see what all of them, get all of his changes.
Well,
that
but
are
the appeal
recommended.
process is separate. If you want to shorten time, and now you want it just to go to the ag commissioner, there's consensus, that's what you want? You want a shortened time for appeal and to go to the ag commissioner?
Can we do that?
If you can, is that what you want?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And I know I'm just thinking of,
Do they-
at
do
at
we
the
do
city
that?
of Clear Lake, if there's animal control issues, it's only the city manager that's the hearing officer, and it doesn't go to the council, but I don't know if that would make a difference for the type of situation we're discussing here.
Well, but you have a designated hearing officer in that case.
You know, this, no disrespect to Steve or anything like that, but, Steve isn't always going to be the ag commissioner. We're not always going to be the board, but I think for now, because of what we're seeing with the cannabis appeals, there's a ton of them. I think until we kind of get this thing ironed out, maybe it should come to the board. Maybe we should hear these appeals. That way we can identify what the issues are, if we need to make any other changes too. So I think for now, we need to accept that responsibility.
So we adjust the time frame and
Yeah.
the appeals are heard?
Yeah.
Just as all other appeals?
I
to the
think
board.
so, yeah.
I'm good with that, as long as we adjust the time frame. I agree with the time frame adjustment,
Yeah.
so they're not playing,
For the appeals.
yeah, for the appeals.
There was also a reference to adjusting time frame for nuisance abatement. Did you want some specific language in regard
Whatever
to
would be
that?
the minimal amount that we can legally ask for, like I think we ask for right now 10 days for people to get rid of illegal cannabis in their backyards, and if we can copy and paste that same amount and say you need to destroy within, I'd love to say 48 hours, but I just don't know what can stand in court for a reasonable amount of time.
Okay, so you want the most reduced number of
Yeah.
days reasonable, okay. Okay. You'll have it back next Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
When is the zoning?
24th.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, the next, what we have left is calendars. Tina?
Okay. Thank you. Well, I have a fire board meeting in 10 minutes that I don't think I'm going to make it to. I'll be in the office in the morning. I have some meetings at the school district that I have to go to in the afternoon, and then we'll be attending Assemblywoman Cecilia Curry will be here in the evening. On Thursday, I have some meetings with constituents outside of the office in the morning, and then we'll be volunteering at the warming center, and then leaving to go out of town Friday, won't be back till Sunday night. And then I have a Hope Rising meeting on Monday at 3, and then back here on Tuesday.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Tomorrow, our Lake Transit Authority and Area Planning Council meeting was canceled. So I'm going to be heading out to Sacramento for the RCRC meeting that's occurring there. And it's actually a good thing because the headliner speaker is going to be from Go Biz and talking about opportunity zones. And I think it's a good opportunity to learn as much as possible about that. Make some contact as well, especially as we look to possibly extend the opportunity zones outside of the city of Clear Lake and into Lake County. I'm going to be here on the majority of Thursday morning. There's a lot of important
Planning Commission items on there, especially the Maha project. I believe that starts at 1 p.m., but I'm just always interested in what's going on, the conversations they have, and the movement that they choose to take on that. And then on Friday, I'll be back here in the office. Our Middle Creek Restoration Committee is having a subcommittee meeting. And we, as you well know, we approved a contract with Paragon to purchase the properties in the reclamation area. We're getting ready to send them some questions so that we can try and push them a little bit faster to get this process going and just to better understand their process. And then I'll be back here on Monday to prepare for a Tuesday meeting, and I will make sure and link up with Ms. Grant and see what it is that I can do to help her out to alleviate as much work as possible for reviewing and perfecting our hemp ordinance. I had hoped that we would be able to move it forward today, but I guess that was not the case.
I think we're pretty far along, and you should be proud of the work you did. I've been involved with the cannabis stuff and everything, and this is literally is record time. It's not going to be beat again. You've done a good job on that, and waiting one more week really isn't that big of a deal.
I'm done.
Thank you. Brown.
So I'm going to try to meet up with staff regarding the item that I had on the agenda that we pulled. I put that on before Scott took over, and I failed to discuss with him the issue before, and so I need to do that before I actually put something before the board. So I'll be dealing with him on that, and then I'll also be dealing with meeting with code enforcement staff regarding the possibility of some drone information to bring back to the board. Thursday, I have the Geothermal Advisory Committee meeting at 10:30, and then I have FFA leadership. I'm speaking to that group at noon at Eli Stage House, and back in the office on Friday. 16th, I'll be down. I'll be out of commission for the day, but back in the office on Tuesday.
Okay, rest of the meeting today, afterwards, agenda review. I know there's a meeting, I think it's tonight at the community center about the Maha project. Probably not going to make that. Maybe I'll be able to show up at the end. I think it's a scoping meeting or something that they're having at the library. Tomorrow morning the Lake Transit APC was canceled, but I do have the executive team meeting tomorrow for LTA, so I'll do that at 9 a.m. In the evening, I have Lower Lake Action Committee group. Thursday, I have the Geothermal Advisory Committee. We're also doing another home dedication early Thursday morning out in Spring Valley, which is excellent, through Hammers for Hope, and also Hope City, which is a good program. Math Thursday night. Friday, I'll have office hours back down in Middletown in the morning, 8:30 to 11. And then Friday night, I have the Lions student speaker. It's a speaking contest that I've been asked to go and judge. So I'll do that Friday night up on, I guess it's up at the Cobb area, Cobb Schoolhouse or something. Never done that, but they asked me to be a judge. And then Monday here, Risk Reduction Authority meeting. And I know we had something, Carol, of trying to get together with Michelle, but she's probably gone. Maybe we can do that tomorrow.
I'm on vacation tomorrow. It was supposed to be today, so
Yeah.
we'll have to catch up.
Yeah, so we'll get caught up on that.
Yeah.
And I'll give her a call tomorrow and talk to her. All right, and that's it. Back here for the meeting on Tuesday. All right, that adjourns our meeting, and we'll go right into closed session. Item 8.1, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Chief Negotiator M. Long, County Negotiator Carol Hutchinson, Pam Samick, and employee organizations LCDDAA, LCDSA, LCOO, LCCOA, LCEA, LCSEA, and LCSMA. 8.2, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation Pursuant Government Code, Heart Consciousness Church versus Lake County. 8.3, Conference with Temporary Representative designated to meet with county department heads regarding salary and benefits and unrepresentative management employees. 8.4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Significant Exposure to Litigation Pursuant to the Government Code 54956.9 D2 E3, Threat of Litigation, City of Clear Lake. With that, we'll go into closed session.